Okay, welcome everybody to Dragon Quest IX. Now, this game uses Japanese timing, which is why we're not actually in the, the regular screen that you would imagine. Yeah, ready when you are.
Time is ready.
Okay, starting in 3, 2, 1, go. So yeah, this is Dragon Quest IX, and we're gonna cut off the hero name right here. So, am I correct in assuming that Indy did indeed win the bid war?
Yeah, we did.
Okay, then, well, let's name our hero Indy. We're just gonna rush through the character creation here, get ourselves a name set up as quick as we can. So, this is Dragon Quest IX, probably one of the latest installments in the Dragon Quest series, and well, we're gonna start off with a little bit of a cutscene. Basically, the first 10 or so minutes, maybe a little bit more, is basically a glorified cutscene, and we're gonna get a bit of the story of the Dragon Quest IX, and we start hearing, "Hello, is there anybody there? If you're there, say something. Show yourself." Thus do the voices of the mortals plead, ever hopeful of proof of our existence. And, well, what that means, is we are the Celestrians, basically the guardians of the human realm. And, well, our goal is to, collect benevolence, which we gather for the world tree Yggdrasil. And the legend goes that if the tree blooms, that's when, well, it's happy times basically. It's the time that the Celestrians can go into the realm of the realm of the Almighty, the realm of eternal happiness. Our name is Indy, and we are a little Celestrian trainee right here at the village of Angel Falls. It'll become very clear to you guys why this place is called Angel Falls real soon. And it's basically happy times, it's peaceful, there's really nothing much to say. But our trainer, Aquila, he happens to know there's these two villagers that are walking over the path towards town. They're almost there, it's not much further. But there's these 3 monsters. A Crrool cumber and 2 slimes that are hiding behind this rock. Gonna try to ambush these 2 villagers. Now we don't take kindly to monsters trying to attack our villagers, so we're gonna attack them. We're gonna fight them. So as our Celestrian duty tells us to do, I guess, let's go. Also, this is a completely scripted fight. There really isn't much to it, so I guess in the meantime you guys can do that donation if you want to.
Go.
Wait.
Okay, while they get that ready, I should mention I actually didn't get the kill on the first slime. That's actually pretty rare to happen. But that basically means we just lost time on a glorified cutscene.
Alright, we got an anonymous donation for €1. It's actually a Dutch viewer saying, "Shout out naar Emas from Almere." Thank you for that donation.
So yeah, now that we have basically gotten ourselves through that fight, where we somehow managed to lose time on a glorified cutscene, we see that the villagers, they've arrived happily. We also meet the girl over there, Erin. We'll be seeing her a lot more after, and she thanks us for our protection on the way, and we get our first piece of benevolence. Our duty is basically to gather this and offer it up to the world tree. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna, well, fly up to the observatory, and we're gonna offer it up, because that's like our one duty, so we might as well. So yeah, more cutscenes, basically. This first part is very cutscene heavy, and then about like 15 or so minutes in, we really get to start playing. But this really just tells the story of the game. There are a few places where, despite the fact that this is basically a glorified cutscene, we can actually lose significant amounts of time. But overall, we really shouldn't. So we go up to the observatory, and this is basically the realm of the Celestrians, the angels of this world, if you will. And right on top of the observatory, we find the world tree Yggdrasil. So we're gonna fly in, and well, first things first, we're gonna talk to Apu's mayor, the leader of the Celestrians. So we're gonna report to him, and well, let's see what he has to say. Apu's mayor is often referred to as the North Star, who is, because of that, the leader of the Celestrians. The story goes that as soon as all of the Celestrians would move on into the next realm, they'd become stars. Something like that. But yeah, Appa's mayor welcomes us back into the observatory, and he thanks us for our duties. And he also asks us whether we're ready to take on the duties as a guardian ourselves, whether we feel ready to become the guardian of Angel Falls. We say yes, of course, and with that he is going to allow us to offer up our benevolence to the World Tree. So we're going to climb up the observatory. Now, if I would just try to go up here, there would be this little guy blocking the way. For some reason, he actually blocks the way to Yggdrasil. Don't ask me why, but we need Appa's mayor's permission before we can actually go up here. And right on top, we find Yggdrasil. We'll be seeing this tree quite a few more times. It has some very special. It has a very special meaning, but I'm not going to spoil too much just yet. We'll get into that as we go. But the legend goes that if enough benevolence gets offered up onto the tree, it'll bloom, and as soon as it will bloom, eternal happiness awaits. Now, it glows brightly as soon as we offer up the benevolence, and that is definitely a sign that it's close to blooming. So, good times coming ahead, I guess. Aquila mentioning that it seems like it's almost ready to bloom, and that we are going to be taking up our duties as the Guardian. Before we do, though, we're going to go back to Appa's mayor. We're going to talk to him one more time to report the fact that the tree glowed brightly as we offered up our benevolence. And after that, we'll make way to Angel Falls to do our Celestrian duties. So he tells us that the time might be upon us. Also, okay, that was kind of weird. Guess the screen went black for just a little bit, and I don't know why. Now, before we're actually going to go there, we're going to need to make a really quick stop here. We're going to go in here, and we're going to get the Seed of Life. Basically, what a Seed of Life does is it just increases the amount of health we have. We're going to talk to her, and she's going to allow us to go back to the Protectorate. The Protectorate basically being the world below. So yeah, happy times over at Angel Falls. As soon as we land, we kind of note there's a discussion going on between Ivor, who's the guy over here, and a friend of his who tells him that, you know, he feels like the name on the statue has changed. It used to say Equi something or something, and now it says Indy, which is oddly, or it's just odd. Like, how would the name change? Hugo, on the other hand, is like, nah, the name's always been like that. I'm going to use my Seed of Life here on Indy, improve his health by 3. And we're going to go talk to this dog. Now, our basic quest for today is just to make the people happy. Nothing like making people happy, right? So after we've talked to this dog, we find a keepsake ring. It's going to be a very important ring, because what we can do with that is, if we go over to the church, it turns out this old lady, she has lost her late husband's ring, and she's praying to the Almighty to have her find the ring. She looked all over the place, and she suddenly notices that her pocket feels a wee bit heavier, and well, she finds the ring in her pocket, and she thanks us for because she believes that we did it, and we're gonna get our first piece of benevolence. So that's the first of 3 pieces of benevolence that we need to collect here. We're going to get 2 more in just a little bit. So the second we're going to get from this stable boy. He recently bought this horse, and he's planning to buy a second one, but he's really exhausted, so the stables are a mess. Because of that, he definitely doesn't feel like he's ready to take up the duty of taking care of a second horse. Then when he wakes up, we have cleaned up the entire stable. Also, we just got 5 horse manure, which we can theoretically sell for 5 gold, which is not much, but hey. He thanks us for cleaning up the stables, and we're gonna get our second piece of benevolence. Now, the one duty we haven't yet talked about is an honorable task that we as Celestrians have. On occasion, it may happen that somebody that passed away may not immediately be able to move on to the realm, to the afterworld, and it is our duty as Celestrians to help them finish up their remaining business so they can move on to the next world. Aquila here, he's the guy that's going to teach us. Aquila, by the way, now being the kind of like the guardian of the entire world. So he tends to revisit his old home on occasion. And there's this wandering soul walking in the night over here. He's really confused because nobody seems to be talking to him. Like, everybody seems to be ignoring him, and he's really upset because of it. Then he notices us and notices that we have a halo and wings, so we must be a Celestrian. So we tell him that he did pass away. He now understands why people were actually ignoring him. Because they just couldn't even see him, and because of that, he feels ready to move on. So he moves on to the next world. We're going to get our 3rd piece of benevolence, and with that, it's time for us to move back to the observatory. So, at first Aquila is like, okay, he's gonna move back to the observatory, and we can go there, and he can just he can keep going around in the world. But he notices that the Starflight Express, the celestial carriage, has been oddly active as of late. He doesn't really know what that means yet, so he's going to be discussing that with Appa's mayor, and well, we're just gonna offer up our benevolence, shall we? Now, earlier I mentioned that every time we returned here, we had to talk to Appa's mayor and report to him. But since Aquila is already doing that, we can just immediately go for Yggdrasil and offer up our benevolence. So yeah, up to this point in the game, basically everything is completely scripted. The fight usually would have been a turn faster because we got bad luck, but hey. And other than that, like, everything else is set. And, so we're gonna go up to the World Tree. Appa's Mayor and Aquila are both already waiting for us there. And, well, it's time for us to offer up our benevolence. And they feel like it might be the last bit that Yggdrasil needs before it's going to bloom. So yeah, time to offer up our benevolence. And let's see what the realm of the Almighty is like. And with that, we're going to get into another cutscene. The figs do indeed bloom. And with that, the sacred tree has bloomed. The celestial chariot appears. All is as it was foretold. And as the celestial carriage is about to descend, this happens. A beam of light striking from below. The celestial carriage breaking up into pieces and falling down into the protectorate. So that was basically this is basically the prologue of DQ9. Aquila wondering what the meaning of this is, whether they were deceived. And well, we're gonna fall down. We can't hold on. And thus our hero is the angel that fell. Hence the name, Angel Falls. So we're just gonna get a cutscene. I guess enjoy the cutscene. I should mention, whenever I play this at home, I usually run this on MU, and this always gives a lot of this scene always gives me a lot of audio issues, but it seems fine luckily right now. We're gonna get little sneak peeks as to some towns that we're gonna go to. The first one is Batsoreg. This is the city of Stornway. This tower we're actually not going to visit, it's optional. And well, we see Angel Falls. And we're gonna fall down in the lake. So now that this is all over with, we can actually start the actual game. That was basically just the glorified cutscene that I was talking about. I told you guys it was long, didn't I? Yeah, this is it's classic Dragon Quest, I suppose. So as soon as we wake up, it turns out we've lost both our wings and our halo. We're oddly dressed, at least according to the people right here. We've taken the name Indy, and Ivor believes that we just took the name as we're just a wandering minstrel that takes the name of the Celestrian of town, hoping to get a free meal. He doesn't really trust us, but Erin is a little more kind-hearted. Ivor doesn't really like the fact that Erin has given us quite a bit of attention so far, even though we've only recently arrived. Erin does believe that, you know, there's something special, because we took quite a fall and we seem just fine. She also tells us of the earthquake that happened very recently. It turns out that during the events in the observatory, a massive earthquake struck the planet. And, well, everybody seems fine, but the path to the other town is blocked at the moment. We're gonna get more into that in just a little bit, but first we're gonna do some shopping, because we need items. First we're gonna get 2 wings. These are items that can instantly warp us between towns, quite useful. And we're gonna get some herbs. Herbs are going to be our main heal item pretty much for the entire game. We're going to get better versions of the herbs, but all in all, like, we mostly heal using medicinal herbs and the likes. So we're going to go into the house of the mayor, and we get a little bit of a cutscene with Ivor, who's actually the son of the mayor, and the mayor is kind of upset that he doesn't really seem to be doing anything around town. He's just been hanging around and not really being productive. So, the mayor is kind of mad at him, especially considering Erin, who's at the same age as him, who is basically running the entire inn on her own at the moment. We're gonna go to Erin's house because we're gonna get that free meal that I mentioned. She was just about to finish preparing food. So we're gonna get a meal, we're gonna get a good night's rest. And as we wake up, it turns out that Ivor, he's waiting for us. Supposedly he's something that he wants to talk about. So let's see what Ivor, the guy that basically told us that we're a fraud, has to say. So he tells us that the pathway is blocked to the neighboring city of Stornway, which is actually a big problem because a lot of trade is going around between the two cities. So his plan was to go check out that landslide, see if he can clear it, with the hopes that because of that he would get his father off his back for just a little bit at least. And we seem capable warriors, so we might actually be able to help if they end up getting into a fight. So Ivor joins our party, and we're gonna now get into the first major RNG segment of the game, which, because it's a Dragon Quest, so there's a lot of those. But hey, we're gonna go towards that landslide, and that means we're gonna go over to the walk over the overworld. Now, on the overworld, monsters can spawn. Unlike most of the older Dragon Quests, as well as games like Final Fantasy, the enemies are not actually random, in that you can see them moving around, and you will only actually fight them if you directly hit one of them. So we're going to try to do our best to actually avoid all of them, because we don't want to fight anything. We don't need the experience just yet. And fighting right now is just slow, so let's see if we can successfully manage to avoid every single encounter around here. Now, there's a few encounters that are pretty easy to skip. The main problematic one is the Sanguini, which is the white little devil bat thingy that you see over there. This guy. Yeah, he's gonna hit me, isn't he? I'm gonna need to do this again. Come on, go away. Go away. Okay, I might be able to... Ah, that sucks. Seemed like I wasn't gonna be able to get rid of him, but slightly too late. So we are just going to kill it, because running away can take up to 3 turns, and we can still kill it very quickly, so it's not a big problem. It's just a really slow fight to get. So a bit unfortunate that we got one fight, but hey. Wrinkled? You might want to... That's the second time the monitor turned off, and with that, screen went black for stream as well. That might be something... At least on there it did. Not sure if that's something you might want to fix. No, I turned it back on, but when this turns black, that turns black. I'm assuming also for stream, but I'm not sure. That you might want to get at it. Yeah, there we go. We're gonna get that fixed. I don't know if it does for stream, but it does for what I can see is on stream. So I figured that it might be something that we might not want to have happen. Okay, well, let's just hope so. So yeah, as we got here, we noticed the one of the parts of the Celestial Chariot, the Starflight Express, which is right here. This little ball of light came came flying towards us, being like, "Wait, you can see that? That seems odd." It turns out the landslide is quite a bit bigger though than Ivor had expected. Like those green trees those are entire trees that are in the way here. But it turns out there's some soldiers from Stornway that were about to clear the landslide anyway. So we'll just know a little bit sooner that it's going to be cleared out. It also turns out there's also that chest over there that I picked up. That's a golden ring. I'm going to use that early on to get a little bit of extra defense, but mostly I just need it for money management. Money, especially early on in the game, is really tight, so... And for the late game as well if we get unlucky, but a big part of that is just RNG. So we'll see how bad the money is going to be today. Anyway, the soldiers tell us of a girl that supposedly was on her way to Angel Falls, whether we'd seen any of her, but we haven't, so... It's kind of curious. She seems to be missing right now, so... Let's ask around. Let's see if somebody in town may have seen her. So we're going to just warp back to Angel Falls. We're not going to do that walk a second time. And, well, we're going to report to the mayor, because even though we didn't actually clear the landslide, we now do know that it's about to be cleared anyway. The mayor, however, is not exactly happy. He actually gets quite upset. Because it's quite a dangerous walk, and between just the two of us, that seems like an awfully risky journey.
Alright, we got 25 euros from Indy saying, "Good luck, Crrool. Your hero is watching. Also, time to get some names. #hype."
So, Erin, she comes walking in, and she tells us, wait, Patty is missing? Patty being the girl that supposedly was on her way to Angel Falls. And, well, she asks us whether we can look for Patty, because she's kind of worried. She figured that she may have taken the path through the hexagon, which is quite dangerous, actually. It's quite a dangerous path. It's not really been visited anytime recently, so let's see what's gonna happen. Now again, we're gonna try to avoid all of the overworld enemies, especially now that we're alone. We do need level 4 by the end of the next dungeon, but we're gonna fight on a very specific encounter that's in the dungeon somewhere. Oh boy, there's now 2 of these things chasing me, I think. Okay, I got rid of that one, and the other one seems to not really have pushed through. These enemies definitely are giving me a hard time so far, but we seem to be managing at least. And thus we get to the hexagon. So, despite the fact that this is the first dungeon of the game, and you'd think, you know, even RPGs, they tend to be kind of generous, you know, because it's a first dungeon. Well, not in Dragon Quest. Dragon Quest is brutal all the way through, and you'll notice that fairly soon. First off, we notice this tablet over there that it's kind of blocking our path. And we notice a ghost appearing. This ghost will actually play a very big role, so keep him in mind. But for now, we're just going to follow the ghost for a little bit, see what he's up to. So he tells us to check the back of the statue, and it turns out there's this little button in the neck of the statue. And as soon as we click it, the pathway opens. Now, as we go through the dungeon, first of all, I don't actually want to fight anything until I get my next equipment upgrade. I'm going to equip the ring just to get myself a little bit of extra defense. But we're going to get a fan, which is our next weapon upgrade. As well as some... well, first we're going to go over here, get ourselves a leather shield. This is all just to up our early game equipment. There's not a lot we're actually going to be doing in terms of equipment anytime soon, but every bit of extra defense is going to help, of course. I'm gonna go over here real quick. This is usually not anything useful, but I'm gonna check it anyway. Moonward Bulb does actually save me a little bit of money later on. That's gonna be helpful for the third boss. So not entirely useless after all. Gonna make our way up here, avoid the Drakis, because we don't want to fight that. There's literally only one fight that we want to take, and those are Fire Spirits. Everything else we want to avoid, but I don't want to fight them until after I've picked up this chest over here. We get to see a Fire Spirit over there, so that's really convenient. Gonna equip the feather fan real quick. And we're gonna take our first fight. I need to be level 4 by the time I get into the first boss fight. We're mostly gonna do that with these. These guys either do a physical attack, which only deals 1 damage, or use a magic attack, which actually deals quite a bit of damage, but he can only do 1 of that. And because of that, and the fact that we can 2-shot them, they're generally not that dangerous. So that's level 2. So now things are a little bit safer, at least. I can still very easily die here, because stuff in this dungeon is incredibly scary. We find ourselves a second Fire Spirit. He actually uses his magic spell. There you can see 7 damage, pretty high amount. We get the kill. I'm gonna use one of my herbs here to heal up real quick. That's mostly for safety in case I end up fighting something that isn't a Fire Spirit. Especially the metal birds that you're seeing around here, they are incredibly dangerous, especially after I pick up that money chest. Because if I die right now, I would lose out on half of my money, and right now 210 gold, or half of that 105, is a lot of money. So unfortunately got a miss on turn 1. He tries to do a second frizz, doesn't actually get it off because he doesn't have enough MP. We still get the kill on the Fire Spirit. So that's level 3. Theoretically, the boss is now killable. It is not impossible to do it on level 3, but it's really slow if you have to do it on level 3. So we want to get to fight at least, we want to get at least 1 more level up. So far we've been lucky in that all of them have been alone. You can actually manipulate these Fire Spirits. It's called Hayomi table manipulation. But the thing is, it's hard, and I don't know how to do it. It's the only form of manipulation in this run that I'm actually not going to be able to do, just on account of how difficult it is and how inexperienced I am with that specific manipulation. As long as they all appear on their own, and they appear quickly though, we don't really end up losing much time on it. So we got lucky this time, so we're going to be completely fine here. Because that should be level 4. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, that's all of the combat out of the way. So we're going to start making our way towards the boss. All of these by being enemies I really do not want to fight. I'm going to use another medicinal herb, make sure I have enough health. No, that's Seed of Deafness, I don't need that. And right here we find Patty. It turns out she's gotten stuck under this rock over here, and she asks us whether we can help her out, because she doesn't seem to be able to do it herself. And just as we try to help her, well, trouble approaches, and this is going to be the first boss of the game, the Hexagoon. Now this boss can actually kill me. This is not an easy boss. Even though it's the first boss of the game, yeah, you'll see. We're going to heal as soon as we get around like the 10 HP mark. Everything else we're just going to attack. He has 93 health in total. So yeah, let's get our calculators out there. He can send Rumble down, which is generally there is slightly weaker attack. So it's 20. 27. Okay, so we're gonna heal here. We're gonna use our heal spell because we do actually have a heal spell. The problem if you're a level lower is that he can quite easily outspeed you. 33. 39. Okay, can do one more hit and then I need to heal. Good hit, 47. He also got quite a high hit in there. We get the heal though, so still fine. $54. 60. 33 health left. 67. Okay, we're down to 10, so we're gonna heal again. That's our last heal, so from here on we need to start using medicinal herbs. 73. 80. 86. I could go for a kill here, but it's kind of risky, so I'm going to use a medicinal herb anyway. Let's just take the safe route here. Because from here on, it's fine. There we go. So I would have killed anyway, but it was a damage range, so I didn't want to take the risk. Because I was also in range to be killed. This is also the first level up. Now that we've reached level 5, we get skill points, and we can use those on any skill that we want. We're going to put 4 into Lithness, which is going to give us the Hot Lake move, which is a pretty powerful like magic spell that we can use early on. We're going to use it for some of the earlier bosses to just deal some early damage. So we're going to get Patty out of there, and with that we're going to move our way out of the hexagon, and back to Angel Falls. Now, I quickly want to mention, if you still wanted to get your names in for the other 3 characters, top 3 names will be used. That's going to be coming up in a couple of minutes. We're starting to get fairly close to that right about now. So we're going to warp back to Angel Falls. That's going to be our last Chimera Wing. And we're going to go over to the inn. Now, it turns out that Patty, she runs the inn over at Stornway, which is supposedly a really big city, so you'd think it's a really big inn as well. And she's looking for Edwin, the father of Erin. He's supposed to be a very good innkeeper. And, well, as soon as she gets here, well, it turns out that Edwin passed away 2 years ago, and Erin has been taking care of the inn. She tells Erin that her father, Edwin, was supposedly a very good innkeeper that actually won the Innie, the award for incredible entertainment. You might be starting to catch on here. If you're not, I mean, okay, for those that haven't caught on yet, Edwin, Erin, innkeeping, entertainment, they're talking about inns here. It's your classic Dragon Quest pun. We'll be seeing a whole lot more of those. But yeah, Patty tells Erin that she came all the way over here because the inn in Stornway, it's kind of in trouble right now. Business has been really slow, and she was hoping that Edwin would be able to get the inn back up and running. Now, she does notice that Erin has been running this inn really smoothly, so much so that, you know, people might actually feel more comfortable here than at their own homes. So, supposedly she's doing something right, so maybe Erin might be the potential innkeeper that could help the Stornway Inn. Erin, however, not really believing that her father was that big an innkeeper, so as we get to Erin's house, it turns out we can actually see the ghost that we saw at the Hexagon again, and it's Edwin, Erin's father. This is also where we meet the most annoying character in the game. This is Stella. She's, well, she's annoying. Yeah, no other words other than that. She's the kind of fairy that just randomly pops up, tells something that's completely arbitrary, and then leaves again. But she's gonna travel with us. By the way, I should mention I'm cutting off the incentives for the other 3 character names as I enter Stornway, which is the next city that we're going to. Will do. So yeah, Stella, she notices that it seems off in that we're supposedly Celestrians, but we don't have any wings or a halo. She isn't really sure whether we are actually Celestrians, so she wants us to prove it. She gives us the quest to help this guy move on to the next world, because at least that would prove something.
Alrighty, we have a €5 donation from PM saying, "Best of luck, Crrool. Awesome to see Dragon Quest in a marathon and isn't it Dragon Quest marathon. Let's put it all to naming the main attacker Gasm or one of the others. Have fun!"
So in that, I made a minor mistake here. I'm supposed to talk to the innkeeper again, and he'll tell us that, you know, first of all, he thanks us for our help, and then he tells us whether it might have something to do with that. Also, I quickly wanna give a shout out to Purple Mario, since especially considering he just donated. That's the current number 2 runner in the world. Fantastic runner of DQ9. Should definitely give him a follow, Purple Mario 920. One of the better Dragon Quest runners out there. So in the bush over here, we find the Innie for the awarded by King Scott to Edwin for incredible entertainment. Well, that Innie might just be what we were missing. So we're gonna go talk to Erin. See if we can now finally convince her that her father was actually this big shot innkeeper. Now, as we give her the trophy, she starts to wonder why the hell her father would leave such a big opportunity in such a big city. And her grandfather actually walks in and tells her that that her mother at the time was very ill, and Erin herself was getting pretty sick as well. She was in a really bad condition, and as such, they weren't really sure whether she would survive or not. Scared of this, he decided to move to Angel Falls, where supposedly the lake would have, powers that would help, or the atmosphere would help her heal and whatnot. Which supposedly works, because she hardly even remembers being sick in the first place. After that, we meet up with Edwin again, and he heard the entire story about how his daughter is going to take over the inn in Stornway. And with that, as a happy father, he's ready to move on into the next world. So Stella now believing us, and then it turns out that we can't see Benevolescence anymore. So she again starts wondering, are we really Celestrians, or is there something else going on around here? A few days pass by, and the landslide towards Stornway gets cleared, and with that, Erin is going to move over to the city of Stornway to take care of the inn there. Ivor, the guy that we met at the start, he's going to be taking over the inn right here in Angel Falls on request of Erin. He tells him, or Ivor tells her, of course I'll take care of it, but it's only to get my father off my back. So yeah, Ivor is going to take over the inn right here in Angel Falls, and Erin is going to move over to Stornway to take care of the inn there. And from here, it's just a quick walk towards Stornway. Now, Stornway is a city we'll be visiting quite a few times. It's quite a big city, especially for the first quarter of the game. It plays a pretty big role. But before we do, because we are going to Stornway in a little bit, but before we do, we're going to go to the Starflight Express, because the thing is, the Starflight Express fell to the Protectorate during that whatever that was earlier, and it hasn't been working since, but Stella, she reckons that if a Celestrian is on board, maybe that will give them the opportunity to actually fly back to the observatory. And even though we've lost both our wings and our halo, we are still a Celestrian. Also, quick side note, all of the enemies now run away from me because I'm high enough leveled. So we don't have to worry about avoiding enemies in that area anymore. It's quite convenient. So on to the Starflight Express. So yeah, Stella gives some fashion ideas about how she would design the Starflight Express, but we're not really interested. Our main goal is just to get back to the Protectorate, or to the Observatory, because, you know, we kind of want to know what's going on around there. Problem is, even though that we are on board, the Starflight Express doesn't seem to be recognizing us as a Celestrian, and thus it doesn't do anything. Stella has a brilliant idea, though. If we collect enough benevolescence, maybe the Almighty will actually notice us, and because of that, we'll be able to actually fly up back to the observatory. So, off to the city of Stornway, and with that, if you still want to get your name on one of the other 3 characters, now is probably your last chance, as I'll be cutting it off as soon as I enter the next city. So here I have to watch a little bit again for the encounters. Most of them aren't too bad, but running into them would still waste quite a bit of time. And thus we get to the city of Stornway. So this is where we're going to cut off the incentive. I'll give you like 20 more seconds to see if anything changes. If not, I'd like to hear the 3 names for the other 3 party members. Okay. That sounds like a plan. Yeah, feel free to close it. So Patty, she announces that she's back, and well, I mean, this ought to be fun, right? Erin, who is just this young little girl that supposedly is going to be taking over this really big, important inn. And the girls working at the inn, they kind of are like, Patty, what the hell were you thinking? Bringing in somebody like this. Patty, of course, trying to convince them that, you know, she has got the innkeeping blood, or she's got the innkeeper's blood. And Erin mentions her father, and Ginny is like, well, but how do we even know that your father is this big shot innkeeper and all that? And thus she gets to show the innie. All of the girls, of course, being very impressed here. Now, well, they all fall to their knees and whatnot. Massive respect all of a sudden. We're gonna talk to them, and, you know, we could now sleep at the inn, but, you know, they've only just arrived, so hey. Patty, however, has a bit of a request for us, in that, you know, she hopes that we can help them get some publicity for the inn over here. So we're just going to immediately leave the inn, and we're going to go over to Patty, and this is where we're going to make our remaining characters, so here we go. We're going to recruit a friend. We're going to get ourselves a mage. So this is Gazem, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. And we had Durrani. Oops. Recruit a friend. So all of the other party members are going to be female characters. Now, I noticed that there's already one female mage in there, so we're just gonna pick her up as the third mage. So there's our third mage, Victoria. Because considering there wasn't any names for the third one, I figure I might as well just call up the default one. We're also going to get the Egg-On ability, which is an ability that helps us raise tension. Now, what tension is, I'll explain once we actually get to use it. But just know it's a very important skill that we'll be using quite a bit, especially during the second half of the run. We're going to read the sign over here real quick, and it turns out there's this Black Knight that's been causing the town some grief. We're gonna buy a little bit of armor, because, you know, armor is good. So we're gonna get 3 leather hats. 1 for Gazem. 1 for Durrani. And 1 for Victoria. And so let's see what this Black Knight, what the story is all about. We're gonna go towards the king and see if we can get some information about this guy. So Stornway Castle, and this is where we're gonna meet the king and queen of Stornway. Now it turns out some Black Knight came into town and demanded to meet the princess on this little like it's like this little, it's not really a beach, but it's like the right next to a big lake. And I mean, of course the king doesn't want to give in to these demands, so he's been looking for capable warriors that might be able to get rid of this no good White Knight. Now, of course, being the helpful guys that we are, of course, we're going to help him. Simona disagrees. She feels like they can't possibly ask some stranger to take care of the White Knight for them. But you know, it's all good. We're gonna get greatly rewarded for it. So we're gonna have to go off to Loch Stern, where he supposedly is. But before we do, we're gonna do a little bit of tracking around. Because first things first, we now have 3 new party members, but they're all level 1 mages. And, well, first of all, mages aren't really the best in defensive combat. Second of all, I mean, they're level 1, and that won't hold up well to a boss. So I'm gonna get them all into the back row, set them up to show no mercy. That's just a setup for a couple fights that we need to do in a little bit. Now, for the first part, we don't actually want to fight anything here. We're going to go into the second area, because we're going to make way to the village of Zier. As we go, I want to fight a very specific encounter, the gastropods. They're kind of like giant snail things, and they're pretty easy to kill and give a good amount of experience, so that's what we're generally aiming for. And right off the bat, we're actually going to find one. So there's only one. That means we're just going to defend with hero. Have our mages take care of this. As you can see, the gastropod dealing quite a bit of damage there, even though they're in the back row. But we kill off the gastropod, and that should make things a little easier. Now, you may have noticed that our hero actually got more experience than all of the other characters, and that has good reason. The experience in this game scales in two ways. First of all, the ones with the highest level will get the most experience, probably because statistically they would do the most in combat. Second part, in that if a character dies, it will still get experience, but it'll be scaled towards at what point in the fight he actually died. Fortunately, I got hit by this better fly. I'm gonna use Hot Lick as an additional move. Luckily, he attacks hero, so we should be fine. I'm gonna grab some of these Chimera wings that are currently lying on the floor here, and all of our mages seem to have reached level 2. We always have a shortage of Chimera wings, so, well, not really a shortage, but having a few spare is very helpful. It definitely makes the money management easier again, so it's always nice to get. Now, I am still looking for a few more gastropods, because we're not quite at the level that I need to be. I want to be level 4 on all of the mages coming out of this grinding section. And again, we're mostly just looking for the one enemy. And we're getting kind of unlucky in that I'm not actually seeing any. They can very much still spawn here. But now the big question is, where the hell are they? Ah, he actually attacked me from the back. Okay. Ah, there's actually one with him, but he ambushes us. That could be bad. Kasap could be really, really bad right here. Okay, hero. Please, hero. Ooh, okay, Durrani tanking it. Hot Lick there. Show no mercy on everybody else. Okay, that hopefully kills him. Okay, that's the gastropod down, so he won't attack anymore. Kind of a clutch fight here, but we seem to be getting out all right. Okay, nice. We got him. That's level 3 on the mages, so only one more level to go. We're gonna use a heal spell on Durrani. Actually make sure he has enough health to tank another fight, because there is going to be one more that we need to do. Assuming we can find another gastropod. Like ever, please, game? If you will. Oh, whoops. I got stuck behind the hay there. They really have it out for Durrani today, don't they? That's, surprising. So we're actually gonna have to go back into town, or gonna have to go into town in general, make sure that we get Durrani back alive. I don't know why, they really seem to be hitting Durrani quite a lot today. Indy hitting level 7, which is nice. We don't need the skill points just yet. Everybody getting level 4 except the one character I actually need on level 4 as well. Like, we need everybody level 4 at the very least. So we're gonna have to heal up Durrani. He did get a little bit of experience out of that fight. But the thing is, if a character dies, he can very much still get experience, but he can't level. So we'll have to take an additional fight to make sure he gets the level up anyway. Now the unfortunate part is that this does cost us a little bit of money. We should have enough, but it's still kind of annoying. Resurrection of the Rani. It only costs us 10 gold to revive him, so it's not that much. And I guess since we are, since this is a marathon run, I guess since I'm at the church as well, I might as well make a quick safety save. Now, if you party wipe in this game, and that's one of the really nice things of Dragon Quest compared to something like Final Fantasy, for example, you do not actually game over. You just get sent back to the last town you saved in, and you can just keep going from there. So it's not actually that big a problem. You lose out on half your money, but that's not a big deal either, considering half my money basically boils down to nothing if I make sure that I just buy a bunch of stuff beforehand. Now I want to get that level up before I'm actually going to do my shopping, so just to make sure that I have my inventory at basically, or my money at basically 0. So I'm hoping to find another gastropod real quick. Okay, we'll just take this guy, I guess. Doesn't really matter much. I only need 11 experience, and this should still give enough. He's alone, so... Because this should still give 11 experience, I believe. 12. Okay, perfect. We needed 11 for the level up. We got 12. There we go. Okay, so we're gonna do some shopping, because we definitely need items. First and foremost, I'm going to get rid of this antidotal herb. We're gonna put that in the bag. Hold on, Victoria. Menuing can be kind of laggy in this game sometimes. So first I'm going to buy 4 Chimera wings. That'll be all of the wings I'll be needing for pretty much the rest of the game. Assuming all goes to plan. I'm going to buy a few medicinal herbs. Now you might notice I'm buying them on each character individually. And the reason for that simply being that if I actually have to transfer them from the menu, it would take a lot of time. So instead I'm gonna just buy them by 8 at a time and immediately put 8 on a character, and that saves me a lot of menuing. So that's enough. I need a holy water. That's mostly for later on. And then 3 more moonward bulbs. I can't buy all of that just yet, but I can just buy 1. Buy a few spare herbs, and then we should be good. Yeah, actually, because I can still take the and make sure everybody has full MP, we would be at 12 gold. Basically, being at 12 gold means if I happen to die to the next boss, which can happen, I have, like, this next boss is the next big run killer. Basically, every boss is a run killer in this game. But yeah, this next boss, if he happens to kill me, I would effectively lose out on 6 gold. That's all that would happen. So we're gonna warp over to Stornway, and we're gonna make our way to the White Knight. Try to get rid of this mage, because I really do not want to fight him. And we're in luck, we got away. Of course, there's a gastropod right there. Tactics, because we're going to go back into follow orders, because we actually need to do some very specific stuff sometimes. I need to make sure that everybody keeps healing, because this boss is quite deadly. Anyway, we get into the edge of Lochstorn. And, well, this is where the White Knight is supposed to be waiting for the princess. Stella is like, wait, but he's not here. Should we wait a little longer? And we're just gonna wait. And, you know, morning turns into noon, turns into evening. And somewhere deep within the night, Stella pops up again being like, he's still not here. What sort of knight would do this? Like, what kind of honorable knight are you if you're gonna leave your girl waiting that long? And then the White Knight shows up. He asks us where Mona is, where his princess is, and thus he gets into combat with us. And thus we get into the next boss fight, the White Knight. Now this guy has a few really, really painful moves, as you'll see. Most notably, he's got a move that can instantly deal 4 attacks, and that can be painful. Also, he has that, which hurts. We're gonna attack with with our hero and one of our mages, and we're gonna use the others to accelerate, basically increasing our agility so that we'll be faster than him. What that does is that means that I can use use Indy basically to heal and use all of the mages to start attacking. We're gonna use Frizz. Ideally, we do Frizz 3 times in a row and then do the heal, or the other way around. Because every time you do the same move consecutively, the amount of damage gets increased. The last one in this case doing 1.5 times as much damage as the first one. Just effectively dealing more damage. Multi-thrust is a really scary move. We got away from it, though. He did not actually kill us with it. That move can easily kill me. If it can hit up to 4 times. If they all 4 hit the same character, that character just dies. And I'm gonna have to do the fight with a character less. Now, as rare as that might sound, that's surprisingly common. Bolt Cutter, that's fine. We'll go for the triple Frizz again. Okay, did not get the triple, unfortunately, but still got a decent amount of hits off. It's pretty good damage. White Knights go for quite the hit. Doesn't really seem to be that bad, though. This guy's got close to 300 health, by the way, so he's quite a tank as well. As aside from the moves that we've already seen, he also has the ability to actually heal himself. One run that's quite commonly done in this game, because you can actually do it, and it's a pretty cool run to try out. If you ever play this game casually, you can strongly recommend it, is a solo character playthrough. It's one of the challenge runs you can do, and the main thing that you come up on this boss is he suddenly just starts to go ham on you. Also, he just attacked before the others. That's Rib Victoria. Nothing I could have done there. That's just the turn order not being cooperative. That happens sometimes. But yeah, because of the fact that he can heal, he can literally just out-heal you, and you need really specific RNG to actually kill him. We got the kill near the end. Unfortunately, Victoria isn't going to get the levels, but still a pretty decent fight altogether. Now, the fact that I did not get the experience, or did not get the levels on Victoria means I have to take an extra fight in a little bit, but we got the kill on the White Knight. Now, it turns out that, or he starts wondering why his beloved Mona would send somebody to fight him, and we tell him that the princess that he's after is not Mona, but is called Simona. He now learns that the princess he's been chasing after is not actually his beloved Mona, but is somebody else. He tells us of a deep sleep that he was in, and the earthquake woke him up. He does not know how much time has passed, but he's going to go search for his homeland of Brigadoon in hopes of finding his Mona. He suggests going to the castle to see if, or to apologize for everything. We talk him out of that, though. That might be a very bad idea, considering they've basically opened up a manhunt for him. We're gonna go over to the city of Stornway one more time. We're gonna report to the king. Before we do, though, we're gonna take a nap, and we're gonna heal up Victoria. Yeah, I need her on him. I need her MP as well. So he's going to again ask for 10 gold, and with that we're going to be resurrecting Victoria. And since we're here, we might as well. Because that's 2 pretty tough bosses down as it is. Still got a long way to go, though, but we're getting there. Take a quick sleep, because of course the king is sleeping as well right now, so there's no way we're gonna get in there. So with all of that out of the way, let's report to the king and tell him of the White Knight and how the White Knight won't actually be bothering him anymore. Now, as we walk in, we learn that the princess was about to go talk to the knight herself, meet up with the knight and, you know, take him up on his demands. So we walk in and we tell the king that he won't be bothering him anymore. It's all good. Now, the king, however, is, he doesn't really believe it. He suspects that the knight is just trying to get their defenses down so they can strike at a moment's notice. But, the princess, she gets kind of upset in that, you know, the king always thinks the worst of the White Knight. And she runs out of the throne room. As we go out, though, she tells us that she wants to talk to us, but here the king might overhear us, so she's going to go to her bedroom, and we're going to follow her there. One of the arguments that the king used, and this is going to be the important one, is that he said that he had never even heard of the city of Brigadoon, which proves that the story of the White Knight was false. Turns out the princess has actually heard of Brigadoon through a nursery rhyme that her nurses used to sing her when she was little. And it turns out those nurses live in the city of Zir, so we're going to go over there. Let's see, bag, Chimera Wing. Gotta watch out that I actually go to Zir here. And, well, as we are here, we're going to need to do a little bit of extra shopping again. First off, I'm going to make sure that I have my Moonward bulbs. I need a Moonward bulb on everybody. The reason for that being that the next boss has the potential to paralyze party members, and that can be really dangerous. Do I have... Yeah, Victoria is still full, so I need to transfer one medicinal herb out of there. Give that to Indy, I guess. While we do the shopping, I guess you can do a quick donation.
We actually got 2 in right now, so prepare your body. We have €5 coming from Midnight, who says, "Hey Rule, hope you're going to read this. Get that hosting action going. Crrool, thank you so much for such a long run. It's really relaxing to watch. Dragon Quest looks great." And then we have a €2.50 donation from Shadowfrost, who says, "Because somebody on hosting wants to be heard." So I should make this message a bit longer to make him feel extra special. We should donate more, so we can hear more of his voice, which is an excellent sentiment, everybody. You should all donate more, and welcome to the Night Block.
So we're gonna come up on the 2 old ladies over here, who, well, one of them was supposedly the nurse for the princess that we helped just now, and, well, they will take us up on our request to sing the song of the Right Knight. You know, that old song that the princess was talking about. And in the song it mentions Bird North, Brigadoon onward, and that might be, you know, might help us find Brigadoon at least, because, well, if the bird flew north, maybe we should be going north. As I run out, I just realized I should probably, because I have all of the items I need, but I still have quite a bit of money on me. I'm gonna buy 2 more holy waters and spend the rest on some herbs. Again, I want my money as close as possible to 0 because that greatly increases my chances of surviving. Like, if I actually end up dying now, I'll lose a single piece of gold. And as sad as it is to lose a gold piece, a single piece of gold I can manage. That should be fine. If it would actually be a lot, that could become problematic further down the line. Anyhow, the White Knight, he runs into Seer. Of course, the villagers being really scared of him. And we tell him of the nursery rhyme, and he actually realizes the nursery rhyme is about him. Which is weird, because if he's been, or if there's actually songs about him, there must have been quite some time that has passed. So we're gonna take him up on the request and, well, head north. And mostly try to avoid all the enemies here, because there's some pretty tricky ones. I'm gonna kill this little gastropods just to make sure that Victoria gets the level ups that I need her. Ooh, the Ragged Reaper that next to him can be a little bit of a pain. I'm gonna focus the frizzes on him first, I think. The Ragged Reaper has a chance to instantly kill a character if he would like, so it's one to watch out for. Durrani again took some damage, but that should be okay. That's Victoria on level 6. That's going to make things a little bit easier because she now has the spell Crack. And Crack is our main attack spell for the next 2 boss fights, actually. Actually, it might even be the next 3 boss fights. We'll be using the spell quite a lot. It's a pretty powerful ice magic spell. And into the city of Brigadoon, or, well, what's left of it, rather. It turns out Brigadoon is entirely in ruins. The White Knight, who just arrived, sees his home completely destroyed. Still wondering where his beloved Mona went. Now, as we're here, I'm gonna quickly heal up some characters, but you may have noticed on the top right there's already an enemy. As the cutscene plays, enemies can actually spawn, and that's really bad for us. Just gonna heal them up real quick, and we're just immediately going to leave and re-enter, and that's gonna cause some of the enemies to disappear. It's quite useful for us. Now, I personally like to take this little detour to get a little bit of an extra defense item. Just to help the survivability a little bit. There's this trailblazing bandana. It's also a really cool looking bandana, by the way. I mean, look at our hero with the bandana right there. It's a really cool looking hero. And we're going to use the holy water. This is the first of many times that we'll be using it. Basically, what holy water does is it makes this impossible to spot for enemies, so they can't actually chase me anymore. I can still run into them. They're still dangerous if I do, but they won't start chasing me at least. So they either have to spawn exactly where I'm walking, or I'd have to actively run into them. Now, the first one is RNG, the second one I can usually avoid. So it makes this segment a little bit easier to have that. You don't technically need it for this area, but considering we had some spare money and I could buy it, plus I still have the magic beast hide, which I can sell still for additional money, we should be fine. As soon as we go down here, the effects of the holy water wear off. I'm gonna get one more item, which is over here. The gold bracer. Again, I'm gonna equip it mostly for some extra defense, and since the Rani has been targeted this entire run, let's give her 3 additional defense points. And with that, we're gonna go into one of the worst bosses in a single character playthrough, and a really tough boss still in even with 4 characters. This is Morag. It turns out that the White Knight has been under a spell of Morag, the most crippling of curses known to mankind. During the earthquake, the White Knight broke out of the spell after having been stuck in it for several centuries. Of course, for Morag, no big deal. She's just going to put him back under the spell. But we're not going to accept this. We're going to go talk to Morag. And, well, of course, she puts us under the spell as well. It's the most crippling of curses known to mortal kind. So surely we can be, she can be caught in the curse as well. But, well, we're not that easy to beat. We break out of the curse, and with that, it's our chance to fight Morag. She gets kind of surprised. She starts wondering what the hell we even are. She doesn't actually figure out we're Celestrian, but she knows something is off. And with that, we're gonna go into the fight. Let's see what she can do. She has the ability to actually paralyze party members, which is what the Moonward bulbs are for. And she can just, in general, be a massive pain. She can also do stuff like that, where she just doesn't do a thing the entire turn, which is actually what we would like to see. Same set as before. We're going to accelerate both of the first 2 both of the first 2 mages to make sure we actually outspeed her. This time we're going to use Crack because it's a bit of a stronger spell. She's got a little over 450 health, so we have plenty of damage we need to deal over here. And I'm going to set all of my characters to do Crack, and if everybody outspeeds her, that means the last one is going to do double damage. So for a high roll, 26. That's okay, I guess. And that's the worst possible move she has. That's the one we really do not want to see, because she actually managed to already paralyze somebody. I'm going to just heal the party members that are lowest on their health. Medicinal herb. Crack, crack. Medicinal herb. So we need to crack as much as possible, but not if it means that we could potentially get in trouble in terms of our health. So I'm gonna just play it safe here. She actually goes for the spell herself. It doesn't do that much damage, so I can opt to go for a quad crack. Get that double damage out again. .24, really good hit on the third one there. Nice, 29, really good hits there. We're gonna have to heal Hero on this one, but the rest can still go for the triple crack, hopefully. Let's just hope that Hero actually ends up being the slowest of the four. Okay, so the thing that you just saw there, she now only has eyes for Durrani, meaning that all of her physical hits will be directed only at Durrani. That can be beneficial because I know exactly whom he's going to target. It could also potentially be problematic because, well, if I can't get the heal off, that could be an issue. It could really work both ways. Also, my agility is starting to wear out, and that's a big problem. Yeah, on how many does it actually wear out? And oh, this is not good. Okay, nobody got paralyzed. Rage subsides, so he's no longer going to target Durrani specifically. Gonna throw one medicinal herb, use one accelerate, and go for the double crack. HP hover on Victoria. This is why I'm trying to get that accelerate, at least one of them off. Still need a second one. But we're getting very close to a kill here, so... Okay, there's the medicinal herb that gets us out of a killable range. Another hit on Victoria, that's fine. Get the accelerate up. This time I'm actually going to have Victoria heal because she has the lowest amount of MP. Hero can use crack as well. This is the one main issue with this fight. MP is pretty tight. You generally have enough unless somebody dies very early on. Didn't even get a double, unfortunately. Let's see. I can go for a triple crack and have Gasm heal. Okay, gonna get the double at least. I really need a kill right about now, though. That's not a kill yet. This is gonna be a bit of an issue, because I'm basically out of health, or out of magic. So I'd really like to get a kill this turn, otherwise there's gonna be trouble. Okay, that's fine, unless that Victoria... Okay, we got the kill. Whew, that was close. That was surprisingly close, because I was literally all out of magic there. But hey, we got through. We get some more level ups. We're gonna get the evac spell, but I do not have any abilities of actually using it right now, because I don't have the MP for it. That's fine though. I'm just glad I got past Morag. Morag can be a really slow boss to recover from. So getting the kill there, still sub 132, so that's not bad. So yeah, because of being able to defeat Morag, we get to kill her, the curse breaks, but with her dying breath, she tells the White Knight that he's still doomed to walk the world for all of eternity, because if Mona is dead, she's long gone. So he was too late. And now we're gonna come up on probably my favorite cutscene of the game. Just as he says that he was too late, a voice speaks saying that he was not. And Princess Mona walks in. She tells him that she made her a promise, that she would wait for him no matter how long it would take. And she offers up a dance, the first dance they would have as husband and wife. Glad to hear. So as they dance, the White Knight is finally ready to move on. She tells her that he knows that she is not not his Mona, but that he's very glad that she was there for him anyway. Because of her, he was finally able to move on into the next world. And he thanks us because, you know, now he knows the truth. So he has no regrets, only gratitude. Simona, who was up there, or the White Knight tells her that he's not surprised that she would be the one with Mona's blood, because it turns out Simona is actually a late descendant from Princess Mona. Now, before she leaves, Simona tells us that as she was about to leave, or as she was dancing with her, as he was moving on, basically, a voice told her thank you. She heard a woman's voice, the voice of Mona. Now let's get out of this dreary place, because this place is not looking all that happy. And we're going to go over to Stornway. Figure we might as well. And, well, first and foremost, I'm going to make sure that I actually have health again, because I'm running kind of low. Both in health and the fact that I have 0 MP left. So let's go report to the king, shall we? Because, I mean, the White Knight is actually gone. Princess Simona witnessed the fact that he has actually moved over to the next world, so that he's definitely gone. And there's no doubt about it at this point. And, well, the king, first of all, thanks us for our help, and he tells them that he feels a wee bit guilty about having the White Knight, having given the White Knight such a hard time. He, of course, allows us the promised reward. We just have to climb the stairs behind the throne, and we can take any treasure that we find there. They also tell us that, you know, if we were ever to visit the city of Stornway again, we're always going to be welcome here. So we've made good allies with the King of Stornway. And now let's get some treasury, because treasures, yay! Veil of Sage's elixir, that is really good actually. The blue chests are random. Veil of Sage's elixir is incredibly good. That is going to be massively helpful. The Moonward Bulb, on the other hand, not so much, but that Veil of Sage's elixir is going to be fantastic. That's basically an item that will help me regain magic, or will sell for a lot of money. In either case, it's fantastic. It's one of the best things you can get there. And well, Stella tells us there is benevolence as far as the eye can see. Surely, after all of that, the Almighty has to notice us. So back to the Starflight Express we go, and hopefully we can actually get back to the observatory now. Before we do, though, we're going to do a little bit of shopping. Because you might have figured, you know, this isn't the end of the run anytime, or we're not even close. So we're going to get some, the iron nails, it's kind of unfortunate. We're going to get 2 copper swords. We're not actually going to equip those yet, but we need them later on. Mages really can't use the swords, but later on we're going to do some class changes, and that's when those swords are going to be very useful. Well, let's make way to the Starflight Express. Basically that flying train that supposedly can get us back to the observatory despite the fact that we don't have any wings. So well, let's see if it'll actually work now. Of course, it looks identical at first. Stella starts wondering whether there's any change. Like, at all. She walks in and, well, all seems the same. She's really starting to doubt whether, you know, we are what we say we are. But then, as soon as we walk in, the Starflight Express starts to move a little. It's not enough to actually get it off the floor and, you know, get us back up to the observatory, but it's definitely a start. So, you know, we're basically going to do exactly what we've been doing so far, in that we're going to help mortals and hopefully get a little bit of our powers back as a result. Gonna warp over to Stornway because we're gonna move over to the next town, the town of Coffinwell. Now, I guess I should... We're about to get to this point, so I should start explaining one little thing. We haven't really been grinding that much, especially considering the fact that this is still a Dragon Quest. Dragon Quests, they are incredibly grindy games. There's probably nobody that will ever deny that. But there is one enemy specifically. Nice, I got ambushed by this mage thing. That's fun. You just try to run away. There we go. But there is one specific enemy in the Dragon Quest series, the Metal Slimes, and the variations of it, that grant a lot of experience. Now we're going to come up on the first dungeon where we can actually find one of those Metal Slimes. And we're going to be using that to get some quick levels. There is a way to manipulate them using the Hyomi table, but again, much like I had earlier with the Fire Spirits, I don't actually know how to use that specific manipulation, so I'm not going to be doing it this run. This is not the most important manipulation. There are a few coming up later on that I have actually learned that are significantly more important. Before we do, though, we're going to enter the city of Coffinwell, and, well, it's looking like a very dreary place right off the bat. It turns out there's this disease that's been spreading around town, and people are really not happy right now. People have been dying left and right. The graveyard is completely filled up. It's just not fun. We're gonna get some evacu bells for later on. I'm gonna get 6 of those. That's 5, but whatever. Let's get 1 more. I'm gonna transfer some stuff into the bag real quick. The Sage's Elixir. Because we don't need the moonboard bulbs anymore. I'm gonna keep the moonward bulbs that I have left because they can still be useful later on. There is gonna be another occasion where I may potentially need them. So we'll keep them around, but for the time being, I just need to fill up my inventory with my with herbs. And 4 more for Victoria. We need at least 16 holy water right now. Let me buy a few more and I'll spend the rest on just getting some spare herbs. That gets us exactly at 0 gold, which is perfect. We're gonna go talk to the mayor, see what's up. Now he tells us that the people are suffering under a disease that's been spreading through Coffinwell like crazy. It's very contagious. And, well, the professor, Dr. Fleming, he might be able to actually find a solution for this, but of course, a disease like that is not easily stopped. So we're gonna go over to Dr. Fleming. Let's see if he's at home. And we meet his wife, Katharina, who's actually the mayor's daughter. Now, the mayor doesn't really approve of their marriage, but recently they did get married regardless, and, you know, she still very much cares for Dr. Fleming. She might be able to get us into his laboratory. So she uses a special knock to get in there. And we meet Dr. Fleming, who supposedly has found a way to deal with his disease. It turns out it's not quite a disease, but rather a curse. He suspects that during the earthquake, the seal on a curse that was in a nearby dungeon has been released, and unless he can recover the curse, there's no way to cure this disease. So he's intending to go towards the ruins, see if he can find the seal and repair it, and hopefully seal away the curse one more time. Now, of course, there's a lot of monsters that way, and he's not quite a capable fighter, so he can't currently go. So we're gonna go over to the mayor. And the mayor requests us to help him along. Of course, we'll be greatly rewarded for our efforts. And of course, we're just gonna accept, because we might as well. So let's go talk to Fleming one more time. See if he's ready to be escorted to the ruins. So yeah, let's go. It's, currently, we have the one benefit that if we happen to die at any point, we'd literally not lose anything. Now, we're gonna go to the ruins, and as we're there, I'm going to try to kill at least one metal slime. We don't really need more than one, but we do need the one in order to be sure that I have enough enough experience and enough levels to get past him. Also, again, going to be using a holy water here, just to make sure that I don't actually run into any enemies. The enemies around here can be quite annoying, especially considering my levels aren't really that high. Just casually gonna walk around these guys. And that gets us into the Quarren Tomb. Obvious pun there, but well, supposedly the disease is in here, so we're gonna have to find a way to get there. We're gonna be on the lookout for those metal slimes. Hopefully we're gonna be finding one quite quickly. And well, what do you know? There spawns one right over here. Now, metal slimes, however, have a tendency to run away, and that could still be a very big issue, so let's see what's gonna happen. He stays for turn 1, that's good. He can have anywhere between 3 and 5 health. He's also hard to hit, so that's 1. We're not gonna get the kill unless I get a crit here. No. He still stays, that's really good. 2. Come on, let's get a kill. 3. I need another hit. Yes, perfect. That's, well, that's a metal slime that even a manipulation couldn't hold up to, basically. We need not in the... Victoria needs to get some skill points in her spellcraft in order to get Wizard Ward. It's very important she does. Gonna get a bunch of levels out of that. So yeah, that was about as good as one can expect a metal slime to, or the metal slime fight to go. That's really solid RNG right there. You can just get unlucky and not get that, like, not kill a metal slime for like 10 minutes. It's tempting to go for another one, but I don't think I will. I don't really need another one. I need to get rid of that guy, though. Seed of Skill, that's going to be important later on. We're going to evac out of here. Make sure I'm fully healed, and then we're good to go. Okay, let's see what the next boss is gonna do. The next boss is gonna be the Raging Contagion, and well, he's a really tough one. He can do 2 attacks a turn. He can drop my defense. He can do all kinds of nasty spells. He can decelerate me, making me slower. He's got AoE attacks. He's just got a lot of bad stuff, basically. Yeah, Fleming, he notices that the seal has been cursed, or the jar that he was sealed in is broken, but the seal, at least in itself, is still intact, so he should be able to repair it quite quickly. As he does, though, the Raging Contagion itself, the cause of all his trouble, appears. And now, well, this is where our job comes in. Let's see if we can seal away the curse one more time. Okay, here we go. So basically the same setup as before. I'm going to use Crack as well as Accelerate on turn 1. Just to make sure that I'm actually faster than this thing. And then we're going to go for as many 4-time cracks as possible. Hopefully get the kill as quick as we can. This guy's got about 700 health in total. So he's not an easy one to kill, but we should be able to do it. As you can see, Crack does quite a decent amount of damage there. So that's 55 on turn 1 already. We're going to use a medicinal herb on Victoria. In terms of magic defense, this guy has a lot less than Morag did, so that makes the fight a little bit more doable. And with the 3 hits, we can generally get about 100 damage in. The Sweet Breath, that could be a problem, and everybody falls asleep. Wow, that is the worst possible outcome of that. Anaka Sap, which drops all of my defenses. Everybody stays asleep, it looks like. This is not good at all. Can somebody please wake up? Okay, Gasm has woken up. Victoria has woken up, but we're still in a really bad spot right now. Need them to heal themselves, because they can otherwise easily be killed. Indies wakes up, nice. Victoria actually dodges. Durrani being woken up as well. So we're back in the fight. Let's go. Let's hopefully get a triple crack this time around. Nice, got the triple. So that's 40 damage on the last one. That's a pretty low roll, but it's still a decent amount of damage. That hurts. That unfortunately just hurts, and there's not much I can do about it. Getting the critical with the crack there, 47 damage. Really good critical. Basically, going haywire is the same as getting a critical hit, but then for the magic spells, really useful when you get it. We need to keep using the herbs though. Switch it up a little bit with the cracks, make sure that the MP gets spread a little. My agility is dropping again, that's not good. We might soon be slower than this thing. That could make the situation even worse. Okay, let's see what he's gonna throw my way. Another decelerate, as if it wasn't bad enough. Then again, I don't need to heal as much, so in that it's probably a good thing. Because it means I can get it back up. Or at least get everybody to a decent amount of agility again. Okay, Gasm is still on maximum agility, so that's nice. I need to use 2 herbs here. I'm running out with heroes, so I'm gonna do crack with him and just gonna have the ones that actually, the center 2 characters just heal. It's probably smarter. Just so in case I get into a position where Indy is the one that has to do the healing. Defense is returning to normal. Indy getting another critical. Gets 39 damage. Not as high a roll because his magic isn't as good, but still really nice. Getting pretty close to a kill here. My defense is getting back up to standard. I'm tempted to go for a quad crack regardless. We might not be able to make it work because he might be faster than some characters. Yeah, I was afraid of that. But we can still get a triple if he doesn't put anybody to sleep. Nice. So his sweet breath didn't actually do anything this time. That's nice. Will the triple be enough to kill still, though? It's not. Was afraid it wouldn't be enough. Should almost be there. Ooh, Indy barely surviving the double attack on him. And we get the kill, and that's the Rage and Contagion down. Okay, that's the really tough early game bosses down. We're not even close to being in the clear, but it's nice to have those down. We're gonna get a little bit of a break right now. Before we're gonna move on to more really difficult bosses. Surprisingly, we got through the first 4 bosses without actually dying. And we got the Rage and Contagion at sub 2 still, so even time-wise, it's not even that bad. So Fleming now being able to seal away the Rage and Contagion. And with that, well, everybody in town gets cured. At least that's supposed to happen. He's going to be exploring the ruins a little bit, because he might as well. I mean, he's a man of science. He likes this kind of stuff. Just gonna evac out of here. And we're gonna warp back to Coffinwell.
And a kind reminder that up next is Final Fantasy IX, which has a bunch of names you can donate towards, so get in on those bid wars and donate generously towards a great cause, everybody.
So as we get back into town, we walk up to Katharina, and it turns out that she's stone cold and she doesn't appear to be breathing. Fleming quickly coming home to get a few papers, and then, well, it turns out his beloved Katharina has passed away. Katharina was actually sick, and he was too late in sealing away the disease for Katharina to be cured in time. And thus, we're gonna get a bit of a burial sequence, and where this was supposed to be a happy time, with everybody in town being cured at last. Sadness. Kind of like you could still feel that air of sadness on the death of Katharina. person known by everybody in town. The daughter of the mayor. And probably like one of the figureheads in the entire town in general. So we're gonna go to the inn for a bit, and we're gonna rest. And this is actually a tricky menu in that I need to rest, and it's very easy to say stay the night. If you stay overnight, you still have to talk to her again. You lose out on a little bit of gold, which isn't actually that big a deal, but mostly it just loses time because you have to go through that menu again. And I have stayed overnight a lot in previous runs. Very easy to happen. But during the night, we meet up with the ghost of Katharina. And she tells us that she knew somehow we were different, but she hadn't expected us to be one of them. She asks us to go to Plemmy, to, you know, her beloved husband, and try and cheer him up a little bit. See if we can show him what the fact that he has saved basically the entire city from destruction has actually done. We use the secret knock, and he gets kind of upset with us, and we try to tell him that, you know, before he gets a chance to walk back in, the guy comes over and thanks him for all of the stuff he's done, and then we get to tell him that Katharina's ghost is actually here, and she still has a message for him. So he accepts, and he's gonna come with us and talk to the people that used to be sick. We're gonna start off here, and this is actually, from a story perspective, a really bad one to start on, because this guy is actually still sick. But this is just a regular cold. The guy he's still sick, but through Katharina's ghost, we tell him that this is just your regular cold and he'll be fine. Next up, we're going to the inn because there were some tourists around town, and one of them actually got struck with a disease as well. This little bunny girl offers him up a kiss and whatnot as a thanks, but he steps back a bit, and of course the ghost of Katharina is like, "What the hell are you doing to my husband?" Next up is probably the most moving one. We're gonna talk to this young father over here. He recently became father. He has got a very young daughter, and both his wife and daughter have been struck with the disease. He had many sleepless nights over the fact that, you know, he may have been alone not too long after. Well, there's the little child that was suffering from the disease. The ghost says that if it wasn't for him, they'd all be gone. So as we step out, it's basically morning at this point. We're going to go back to the laboratory. He thanks us for showing all the good he's done in town. He still mourns the loss of his beloved Katharina, but he got some gratitude from town. He got to show what his actions has done, and he got connected to the town a little bit more, and that was basically what Katharina wanted. Her dream was to see Plemmy actually become a part of town. And with having reached that goal, it's her time to move on. It's time for her to say goodbye. Not too long after, night turns back into day. And, well, town is a lot more cheerful again. Everybody's spirit seems to be very positive. You know, everybody's happy. They've still been through a lot, but today is their day of celebration. It's finally time that they can enjoy the fact that, you know, the town still stands and that a lot of people have actually survived the ordeal. We're gonna talk to the mayor because, well, we have a reward to get, and I do still want my reward. As any good RPG player, I mean, the rewards is what it's about, right? So we're gonna get this feather headband as a reward, and with that we're gonna be moving out. We're gonna buy a few more herbs as well as a chimera wing, because I need to get my inventory back up. We've used quite a few herbs during the last boss fight, so might as well buy a few more again. That's fine. Supposed to put that on Durrani rather than Victoria. There we go. And I need one more Chimera Wing. I was one short. We can just get one over here. And, well, I mean, with the entire town being happy, lots and lots of benevolence again. We're gonna warp back to Stornway, and let's see if the Starflight Express will actually work now. Up until this point, all that we've been doing is just see if we can find a way back to the observatory. We still don't know what actually happened. What happened with those beams that where supposedly we were supposed to go to the realm of the Almighty, and instead a lot of trouble happened. But hey, we're back at the Starflight Express, so let's see what happens. And before we get to enter, we meet this little ghost. She looks really dreary. She just says the words, "He's not here. He's not here either." This ghost will play a very big role later on in the story. It's actually a very important character. But we'll get into that when we get there. First off, we're going to go into the Starflight Express. Let's get this thing moving. As soon as we enter, the thing actually does light up. Now recognizing us as the Celestrian that we are. And it's time for us to go back to the observatory. It's been almost 2 hours since we've been there, so we might as well, right? Now I will say, I did a few practice runs, of course, and I did specifically, like the early game I practiced quite a bit the last few weeks, since when I learned that I was going to be running this. And one of the things that I practiced, or one of the PBs that or quote-unquote PBs, one of the things that I timed was return to the observatory. And, well, I'm actually currently about 10 minutes ahead of that time, so that's a pretty good start. So far, the early game has definitely been decent, at least. So kind of happy to see the time being, well, close to 10 minutes lower than what it was about a week ago. So at least it's improved. We've got pretty good RNG. I mean, the Metal Slime was fantastic. We didn't die on any of the bosses, and that's easier said than done. So all in all, not a bad start. So we're going to take the Starflight Express And up to the observatory we go. As we go there, we notice that the clouds are very stormy. And, well, the observatory definitely doesn't look as bright and cheerful as it did at the start. Not even close. World record in this game is actually good, so no. So, Appa's mayor, as well as several Celestrians, have been praying to the World Tree, to Yggdrasil, to help return the missing Celestrians home safely. And, well, their prayers have been answered, or so he says. The celestial chariot approaches one more time. And from the doorway, at first he thinks that, you know, this is what brings them salvation, but instead from the doorway, Indy appears. He's lost his wings, he's lost his halo, but he's managed to return to the realm of the to the observatory. So we tell Appa's mayor just about everything that happened. Everything we've been through, all the adventures we've seen, and what we've seen in the Protectorate as to how bad the condition currently is. Because there is a lot of bad stuff going on right now. So yeah, just unskippable cutscenes, basically. Yeah, Appa's mayor telling us of the sacred fruits, but also about the fact that a lot of Celestrians have been missing since the events that passed. It turns out we are definitely not the only one, and he's still very much worried about everybody else that's still down there and that haven't been found yet. So far, we are the only one to have returned to the observatory. He tells us to go up to the World Tree and pray. So here we go. We're gonna pray to the World Tree, and that means we're gonna get more cutscenes. So as we pray, we fall into a very deep sleep, and as we sleep, we get a dream about mortals not being fit to inhabit his kingdom. The sins of... Basically, we see a beam come from the heavens above and trying to strike the Protectorate, but a second beam blocking the attack, talking about protecting the mortals. We don't really know what this means just yet, but we'll get more into that as we go along. As we wake up from this dream, however, we have not gotten back our halo or our wings. We do, however, get a little bit of help. We are going to be... we're going to be getting a place that we can actually fly to using the Starflight Express, a place soft enough that the Starflight Express can land, and we're going to get a spell that is going to allow us to warp from town to town. Basically, we can now warp instantly, without any cost, to any town that we haven't or that we have visited in the past. It's very useful. It's very nice to have that spell. Basically, they're Chimera wings, but then completely free and infinite. We tell Lapis Mayor of the dream that we've seen. And, well, it's time for us to go back to the Protectorate, and he has a very specific quest for us. We are going to be gathering the 7 figs that fell down. Turns out that the sacred fruits from Yggdrasil has actually fallen from the tree and fell down into the Protectorate, and, well, it's going to be our job to get it back. Because they are very much still sacred fruits, and we might just need those. So, off we go. We also see that Stella has been missing somebody. Some old guy, apparently. We don't really know who he is, but somebody's been missing, that's for sure. Stella rejoining the party. And down to Old Trades Abbey we go. Now, as soon as we land, we immediately already get the warp to Old Trades Abbey, even though we've never actually been there. So I'm not actually going to go to that city just yet, and I'm immediately going to move towards Port La Fan. We're going to need to do some shopping there, very important shopping. And get some pieces of equipment that we'll actually be using for the majority of the game. So hopefully that'll be able to help us. But first, we're going to just fly down. On to our quest to save the world. So on to the second part of the game. Basically, you can kind of cut this game up in like 5 pieces. The first one being where we just gather the benevolence and get back here. The second one is just the first 2 figs, which is on this island. So we're going to make our way through this island. I'm going to just use some holy water in order to get into the next town. Make that journey a little bit easier. After that, we're going to collect a few more figs, but mostly we're going to get into a part where we're going to get our own ship, which is going to basically open up the entire rest of the world except for like one part, where we're going to collect the remaining figs and so on and so forth, but we'll get more into that as we go. So we enter the harbor city of Port La Fan, basically just a small fisher town. And Port La Fan is in a pretty good position. It turns out that this girl here, she's gazing into the sea for some reason. And she's supposedly about to summon the Great One, whatever that might mean. She walks into the sea and she starts praying, and well, just watch. She summons up the great Leviathan, who, well, is going to give the entire town lots and lots of fish. As well as a shower for specifically the 2 of us, but hey. Buckets and buckets of fish, and because of that, this town, well, they definitely don't need to be starving anytime soon. She asks us whether we can come by her house sometime during the evening, and you know, after all of that, let's do some shopping. Now I need quite a big sum of money here, so let's see how far we can get. First off, we're gonna sell some pieces of equipment. I'm gonna sell that gold rosary. The iron gauntlets. Sell some regular items, because I do still have a little bit that I can sell. The magic beast hide that we had from before. It's not enough just yet. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna have to unequip some stuff. Basic idea is, like, if at all possible, I like to keep the ring and the gold bracer, but you generally need to sell them. If we can get to keep any of it, it would be kind of convenient, because it's just a little bit of extra defense, but if we don't, then it's also fine. Yeah, I might actually be able to make it work. Because I am barely anything short. If I can scratch like 22 more gold together, we'll have what I need. And that's basically this one, so we'll be good. Perfect. So I get to keep the gold ring, which is kind of nice. We're going to buy 4 Wellington boots. That's what I needed that money for. Let's equip them. Let's get the gold ring back on for the 2 extra defense. Let's get those Wellington boots. So yeah, that was it for this town, for now at least, and it's off to All Trades Abbey, where they're in a bit of a pickle because, well, the abbot, he's been missing. The abbot Jack of all trades, he's been missing for the past few days, and this is where people go to change vocation. Basically, the class, much like in like the Final Fantasy games and whatnot, or at least the earlier ones, there are classes in this game. And that little class system, you can actually change your classes as you go along. Your main character is forced into being a minstrel at the start. We use the other 3 as mages, but after the next 2 bosses, we are actually going to be changing their classes a bit. Because there are other really powerful classes that we can use as well. So we're going to go to this priest, and we're going to tell him that we're not actually here to change vocation. We tell him that we're searching for the shiny fruit, the figs that have fallen down onto the earth. And well, he may have seen one, but he can't really seem to be helping as much. Turns out the abbot ate such a fruit as dessert recently. After a guy that wanted to change his vocation into a martial artist had given him that. Now, well, it turns out the abbot, Jack of all trades, he's actually eaten the fruit. So that's going to be a somewhat difficult one to find, I'd imagine. So let's see if we can find this abbot Jack. I'm going to make a quick safety save, though, just to be completely sure. There is a pretty big money chest in the next dungeon. If I die after getting that chest, that can be kind of painful. That would lose me 600 gold. And, well, 600 gold is quite a lot. So I'm going to zoom back to the start of Old Trade Abbey because that staircase is kind of long. So this works. Also, no, that was wrong. I forgot something. I may have forgotten something just now. That's okay. I actually need to learn a party trick still in order to actually open up the next tower. And then we'll zoom back down. So this guy tells us of the Tower of Trades, which is supposedly a tower which the abbot has been greatly interested in, but it's crowded by monsters, so maybe, possibly, the guy went over there. In order to open the tower, though, we need to bow at the entrance. So we're gonna get that party trick. We're gonna get that in real quick, and then we're gonna just go out. There's not much else to do here. We're gonna get some party tricks assigned. First of all, I need bow, and we're gonna get clap, and clap is for later on. We won't actually be using clap for another couple of hours, but eventually we'll need that, and it saves a menu to do it like that. Basically, a little bit of extra menuing here that will save us one menu about 3 hours further down the line, something like that. Just the minor little optimizations, I guess. So we get to the Tower of Trades. This is actually a pretty tough dungeon, so I'm going to be focusing on this one for a little bit. So, yeah, Rule.
Excellent. Yes, we have, while Crrool is focusing, Steel's Bid Wars coming up. We have a bunch of names you can donate towards in Final Fantasy IX. We have a Dagger name, a Freya name, a Steiner name, a Vivi name, and Sedan's name, which you can all donate towards. So definitely get your donations in for that. Then later after that, we have Dark Souls coming up, and you can also choose the character name for that. Right now, we have a bunch of names coming in. The top two right now are Blame M3 and Crrool, so definitely get bids in for that, and don't forget that all of your money will be, well, 75% of your donations will be going to the Prevents Cancer Society, and 25% of them...
Cancer Society. Sorry, Rule.
Whoops!
Go ahead.
I'm so sorry. It is the Dutch Cancer Society. And 25% will be used to improve the stream so we can bring you an even better quality BSG stream every month.
So this kind of sucks. I just still hit one of the draggy mages. I thought I could pass them, but I was slightly too close. Hopefully they won't actually do anything stupid. This is why I hate this tower. One little misstep can just cause you to get into an enemy like this, and they can do a lot of damage. Especially when there's 4 of them in one enemy, in one encounter. Still not getting away, though. I passed them on the first go, so I figured I'd be fine on the second one as well. Guess I was wrong. As long as they don't actually kill any characters, we're fine. If they actually manage to kill somebody, that's a problem. They didn't, so we're good. Okay, on to the last few floors. That just goes to show what kind of dungeon this place is. We're almost at the top, though. Okay, past that zombie. albeit barely. Okay, we made it. So we made it to the top without dying. I still had an encounter, but that's okay. I'm gonna get the Veil of Magic Water. Gonna make sure everybody's healed up, because the next fight that's coming up is actually quite a tough one as well. The next fight, however, does have a little bit of, or becomes a little bit easier if you know the pattern. This next boss actually follows a set pattern where he does 2 attacks in the first turn and then only 1 attack in the second turn. And it switches between all of that. Gonna get some extra equipment on some of these characters, I might as well. There we go, that should be fine. Increasing my defenses as much as I can. And, well, we meet Jack of all trades. After having eaten the fruit, he's come up here to gain the power of all trades. We're gonna interrupt his ceremony, though. And he is looking for the wisdom and the power to be able to guide his flock. And because of that, the Abbot Jack of all trades turns into his monster form, Master of Noob. And for those that really haven't already noticed, Jack of all trades, Master of none. That's quite literally his name. You know, Dragon Quest and puns, they tend to go hand in hand, of course. So he is looking for a test subject to test his power on, and he's gonna do that on me. So let's see what this boss is gonna hold for us today. We're gonna accelerate basically we're gonna follow the same strat on this fight all the same. Gonna accelerate my characters, make sure that I'm fast enough. And then just gonna use as much magic as I can to make sure we deal as much damage as possible. This guy's got close to 800 health at a total of 796. So it'll take some time to get him down, but mostly I'm gonna be focusing on how many attacks he does each turn and try to play accordingly. So he goes for a buff. That's actually one of the better things he can do, because we don't actually use physical attacks. Crackling Light, however, is not as good. Be it that we should be fine. Because I can try for a quad crack and then need a full round of healing next turn, probably. But the quad crack is still quite a lot of damage, so I'm going to try to get that in here. There we go, there's the fourth. A double damage for 58, that's a lot of damage right there. He uses the whoosh, does not go haywire, so we're going to use this turn to just heal up. Because I know he's going to be doing 2 attacks again, so we need to watch out. Gotta be sure everybody's at full health. This is kind of how you can use the pattern of the fight, where we know that he's going to do only 1 attack versus 2 attacks in the other one. To kind of help myself along. So, Crackling Light again, same story as before, gonna use the exact same strategy. Crack 4 times, hopefully he won't go haywire with a whoosh, and we're just gonna get some damage in. And then try and heal next turn. He can get a critical with whoosh, which actually does a lot of damage, and that's kind of what still makes this kind of scary. But we should have enough to tank it. Doesn't go haywire. We get the same attack though, so same strategy. Ooh, he actually gets to go before Indy. That's kind of worrisome. We get out just fine though. I'm gonna need to use at least 1 medicinal herb on Victoria here. But other than that, I can at least try to go for the triple crack. Gonna get a double. Let's go. 39. Don't get the triple though. That's still good. That's still about 100 damage this turn, so still a solid amount. Victoria being able to perform her Coupe de Grace, which is actually the first time we're going to see that. The Coupe de Grace I'm not actually going to use on this fight, but basically what that is that every single class in the game has a unique kind of class move that they can use. a specific ability that they can only use in rare circumstances as kind of their limit break, if you will, of Final Fantasy. For the mages, it basically grants them several turns where they don't need to use any MP in order to cast spells, which is really useful, except for we have more than enough MP, so it would effectively just waste us a turn. That's why we're not actually going to use it. The Minstrel, however, in case of Indy, has a really useful coup de grace in where he can use it to dodge attacks, as well as try and counterattack when he gets attacked. So that's the really useful one, but the mages we won't actually get to see. It looks like my agility has run low again. So let's see what he does. He goes haywire on a whoosh. This is not a great time for that to happen. Gonna heal up Gasm, I guess. Gonna double accelerate. And use a medicinal herb on the Rani as well. Since they're the lowest, that's probably the safest play. I need to get that agility up to make sure I definitely outspeed him. Goes for the Drain Magic again. Drain Magic is fine because it doesn't actually do any damage. Crackling Light, that means I need to still use 2 herbs, but we should be fine otherwise. Crack. Let's use a herb. Herb on her, and then crack with Victoria again. Okay, let's see if I can get a double crack. We will not. That's kind of unfortunate. So Indy gets to do his coup de grace, and that's potentially useful, actually. So I'm going to be setting up that one. Rough and Tumble. We'll do 1 crack still. Basically, if he now decides to attack Indy directly, he gets a chance to dodge as well as immediately counterattack. We get the kill, though, so we don't even get to use it. That's fine, though. It's mainly the next boss that we want to have it on. The next boss, it becomes incredibly useful. This boss, not nearly as much. But we get the Jack of all trades, Master of None down. This is not really that difficult a boss, especially compared to what we fought in the past. The next boss, however, that's the last big run killer for like the next few hours at least. Aside from, you know, metal slimes and whatnot that can actually troll quite a bit. The Jack of all trades, or rather the Master of Noon, loses his power, and we find the Jack of all trades back in his old form. He doesn't really seem to be remembering anything. The last he remembered, he was eating the shiny fruit, and after that he just felt like he was losing himself. We tell him of the form that he took as after he had eaten the fruit and what he's done after the events, or during those events just now. So he walks off, and we're going to find ourselves our first fig, and that's the first of 7 collected. So that's 1 down, 6 more to go. Now, with all of this out of the way, we're actually going to be warping back to Stornway. That might seem a little bit odd, but we're going to actually get some items that we need. First of all, I'm going to buy a few shields for my mages, because now we actually have some money to spend, and I can use that to make sure I have some more equipment. We picked up 1,200 gold earlier, and that's going to be a massive help in terms of money management here. Now that we have Zoom, this is also the first time that we can start using Alchemy, which we'll do a few times over the course of the run. Basically, in this game, you can use Alchemy, by throwing certain items together, which will grant you more powerful items. We're going to be using that in order to get better herbs, because like I said, we'll basically be using herbs for the majority of the game, but we need to at some point start upgrading them. So I'm going to buy 108 herbs here, or rather, I need 108 in total. I'm going to remove my existing herbs from the party. And at this point, I'm going to just buy a bunch of them. That should do. So off to the inn to start doing some alchemy. Now, we're going to be collecting 36 strong medicine, 1 special medicine, and then 8 superior medicine. The superior medicine basically being a really good herb, but it takes a bit longer to make them, and we don't really need them as badly. So I'm going to just get a few in case emergency. Whereas the strong medicine the strong herbs is what we'll be using mainly. The special herb we're only going to be getting for a quest that we need to complete in order to help me manipulate RNG later on in the game. There are little side quests that you can do in this game. There's one that we're actually going to be able to do, because that, even though it technically loses time because it gives you access to some post-game stuff, we'll be using it in order to make RNG manipulation realistically possible. So yeah, Crackpot telling us all about alchemy and whatnot. We don't really care. I'm gonna use a recipe for strong medicine. We're just gonna make 9 of that. We can only make 9 at a time. Now, one really cool thing you can do casually using this is there's actually a combination of 3 items. We can't get them just yet, but there is a combination where you can buy all of the items, alchemize them together, and the item you get will actually sell for more than the cost of the 3 items altogether. So you can actually make a massive profit using this and basically get infinite money. The problem with it for the speedrun is that it's incredibly slow to do, so we're not actually going to do that. And we're not that desperate for money. Okay, gonna make 9 more, and that should get me to 36. We're gonna make 1 special medicine. And then last but not least, we're going to be making 8 superior medicine. And that will basically just about do it. So yeah, that's all of that out of the way. With that, we're going to be moving on to Port La Fan, where our next quest awaits us. We've already triggered a part of the cutscene there, so hopefully it won't be all that bad. Gonna unequip everything again, because we're gonna need to do some inventory management right about now. This is why we usually don't do this manually, but considering I had to make these strong medicine 1 at a time, well, 9 at a time, we actually have to menu them in by hand. This is where you really get to see how slow this process is, and why we usually just buy a few of them and have them instantly be put into the inventory slots. Gonna get 6 strong medicine and 2 superior medicine on everybody. I cannot ever use the special medicine right now. I need to save that for the quest, otherwise I have to make a new one, which would waste quite a bit of time. Okay, and 6 more on Indy. Let's get the superior medicine in. So yeah, the strong medicine will heal for 40 rather than 30, which was the amount the regular herbs use. The superior medicine will heal me for 60, which I generally won't need much, but it's nice to have that in case emergency. And, well, warping to Port La Fawn. And we're basically just going to take a quick nap at the inn, because we need it to be nighttime right now. Again, gotta be careful that I don't stay overnight, because that wastes a lot of time. Same story as before, basically. So now that it's become nighttime, we're gonna go over to Jonah's house. She's been summoning Leviathan, but she's been doubting whether it's the right thing to do. So she's gonna ask for, you know, somebody's advice who's completely impartial on the matter. It turns out that, or somebody comes walking in, and it turns out the mayor actually wants to talk to her. So let's see what the mayor has to say. So yeah, the mayor actually has a good offer for her. It turns out that, we get to hear that not all that long ago, Jonah's father went missing during a storm at sea. It was during the night that the earthquake happened and we fell from the sky and basically all that kind of stuff. He's not been seen since, so the mayor offers up to adopt Jonah. She's just gonna tell him that she's gonna give it some thought, but she had something else she wanted to talk about as well. About not wanting to summon Leviathan anymore. Of course, the mayor gets quite upset just over the fact that, you know, that's what the town has been relying on for food, and nobody had to go fishing anymore and all that kind of stuff. So he gets a little mad, and, well, Jonah just decides to walk off. So it's back to her place, and, well, she starts telling us a little bit more about how she doesn't feel like it's the right thing to do to rely on the god of the sea for food. And we, as an impartial person, we're just gonna agree with her. So we're gonna take another quick nap, even though we've just slept. We're just gonna be allowed to sleep at her place for now. Stella wonders whether it's smart for us to poke around in these town affairs, but you know, they might actually know something about a fake, possibly. I don't know. We might as well see what's actually going on, right? Gonna be making a quick safety save because this time we can lose a lot of money if I don't. There's a lot of stuff in this next dungeon that I really do need to get, and there's a lot of ways that you can lose a lot of time here, and I don't want to lose a lot of time here. So we're going to get one more piece of equipment, though. We're going to get ourselves a Cloak of Evasion. I don't think I actually have that much money left after this. Yeah, I'll only have 25 left. That still works out. I have enough at least. Basically, it ups both my defense as well as giving me another 3% chance to evade attacks. Increasing the miss chances a little bit, which is kind of nice. So we meet up with Bryson, and it turns out that Jonah and and his father, they've been going to this cliff a little bit further in. He's too afraid to go right now, although he's really worried about Jonah. Holy water, use, not transfer. So these guys are kind of in the way right now. Can you move for me? That would be really nice, thank you. Going to be getting this Seed of Magic over here. And then we'll go through the dungeon real quick. This dungeon itself isn't all that difficult, and there really isn't much to it, but there's a lot of really tight walkways that I need to go through. So hopefully we won't get too unlucky. Enemies can just decide to spawn in awkward locations like that one. That works. That Noctopus I can get around. That one I can't. I need to wait for him to move. Good enough. These chimeras always scare me in this area. They can just get in your way, and sometimes you can't really be sure whether you can pass them or not, because hitboxes are kind of awkward sometimes. That's fine. I meant to go into the menu, but I pressed Y instead. I need him to move a little bit further. He's still gonna hit me here possibly. That'll do. Okay, we're almost there. Almost at the end. And so far we haven't actually hit anything, which is a good thing. Okay, we made it to the end without actually having to fight anything, so yay us, I guess. Turns out that the mayor, he kind of considered her proposal, and what he offers is that, you know, she can stop summoning Leviathan, and they'll just come over here every now and again and ask Leviathan to give them a lot of coral and pearls and other kinds of jewelry. You know, make them rich. But, of course she finds this preposterous, because this asking the god of the sea to get you pearls and the likes, that seems like a really unethical thing to do. And thus Leviathan himself shows up. He, of course, hears Mayor Bryce talk about that, and he decides to eat Jonah. With that, we're going to come up on the last really dangerous boss for a little while. Because, well, we're going to actually fight Leviathan. Now this guy has some really powerful AoE moves that I really hope I will not actually see. He's got a lot of health. He's got basically everything that you really wouldn't want. He's got a little over 1250 health. And he's got mainly Tsunami that's dangerous, and hopefully we'll survive, but we'll see. He can just decide to do powerful and deadly and annoying stuff. Single attacks are fine though. That's what we like to see, preferably on hero, but this will work. I'm gonna crack, strong medicine on the Rani. This is why we got strong medicine rather than regular medicine earlier. Not going to get the triple, but still a decent amount of damage. Again on Durrani, he really doesn't... The game really doesn't seem to be liking Durrani today. Gasm with the coup de grace, also not the one I needed on. So yeah, this is one of his more powerful attacks, and you can see why. This basically means I need most of my characters to just start healing, and this is where it can be a problem, because if he decides to do that too much, I can run out of heal items, and that basically means I need to reset. Victoria can get away with not healing here, but the others definitely need to heal. Okay, Indy gets to do his coup de grace, and this is what we want to see. That's perfect. Rough and tumble in this fight is fantastic. And that's why, not only didn't he actually get an attack off, on top of that, he took 2 damage. Not that 2 damage is a lot, but hey. Him not actually getting to do anything and taking some damage is generally a nice sounding combination. Okay, good thing I healed Victoria. I wasn't sure whether she would survive or not. Turns out she would not have. Okay, ooh, my agility is already starting to drop. That's quite early. It's only on 1 character though, so I need to watch out with that. Fortunately on Durrani. Actually, I'm gonna use Crack and then the item with her. Turn. That's not good. The fact that he's going to be attacking Gasm is not the one I would like. Ideally, we want him to be attacking Indy, especially when Rough and Tumble is actually active. So Victoria is going to be my slowest character. She should still always be faster than Leviathan, though. Okay, that should give me the triple crack at least. My Rough and Tumble already wore off. Didn't end up getting much use out of it, unfortunately. Tidal Wave, that's his most powerful attack. That just basically means I need to heal with everybody. Tidal Wave is ideally the move we don't get to see, but unfortunately we got it there. And he goes for another one. This is really gonna be bad because I'm gonna be losing out on a lot of heal items. I'm gonna get the coup de grace on Indy back. Rage subsides. That might give me some possibilities here, but I'm really starting to run low on heal items. Nice. Okay, we got a dodge. That means I can go for a quad crack here. That quad crack is really good because I really need to start getting damage in if I want to have a chance of actually killing this thing. Another tidal wave. Wow. This is really, really bad. This is what my superior medicine are for, though. But I'm running out of basically... I'm almost out of strong medicine. This guy is really giving me a hard time today. Nice, okay. That means another quad crack. Hopefully we'll be able to get close to a kill using that. Because it's basically all or nothing at this point. Nine. Okay, nice. Got a 62 there and another tidal wave. Come on, game. Not like this. This is very rough right now. I'm going to be burning through my superior medicine already. And this is not what these superior medicine are for either. I think I'm not going to be increasing my agility and just hope I'm close enough to a kill. I should be fairly close. That is fine. Rough and Tumble is still active. Okay, come on. Get the kill this turn, please. Okay, there's the Rough and Tumble wearing off. Because Hero can't really do anything. He's out of magic. Okay, we got him. Whew, that was close. That's a scary fight if I've ever seen one. But hey, we got through. Leviathan is really one of those last big walls until we get into the next part of the game. But so far, we're still standing strong. I had to use almost all of my medicine, but we won't be needing them for a little while to come. So yeah, we defeat Leviathan, and with having Leviathan defeated, Jonah comes walking out again. It's all good. Jonah is there, and she's alive. She's all as well. But as she's out, Leviathan stands up again, and she decides to protect us. Jonah decides to protect us for some reason. It turns out this wasn't actually Leviathan, but rather Jonah's father. He tells Jonah that the night of the storm happened and the ship, it capsized and he fell into the water and as he was about to pass out, he saw a shining fruit fall in the water next to him. His last thoughts was a wish to be able to protect Jonah forever, make sure that his daughter was fine. Next thing he knew, he woke up again, but as a Leviathan, and he's been protecting Jonah in that form. And just as, you know, his father, or her father is, you know, trying to convince her that she needs the help, Bryson comes walking around, or comes walking up after Jonah, having overcome all of his fears because he wanted to protect her, because he cares that much for her. With that, he finally sees that she's not the little girl anymore. And there are people around her to She has to become that fisherman, and there are people around her to help her and protect her. With that, he becomes ready to move on. Just remember, always be by your side. Always. He may have moved on, but he's still going to be there for her. And with that, we get our second fig, because he did find a fig, and he took the wish. And now that he has moved on, we're gonna get our third one. So back to Port Lafon it is. After the events, the mayor, he kind of gets into a shock, because not only has he been relying on the help from Jonah's father, thinking it was Leviathan, he also basically asked Jonah's father to go to the bottom of the sea and find him treasure. Which, I mean, considering that's literally a dead man in the form of the god of the sea, I can kind of get how that gets to you. Anyway, we're setting sail for the mainland, so we're gonna move away from Port Lafon, leave the second part of the game behind us, and we're gonna move on to Slory Quay, the little harbor of the mainland. So yeah, again, so far so good. We didn't actually die on Leviathan. Granted, it got kind of close. The second part still went really well. Really feeling good about how this run's been shaping so far. So yeah, we arrive in Slory Quay, and well, we're just gonna get a chest and get out of here. There's really not much in this place. The fisherman's ship doesn't go anywhere further than this, and if we want to go any further, we need to get our ship of our own. I'm gonna get the Seed of Strength real quick, and then we're just gonna move out. I'm gonna see if I can do this without needing without the need of a holy water. See if I can save up on one. This is a really short walk. Because we get into the poorest city in the game, the village of Doorbridge. You can see like all the little shacks over there. Everybody's really poor. Everybody goes here with the hopes of finding riches and just ends in, well, poverty, basically. We also see this little ghost again. You might remember her. We saw her about an hour ago. She's still, no, not here either. She notices us, she stares at us for a little bit, but then thinks to herself that it can't be. And thus she passes by and moves on. And as she walks away, we hear her say that she mistook us for a Celestrian. And what an odd coincidence that is. Anyway, we're gonna just get out of Doorbridge. There's really nothing there. We'll be going back to that city at some point, because there are some good items that we can get, but we can't get them yet, so let's just move on. Now, for the next about an hour or so, we're basically just going to be setting up stuff. We're not actually going to be doing bosses for a little while to come, nor are we going to search for the remaining figs. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set warp points, I'm going to set up for level grinding, I'm going to set up for money, all that kind of stuff. Basically to make the later parts of the game a lot easier on me. We need to change classes a few times. We need to unlock a few classes, because we actually need 2 classes that I have yet to unlock, the Gladiator and the Armamentalist. So we'll be doing that. I'm also going to be setting a warp point here to Zier Rock, which is all the way up the mountain, up the heights of loneliness. Oops, I need to actually enter this place first. And this serves two purposes. First, I mentioned that quest earlier, which we need in order to be able to manipulate RNG. That quest is right here on top of the Heights of Loneliness. Next to the fact that I needed to go there anyway, because Xerox is actually a place where one of the figs are at. We're not going to get them because we can do that when we're much higher leveled and when these fights are going to become a lot faster and a lot easier. But we can set the warp point so that later on we can just basically warp here and just immediately go for the boss. I was afraid that wouldn't be big enough. It's not as big a deal if I fight anything here, as long as people just don't die. That's just the general thing with a lot of these places coming up. As long as people don't die, we'll be fine. I have enough holy water. I'm about to go buy even more, so we should be good. If they can decide to just not kill anybody, that'd be neat. 'Cause they've been doing a lot of damage to Hero. Ooh, the double hit on the Rani. Still not getting the flea. Okay, we might actually see some characters dying here. Yeah, that's unfortunate. This is really unfortunate right now. We got away though. Gazam managed to flee. The position that I'm in is pretty bad though, because Gazam is alive, Victoria is barely hanging on, and everybody else is dead. That's not great, but hey, we'll live. I just need to make it to the top of the Heights of Loneliness, and we'll be back in shape in no time. Be very careful in my movement here, because I really can't afford to hit anything else. The Heights of Loneliness themselves aren't that dangerous, but if you get into a bad encounter like that one, yeah, bad stuff can happen, and we don't want that right now. These areas are still pretty tight. Let's cross the bridge over here and move up. We're almost in the safe area. We're getting pretty close. Oop, let's not hit that guy. Also, that vine does not at all look trustworthy to hold 2 people and 2 dead people. But hey, I guess I'll leave it for what it is. Okay, one more room. Oh, that thing I don't trust right now. I want him to move. Good. Okay, be it that we're almost dead, we made it. So we're going to talk to Christopher Collapsus. He's a guy that basically explores places, and he's in a bit of a tough spot, and he's going to need some special medicine. Now, luckily, we have exactly 1 special medicine, so we can do that. We can just quickly help him out right here. What this is going to do is it's going to give us a treasure map, which usually is only used for post-game stuff. They're basically maps that you can explore, and after having explored them, you get to fight a boss, which are like special bosses and whatnot. And if you beat that, you can get another treasure map. And they basically become better and better from there. It's pretty cool stuff, but not in any way useful for the speedrun. Anyway, we finish up our quest, get the clear status, and gonna quickly move into Xerox over here. Now, you might recognize this town because it looks awfully similar to a town we've been before, the village of Zier. We'll get to that later, though. We're just gonna zoom out. Ah, yeah, right. India's a bit too dead for that. that's actually fine. I can evac, and I just need to really watch out on my way towards Bloomingdale, because we're going to make our way to Bloomingdale then. How much money am I actually carrying with me anyway? Because I have a fair bit right now. Yeah, 900. I do not want to lose that. Okay, so I need to make sure that I don't actually hit any enemies. Because if I do, that will pretty much screw me over completely. Because losing out on 450 gold right here, it's not impossible to make it up, but it's gonna be rough. We're getting pretty close to the city of Bloomingdale. Once we hit Bloomingdale, we'll be good. Because there's a church there that I can revive those characters at. There we go. Okay, we made it. We're good. Now, the first main problem is I need to actually pay for something here, and I do not currently have the money for it. Let's see if I have anything I can sell real quick. We still have the Moonward bulbs, but I need those later. I could sell the ring, I guess. I'll need to unequip that, though. Otherwise, I'm just gonna get one magic water. I need to get 2 magic waters. Yeah, I'm only gonna get it 1. I don't have the money for both of them, though. I can still get 1, and that'll get me a long way, especially considering I have a Sage's Elixir, which I ideally don't want to use for that, but worst comes to worst, it gives us some options. Let's actually save, shall we? It's been a while. Okay, so we're basically at full still. So we're gonna get ourselves a magic water. Basically an item that revives my MP by 30. It's quite useful. And well, we're mainly here in order to get a ship, so let's get ourselves a ship. It turns out there's actually a really big ship that we might be able to get. It's right over here. Let's see if the old guy can help us with it. That right there is it's quite the ship, and we might be able to get that. It turns out it's currently owned by Marion. Marion Bloom. She lives up in the mansion, and we can probably buy it from her for very little. She's basically been giving away stuff to people, so she's been very helpful with the people in town. Let's see if she's willing to help us as well. So we see this this couple right here offering Marion a cheesecake or a sponge cake, and well, she's going to be displaying it in one of her finest vases, because that's obviously where you should put your sponge cake, right? The lady has a new ribbon for her, but she really does not want that. That's the one thing she doesn't seem to want. And, well, she asks who we are, whether we are going to be her new friend. And she's like, ah, you can have my ship, no problem. Just promise me you'll be my friend. Wait, you're not the same as the others, are you? You're here for Marion. And at that point, she gets really upset all of a sudden. Something definitely seems up. So, everybody runs out. This is not the mood we want Marion to be in. Well, you might already notice something's off. I mean, the fact that she wants to put a sponge cake in a vase, that should say enough, right? Unless she's gonna be all hipster-like and put sponge cake, and that's like the new thing, but I guess not? Now we're gonna talk to her former nanny, and she might be able to help us out. She might know somebody that could help us here. She tells us of a toy maker who made her a doll that she absolutely adores. So let's go talk to this doll maker. So he's gonna come with us and hopefully, calm Marion down a little bit. Make sure everything's fine again. Now the door seems to be unlocked, and as we get in here, it turns out there's a little note on the bed. Turns out Marion has been kidnapped. And, well, they're asking for a pretty hefty sum of money in order to get her back. The toy maker making a note about how poor the spelling is, but hey. We also see this ghost appear. So, we're gonna follow her real quick. The door gets unlocked, and we find the grave in memory of my one true friend. A ghost with a splitting image of Marion. A third grave with no name. And well, it turns out that it is the grave of Marion Bloom. And that the person we met just now, the one that would put the sponge cake in the vase, that person, is actually her doll, Marionette. As a child, she was very sick, and her condition got worse and worse. One day, somebody offered her a fruit that supposedly could heal all ills, but for her it was too late, and she was ready to move on. So instead, she fed the fruit to the doll. Because, that's what children do, right? And she made the wish. And well, with her wish, Marionette blinked her eyes and stood up as Marion Bloom, her one true friend. With her dying breath, she wished that Marionette would make many friends and live the life that she never could. And not long after, she passed away. Marionette made her the grave, and in secret she got buried. And Marionette took the place of Marion. Now she asks us to help Marionette. Her one true friend. So yeah, we're going to be doing that, but we're going to be waiting just a little bit longer before we will, because we've got other stuff to do first. We basically just had to set this up so that it was done and we didn't need to worry about it anymore. We're going to go over to All Trades Abbey. There's a few quests that we need to do real quick. Now, first and foremost, we're going to be talking to the Armamentalist over here, because that's the next class we want to get. Basically, what I can do is, when I have this class, I can put skill points into learning the Force, and that's basically going to allow me to get super effectiveness on my attacks, which makes dealing damage quite a bit easier. Downstairs we go. We're going to talk to this this priest who actually wanted to become a gladiator. Now he's going to give us a quest to unlock the gladiator class, which is the biggest damage dealing class in the game. So for obvious reasons, it's going to be useful for the speedrun. Using this, with the correct setup, we have the potential to one-shot several bosses, which on occasion we will try to do. We'll get more into that when we get there, but it's going to be pretty helpful. Now, I'm going to need to sell some stuff here. First of all, I'm going to sell the Veil of Aggressence. Where do I have it? There. By buying a iron broadsword. I'm going to quickly check how many herbs I have left. 27. That should be fine, actually. I can also opt to sell the feather headband, but if I can keep it a little longer, that'd be convenient. And we're going to come up to Jack of all trades. It's been a while since we saw him. We're going to talk to him because we're going to actually start changing some classes. We're done with the mages plus minstrel setup. We're going to get some actual powerful stuff started. Nice, M3. Congrats on the PB. Okay, so first off, we're gonna... No, we don't want her to be a warrior. We're gonna put her to minstrel. Most of these first class changes are just so we can get a few skills. We'll be changing several of these again. Next up is Durrani. Or Indy. I guess I can do Indy. We'll make Indy into a thief. This is just a whole bunch of text mashing that we need to go through. We need to make sure that we have everybody on the new classes so that we can get certain skills, so that grinding will actually be bearable. He becomes a martial artist. Because we need the double up ability. We basically only need martial artists so that I can get double up. That's gonna help me on one of the quests in a little bit. And last but not least, Dorani also into a minstrel. That should be the class changing for just a little bit at least. Still got a long way to go though. Okay, let's get some skill points. Dorani is going to get 13 points into the sword to get Metal Slash. Hero is going to get 13 points into the sword, also to get Metal Slash. Gasm into focus for Psych Up at 16 points. Use the skill seed, which we picked up way earlier on in the game somewhere. Where is it? Seed of skill on Gasm. Because he needs to learn Dragon Slash as well. Because now that we have that, now that we have Psych Up, we're gonna change him into a warrior. One of the quests, the one for the gladiator, which is what we're going to be doing first, involves me to get my tension to 100 and then kill a slime using the Dragon Slash ability. So we'll be doing that, but you know, in order to be able to, I needed to get that real quick. Cloak of Evasion, Celestial Stockings, the boots. You get a copper sword, shield, that I guess. So the reason I'm not equipping any other swords is because we need to basically fight some slimes, and they are quite weak encounters. So I want to be sure that I'm not going to be scaring them off, despite the fact that I'm still level 1. So in an attempt not to, we're just going to make sure that we don't have any weird-looking weapons on us. Okay, let's go. 2 quests we need to finish. First, we're going to see if we can get the Gladiator quest done. I need to kill a couple of slimes at 100 tension using Dragon Slash, for which I should probably actually learn Dragon Slash. There we go. So let's see if we can find some slimes. There we go, there's the first one. Okay, so the slime doesn't seem to notice us. Really convenient. We're gonna Psych Up, and we're gonna Egg On, and just defend with both Dorani and Victoria. Same for turn 2. Get it to a 50. Perfect. Ideally, we want to get it to 100 immediately. We do get that. We get into a state of super high tension. And now he's gonna completely overkill this slime. But hey. Defend, Dragon Slash, and we're gonna defend the others. So yeah, that's 1 done. Each party member gets 1 experience, but it gets the first of the first out of the way. I believe we need to do like 3 of these. So let's go find some more slimes. There's one. There's a Sasquatch with him, which could be an issue potentially. For now, I'll not do anything with it just yet. And I need to first get that slime out of the way. Ooh, that is actually not good. How to best approach this? Because I might just flee from the fight. Actually, I'm not sure if that's smart either. I don't know if Gasm would even hit right now. Okay, hold on. We're just gonna equip the two of them with some weapons as well. Aegon, Psych Up, attack, attack. Let's hope this just works. This is kind of a weird situation, but it might still do. The thing is, if we miss, we get reduced back to 0 tension, so it will be for nothing. Okay, we still hit. Perfect. In that case, it counts, so we're good. One more done. One more to go. Let's not fight those sanguinis. Okay, just need another slime. They're literally the most common thing around here. You'd think that'd be easy, right? Nice. Now the Sanguini is chasing me. I don't like that. Sanguini, can you not? Serious? Come on. It'll go down pretty quickly still. Like, we've got pretty okay equipment right now. But still, just out of principle, you know? I don't want to fight Sanguinis. There we go, there's a slime. That's what I need. Equipment. I'll take those off again. Hang on, Psych Up, defend, defend. Okay, let's see if we can get 3 perfect 100 tensions. Okay, that's up to 50. Let's see if we can get the 100. Nice. It's not guaranteed to go from 50 to 100, and if it doesn't, I need to waste a turn trying to get it up. Because I can't leave it on 50. At that point, it wouldn't count for the quest. So we'll Dragon Slash this slime. That should be it. That's the Gladiator quest done. Now, we're going to change up our setup just a little bit. We're going to actually start equipping swords again. And we're going to go over to Coffinwell, because we're still level 1, and I don't like the fact that I'm still level 1. Now, we happen to know this really useful encounter, this really good encounter, so we might as well see if we can get a fair few of those. Now, the thing with the metal slimes this time around is that I'm actually going to be trying to manipulate them from this point on. I'm not sure if I can get it. I found a manipulation for these that might work, but I've only ever been able to test it on MU, so I hope it'll still work on console as well. We'll see soon enough. This one should. Like, the last one, the most important one I know for sure works on console, because everybody else runs on console, and it works there. That's the same for MU and console. The second one had some issues when I tried it on MU. This one I have never tried in either situation, aside from the one time I did looking for it. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be opening the treasure map, and I'm going to go into the dungeon here, walk through it more or less perfectly, in an attempt to hopefully manipulate a metal slime to show up. Okay, did not get it there. I don't have a vac, but I should have some evacu-bells. I'm not gonna risk it with these things. And evacu-bells aren't that expensive anyway. Okay, just give it a second try. It's fine if it doesn't work the first time around. The first encounter we saw was actually the correct one, so... Because that ghost is correct. Okay, that one isn't. That's fine. In that case, we're just gonna have to manually look around for metal slimes. Metal slimes are still pretty common around here, so it's not that big a problem. And I figured the timing would be different on console. I was afraid that would be a thing. This is not the bigger one, though. This one isn't the most important one. First, though, I need to actually find some metal slimes. I'm gonna try to make my way back towards the start of the dungeon in an attempt to try and manipulate it the same way the other way around. For the first metal slime, though, ooh, there's two mean spirits with it. That's really not good. Metal slimes, I need to be alone right now. If there's something else with them, that means that characters will die like that, and yeah, we can't be having that. There's a slight chance I might get my first death this fight. Because if these things decide to... Yeah, that's... yeah. Okay, that's the first party wipe of the day. That can happen. Nothing I can do about it. I need the metal slime to be alone, otherwise that will just be a thing. Luckily, it's not that long a walk to get back to it. It still kinda sucks, though, because I lose out on money and whatnot. I still have a few holy waters, but I'm starting to run low as well. The one upside is I can restock when I get to Bloomingdale. Because after we have done this bit of grinding, we're actually going to get a lot more money. And we'll actually have something to work with. Plus, I still have the golden ring that I can sell. I still have the feather headband I can sell. Like, I have pieces of equipment that I'm not even supposed to technically have. Because so far, money management has just been good overall. Okay, let's see if I can find a setup that might work. Another mummy. Another mummy. Okay. Can I find a metal slime, please? And preferably this time one that's not in a pair of, like, two other things. This is kind of the downtime of the run where we need to just find some item, or find some enemies because we need levels. Because I can't really go into the next boss fight being level 1. That would be a very bad idea. Unfortunately, everything is spawning except for the one thing I need. It's another ghost, another one of those things. Where are they? Can you give me a metal slime, please, game? That'd be kind. Because I have seen literally everything except for what I need. The good thing is, or rather the annoying part is, I need to fight 3 of these things. Okay, still haven't found anything, so we're gonna just try this again. If I find a path, even if the manip itself doesn't work, if I happen to find a path that does work, then it'll still be good, because I can keep using that same path over and over. As long as the movement for it isn't all that difficult. But I need to still actually find a metal slime. Still nothing to be found. Lots of things, but not the correct one. Come on, where are they? They should not be this hard to find. Metal slimes control a little bit. That's also part of why the estimate is as high as it is. But they really should not be this hard to find. Okay, no luck still. Ghost, rock guard, come on. I was trying this yesterday, or the day before yesterday or something, and I immediately found myself the metal slimes, and now I just can't seem to get them. The main ones that I need are liquid metal slimes and metal medleys. Like, we only need 3 more regular metal slimes. Granted, they can be a pain. Ooh, there's one over there. Nice. Okay, now let's get a kill. And again with the 2 spirits. Come on. This game is really trolling me. I can't have it when there's 2 spirits there. Because they will kill me. Wow, nice. So I actually got away, but now the character is dead, and it's probably fastest to just suicide on something now. This is really annoying, though. Of course we dodge. Thing is, if we suicide, we lose half the money. If I don't suicide, I'd probably lose more, because I'd lose the evacubell, I'd lose a lot more time in general. It just sucks that I've seen 2 metal slimes, and both of them have had mean spirits along with them. And there isn't much that I can do about that. So yay, third party wipe. This is going really well so far. That really good early game is now turning into a really bad mid game. And again, we need to spend another holy water and hope we can actually get into the dungeon this time. It gets safer once I've killed one, because if we kill a single metal slime, we'll pretty much immediately jump from level 1 to level 9. And from that point on, I mean, we can actually start killing things. The mean spirits, if they would appear, I can probably just flat out kill them. It would still be annoying, because it would lose me some time, but it wouldn't be anything too dangerous. Whereas right now, because we're literally trying to kill enemies in the 4th dungeon being level 1, I mean, that's generally not really a great recipe for success. What? How did I hit him? Okay. There's luckily only one, so I should be able to get away from him. But how, like seriously, how the hell did I hit him? That should not have hit. I've walked past this guy several times already. Nice, and he actually killed Indy. What a great game right now. What's my best course of action here? Because this is really not good. I don't get how I hit that spirit, though. Right, Indy is a bit too dead to actually be able to warp. Okay, let's see what I get. These things tend to kill me quick. Of course now I flee first try. Wow, this game is really starting to troll me right now. This is ridiculous. Like, come on. The one time there's only one and I need to run, I can't run. And then when I do need to run, I run first, or I don't need to run and just want them to kill me, I run first try. Yeah, mages just attack me rather than cast status effects. Whoosh. Whoosh is good. Okay. 4th try is the charm, I guess? Granted, this time it was partly on me, but I really do need to get this right about now. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to reconsider my options. Because I'm about to run out of this, of the holy waters, and if I run out of those, that's gonna be a challenge, that's for sure. Not to say we're completely out of options, but I need a level that's higher than 1. And that's just kind of becoming a problem. We can make up all of this time, by the way. Like, it's not that big a problem. As long as I can get my Metal Medley Manip, that's the main time save. Plus, we luckily got a really good early game, so we have a bit of a buffer, but it's definitely not working out so far. Yes, I really need to hug the wall on top here, otherwise that ghost is going to hit me again. See, now I can pass him, no problem. I don't get that. Okay, let's find ourselves some metal slimes. Because, please, I really need them. Because if this area keeps going like this, that's going to be an issue. And a big one at that. Ooh, okay. Metal slime, let's go. Please be alone this time. A mummy. Okay, at least we ran. I can't deal with mummies yet. Mummies are slightly less bad, I'll give them that, but I can't deal with those things yet. Not yet. Not now. These ghosts are everywhere today. My god. Like, that's the main thing. Like, metal slimes aren't that rare. Not at all. And we just keep getting ghosts all over the place because this game really decides to troll me. But that's just your general RNG, I guess. Not much I can do about that. Yeah, there's one thing I can still try. Hopefully that might work, but I highly doubt it will. Because I am able to set back the RNG to a known value. That's why that ghost always shows up as the first thing there. So I'm basically trying to kind of find a manipulation for this that kind of works, that I can actually that I might actually be able to pull off more than once. In the hopes that that will make the second and third metal slime easier, assuming I can even find the first one. But I need to find a first one first. And for that, I need to not have the game be dumb and be like, you know, even though they're really common, you can't actually find any. Got past the mummy at least. Horse, ghost. Well. Oh, metal slime. Let's go. Come on. It's alone. Now I still need to kill it. I still need to kill it, and that's still. He attacks. That's good. 1, 2, 3. Nice. Okay. That's the worst part out of the way. Now I need to check which things I actually need to put my skill points to. Indy doesn't need to use them on anything. Actually, nah, he has Metal Slash already. So just on Victoria, who needs to get Metal Slash here. So now the part that you probably don't like to hear, that was technically the easiest one. You see, the next ones I actually need to use a Wizard Ward on turn 1, then need to kill the Metal Slime with the character that used Wizard Ward. So, yeah, that'll be a thing. We can kind of make this work, plus we have the ability to kill other stuff if it happens to appear. We're not nearly as vulnerable anymore, and that's still a very good thing. But there is still that, you know, it can still be hard as a result. I'm gonna use my Evacu-Bell here, get out of this place. But at least we have the first one, and the first one, it is the most deadly one, although not technically the hardest one. If we get through the next 2 Metal Slimes, we'll be good to go again for a little while. In the meantime, Crrool, let's take it away.
Hello, this is your friendly host Crrool here with another update on the bids. Bids coming up are, well, they're Dark Souls. Dark Souls is coming up later today. You can donate for the character name there. Right now, Crrool is winning with a €5 donation, but Blame M3 is hot in his tail with 262. Other than that, we still have Dissidia of Final Fantasy coming up, where you can choose which character's story is actually going to be played after the prologue. So basically, you can choose one of the first 10 main characters in the Final Fantasy main series, I believe. Right now, Cecil is winning there, so Final Fantasy IV is winning, which is pretty good. So if you want to see somebody else there, you're free to donate. As well as for the names of all the characters in Final Fantasy IX, which you can donate towards and get in, because not all the slots are taken there, so definitely show your support for both the runs and for the Dutch Cancer Society.
Fortunately, we found a Metal Slime, but it ran away. That can happen. But you may have also noticed, like earlier I hit some mummies accidentally, and we just ran away. We got out. And nobody actually died. They can still hurt, and they still deal decent amounts of damage, but they're not nearly as scary anymore. Okay, so I need him to stick around for at least 2 turns. We're gonna buff Victoria. She's going to be doing the Wizard Ward, which is like the main... which is gonna up her resistance to spells, because somehow that's important. We're gonna egg on Victoria, defend, and we're gonna Metal Slash. Hopefully he stays. If we get the kill here, that's one of the 2 done. Gonna boost her to 20 tension. Come on, let's get it. Nice. That's one of 2 down. We need 1 more. And of course, with that, we're going to get 2 more level ups on everybody. So, you know, the fights will become even easier. Which means we're very soon going to be able to get Metal Slash for the last of the characters, which is going to help me later on. Because this isn't technically the last grind. This is the most annoying one, but it's not the last one. Now, earlier on, I bought these magic water, and this is where I'm going to be using the first one. I could just save myself the 500 gold, but by using the magic water on Victoria here, I don't have to worry about that. I don't have to actually go out, go to a town, use the inn, all to get my MP back, and then run back into the dungeon, and instead I can just use a magic water and we're good. It loses me 500 gold, but it saves about, like, 2.5 minutes. So, off to find 1 more metal slime, and then we'll be good to go. If we can find this last metal slime and kill it, we will leave this dungeon and never return for the rest of the run. That'll be the last of the regular metal slimes, and we'll be moving on to metal medleys soon. So let's see if we can find any of them. Another mummy. They can be a pain to find sometimes. There really isn't much else to say about it. They can just be a pain to find. Like, not only to kill, but to just find to begin with. We luckily got 2 metal slimes just now pretty quickly back to back. We actually got the kill on one of them, which is the more important part. That doesn't necessarily have to be enough. We need 1 more. If we can get this one. If we can get the kill, we may be done here. Same story as before. Defend, metal slash, wizard ward. He's gonna run away. That's unfortunate. Okay, so that was not the last metal slime. There's unfortunately no way to actually manipulate their running and whatnot. They can just opt to run away. Nothing you can do. That's the kind of the thing here. Even with manipulation, there's still a chance they run away. There's nothing that you can use to influence it. It's just a matter of finding them. The good part is, after this, we'll have Metal Slash on everybody. So once we get to the next few metal slimes, the metal medleys, which should be a little bit easier to manipulate, we can just use the Metal Slash using everybody, and we're basically guaranteed to kill in 1 turn. He does still need to stay, and it's still annoying, but a little less so. Come on, boys. 1 more metal slime. Where is it at? I've basically seen every other encounter again. I guess I can opt to give this 1 more shot. How is that a mummy? Okay, metal slimes, where are you? There's one. Okay. Come on. Please be the last one so that we can actually get out of here. He's too stunned to move, so the first turn is going to be free. That doesn't necessarily mean too much, but it makes this... Like, it makes my... It ups my chances ever so slightly. We're only going to get the first turn for free, though. Everything after is completely up for debate. Ah, come on. That sucks. So we got the first turn, and then he ran on the second. They have to be able to find this, right? Like, this shouldn't be this impossible. We're losing a lot of time to this, by the way. That, like, way more than I'd like to admit, but... We can still get there, and it's not as if it's completely done after this, but... We're losing way more than I would like. Okay, metal slime. Let's go. Come on. Third try is the charm, right? Still need to get that wizard ward up. I thought I was on wizard ward for some reason. Okay, this is fine, I guess. Can still happen. Defend, defend. He still ran second turn anyway, so it wouldn't even have mattered. The one scary part is if we get too many that run away, that can still become a problem. If too many of them end up running, then we run into the issue that we can actually run out of MP again, and then I would actually need to go to a town to heal. Okay, we get another free first turn, so let's go. We get about 5 chances past turn 1. Magic barrier is up. He stays. If we get the kill, we're out of here. Come on. Just need a decent roll now. Nice. Okay, we got really lucky that he only had 3 health. I just want to emphasize, we got incredibly lucky that he only had 3 health. That should have... That, like, had a 1 in 3 chance to kill with that damage roll. We got the lowest amount of health, but we are actually done finally. With that, Gasm is going to get his Metal Slash. And we are done here. We're close enough to the exit, so I'm just going to walk out. We are going to move over to Altrade's Abbey. The worst of the game is done. Probably. There is actually one segment that can be about as bad, which is coming up real soon. Once we're through that, we're going to get into the fun part of the game, though. Wait, maybe I should actually finish my quests first. So first I'm going to talk to this guy. This is the guy that we needed to do that for, by the way. He wanted us to use the Wizard Ward and then kill a Metal Slime. but that is going to get a super effective damage on every single boss from this point onward. So you might see how that could be incredibly useful, despite of how long it takes to get it. And then this one we needed to kill the 3 regular slimes for, which is a lot easier, you know. He's one of the cool guys. He gives you a cool quest that isn't all that hard to reach. So time to go up and do some class changing. And we're gonna turn 3 of the characters into gladiators here. 1 into a thief. And this is probably the set of classes that will use the shortest amount of time. Because we actually don't need to use this much, but we need to use it for just a little bit. We're going to get some skill points in it. Going to get some extra HP for all of my characters, which is all nice, but this isn't the main class change. Although we'll be doing one fairly soon after, and that's the class change we're going to be keeping for the rest of the game. Turn him into a thief. Okay, first and foremost, we're gonna use some skill points because Gladiator has guts, and if we put 4 skill points into guts, our natural max HP is going to increase by 10. Basically meaning that no matter into what class I'm going to change, I'm going to have 10 additional HP. And that is useful for obvious reasons. It's going to help me not die as much at least. Especially considering we're going to be doing several fights in a little bit at very low level. Having that extra bit of health is a great help. That one. Okay, hold on. That. The ring. Get those. Just gonna make sure that everybody's fully equipped. Wellington boots, there we go. So we're gonna go back to Bloomingdale. And, well, first and foremost, I'm gonna do some shopping, because it's high time we did. I'm gonna sell the feather headband after all. I need money right now. Let's see, we're gonna get some soft ward. I need 4 of those. more than anything else right now, I need some holy water, so let's get 5 more of those. And then, let's make sure we have some... I can't buy a whole lot of those yet. Moonward bulbs I still have 4 of, so I can buy 3 of these. Just need to make sure that my my money is as low as possible again. And this will put me at 3, which is a good amount. 3 is a good amount of health to be at. Maybe switching those to the front row. I'll be using a holy water. And let's actually continue the story very slightly, shall we? I think after all that grinding, it's about time. Now the next dungeon I will say is the dungeon where the metal medleys are at, so that's also why this section specifically is so grind heavy. Once we get through this, there is another grind, but it's actually a really helpful grind, a really easy one. We got quite lucky here in that there's a lot of these platinum ore pieces. This area is notorious because if there's only 1 or even 0 pieces of platinum, you're going to be running really low on money. They sell for a lot of money each. I believe like 2,500, or yeah, 2,500 gold each. So getting 3 of them is actually really helpful. Now we're gonna get into this dungeon, and this is where supposedly Marion Bloom was taken. So let's see if we can get to rescue her, because we do need that ship right about now. So the guys that kidnapped her are starting to be like, well, she doesn't seem to be having any family. She's given away most of her riches. It seems like she might not be as great a catch as we initially thought she would be. And, well, they wouldn't be wrong. But they're gonna be in luck, because we're gonna see if we can rescue her regardless, because we need her back. Read this sign right here. Take place on the chair. Just a rickety old chair. And, well, we need to just wait till the kidnappers show up. And they're all happy because, you know, we showed up. We're here to pay ransom, and that means they're gonna get rich and all that. But, so this guy, he's gonna ask his assistant to get Ms. Bloom, and it turns out that the girl has escaped. She literally broke through the prison. Where I don't think we actually get to see it in the speedrun, but if you go to the area where the prison is, the bars are literally completely bent, and she just broke past it. She was gonna look for some friends, because that's what she does. Now, before we actually move on and go kill ourselves some metal medleys, we're gonna unlock this door right here, and that's gonna save us some time later on. There's 2 blue chests over here that I quickly want to grab. Let's see if any one of them is useful. Strong antidote is not... okay, medicinal herb and strong antidote is pretty bad, actually. Really not what I was hoping to find, but sure. That's okay. So we're gonna go a little bit further into this dungeon, and that's where we're gonna find our first metal medley. Now, if you thought the metal slimes were bad, the metal medleys really aren't any better. The manipulation here is a little bit more consistent. At least it should be. So let's hope I can get it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You need to actually wait for certain encounters to spawn. Okay, that's the correct first encounter. First try. Let's go. This is the one we need. Now I need to get the kill on it. Ah, he ran. Okay. That's fine. You could see there how quickly we could get these. This is what I was trying to do with those metal slimes earlier as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So basically I wait for a certain number of encounters to spawn, open up the treasure map over there, and then I just run towards this corner over here, wait until I'm in there, stop, otherwise the other thing is going to move towards me, and we're going to run over to this metal slime. Okay, he didn't actually kill anybody, so that's good. That should get us a pretty clean kill here. Unless we miss... Of course. Wow. Cool. We actually got it. We actually got through the first turn, and I was like 1 damage away from killing it. Cool game. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, an interesting little thing here is that when you run this on MU, because of the way that the game lags on certain locations, this actually becomes a different manipulation altogether. On MU, I'd have to wait 10 seconds rather than 6. Come on. Can I actually get a metal medley, please? I can get them very consistently, but I need to actually get some kills here as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I only need 1 kill until I can walk out again. Okay, good. Now get a kill, please. 1, 2, 5. Come on, I just need you to hit. Perfect, finally. Okay, that gets us immediately to level 12. That's how much experience that is. And the main thing is I need those skill points. We're not going to be using them just yet, but I do need those. So now that we've done all of this, we're going to evac out. I'm going to class change for the last time. This will pretty much be a class change into the final party. We're going to do 2 additional changes to get some additional stat boosts, but other than that, we're almost done here. And this is where the fun part of the game starts, so let's get moving. So first off, I'm gonna change him into a thief. Now that I have this many skill points, I can actually use that to get a little bit of an agility boost on him. I'm going to be using... I'm going to change Gasm into a martial artist. Basically what this does is it makes the hero faster than Gasm, which is quite beneficial on some occasions and due to turn order, and it's a pretty quick thing to do still. And 6 points there to get 10 additional strength, and now we're actually going to change into our final classes. Victoria is going to become our warrior. Durrani into a armamentalist. You'll see quite soon why we got those 2 classes unlocked earlier, because we're actually going to bring quite a few armamentalists with us. First off, though, a gladiator class on Gasm. And lastly, our hero, which we're also going to be changing into an armamentalist. Okay, that's our final class change of the game, so all the levels we're going to get from this point on we're actually going to be keeping as well. Let's see, let's get some equipment on there. Copper sword, shield, let's get the cloak of evasion. And gauntlets, stockings, boots. That one, get the helmet, shield, and copper sword. Is somebody... No, she does... Oh, hold on. I was about to say, something in the equipment seemed off there. She's not supposed to have the cotton trousers. She is. We're going to organize our items here, and I'm going to sell a bunch of platinum. What that's going to do is we're gonna now finally get enough money to actually be able to afford stuff again. Because there we go. Let's just sell 2, see how far we can get. Where is the superior medicine? Let's see, 8. So 8 on each character. This is basically our healing items for the rest of the game. We might as well get them right now. Okay, I need about 17 more, just for having enough for later on. Angel bells. I've got all of that. I can get more magic water sometime else, I guess. We have that. I can only buy 3 wake robins right now, but at least we have enough for the time being. So let's make our way back into the dungeon, and let's go back to those metal medleys that we just fought. We're almost done. So we need to kill just a few more to get enough experience on these classes, because these classes are actually going to matter quite a bit. We need to kill 3 more in total. And after that, we'll go into the boss, and with that, the rest of the game. I should mention my personal goal for this boss was to do it sub 355, which currently is looking like we're still going to get that at least. So we're still on pace. Or a sub 455, I mean. So we're still on the pace that I would have liked to be at. So, you know, despite the fact that the metal slimes trolled big time, it's looking like we can still very much get the goal time. That is, of course, unless the metal medleys decide to be a jerk again. Which hopefully they will not. Yeah, let's put 4 into guts there. Kinda forgot to do that. Plus 10 maximum HP. That's gonna be quite helpful. That might help him survive a little bit on this next bit. Because the first metal medley is the deadliest one. After we get that one, it's going to be pretty doable again. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm not very happy with a Medi Slime there. We're gonna just try and run. Okay, we ran away. Cool. Medi Slimes aren't the most dangerous encounter, but seeing as how I'm still level 1, rather not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, let's get some metal slashes in there. Ah, he ran. That sucks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's just a matter of timing this correctly. If you're too slow, you'll get a different. That's wrong. That wouldn't have given a metal medley as the second one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If you're too slow, you're going to get something else. If you're too fast, you're going to get something else. Generally, the first encounter will tell me whether I'm still on the good pattern. So this should still be good. Yeah, there we go. Here's the metal medley. Oh boy. 3 shamans. No, 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 no. Let's run. Please don't kill me here. Of course he's actually going to stay this time. Yeah, that's gonna be fun. If somebody dies, I might as well just have my party wipe here. Okay, we ran. We didn't actually die. I was kind of expecting I would there. 3 shamans. That sounds like a dangerous combo. Okay. Just use the remaining medicinal herbs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you can actually manipulate them in such a way that they're always going to be alone. But that would require Hayomi manipulation as well. Otherwise, your best bet is just simply pray that they're actually going to be just going to be on their own. Yeah, no hunter mech. I can't deal with hunter mechs yet. After I get the first one, I can deal with these hunter mechs, and then this wouldn't be a problem. Right now, no thank you. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I will say that in prior runs, I always used to like grind for these things for 20 minutes and not even find a single one if I got unlucky. Mostly because of not being able to do the manipulation, because like I said, it's very slightly different on MU. You need to wait longer there. It's kind of weird how that works, but hey. Okay, he stayed. It's a good sign. If we can get the kill here, we're in a good spot. 1, 2. It's not a lot of damage yet. 5. Okay, good. Just need to hit. Oh, come on. No. She actually missed. And Durrani died as a result. Fantastic. There are ways around this, though, because Durrani got every single bit of the experience. He just didn't get the levels. Hold on. No, Indy goes for shield. So all I need to do is I need to just warp out, go towards the starting town, revive Durrani, kill anything, just any slime or something, and then go back, and he'll be level 12 as well. Victoria goes 8 into Courage to get Whipping Boy, and then everything into Shield. And Gasm, which will all go into Guts. should... Yeah, okay, so of course there's a metal medley that spawns, like, right next to me immediately. We can't actually use it, though. I need Durrani alive. But it's just classic how the game just decides to troll again. Oh well. Gonna quickly take the church here, make sure that Durrani's back up on his feet. I just need to kill anything and I'll get all the remaining experience. That's the advantage of the fact that he died, or the way that the experience works, that even when a character dies, he can still get a good chunk of it. And in the case of this, where he died literally the hit before, the game is like, he's gonna get every bit of experience. Okay, let's go kill, well, just about anything, really. There, a slime. That'll do. You'll suddenly see Durrani still jump to level 12 once we've killed this little slime. There we go. That should help. Bunch of new spells, some skill points. Okay, off we go. So back to Bloomingdale. And now we're actually almost done. Because from this point on, most stuff is pretty killable. Even if we find enemies that at first are still kind of annoying, because there are still some that can be annoying, they shouldn't be able to at least kill me anymore at this point. Like, we should be able to survive. And that's kind of a thing as well, you know, being able to survive. I need to buy some more evacu bells once I get out of this dungeon, though. I only have three left, so that's not a lot, and I'll be needing quite a few more. But we can get those later. Okay, let's see if we can get those last two metal medleys at least. After, it's now basically just kill the two metal medleys and then we'll head straight for the boss. There's one chest that I'm gonna grab that has some money in it, but other than that, there really isn't anything we need to watch out for. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, here we go. He's alone. That's good. He stayed. Are we immediately going to get our second kill? That would be fantastic. 1. 3. Ooh, that's a bad miss. That's a really bad miss. Yeah, 4 will not be enough. But he stayed another round, so this should... I mean, he's already on 4. We should have it. Yeah, there we go. That's 2 medal medleys. And 1 more to go. She's gonna get Magic Mirror. That's not particularly useful. We mostly want the plus 2% block chance. Those and stat boosts are the ones that we're mostly looking for. Rani, Victoria. Just gonna make sure that everybody has the full health again. Okay, let's see if we can get the last one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's on his own. He ran. That's unfortunate. Well, we're just gonna give it a second chance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, that almost went badly. We still found him, and he's too stunned to move. If we don't miss, we have a kill, and we're done, and I can go for the boss. 2. Good start. 4. Nice. Okay. That's all the grinding done for the next few hours. Gonna use some holy water, make sure that enemies don't actually see me. I'm gonna get one chest with some money in it, and then we'll just head for the tarantula. And actually start progressing the story again, because it's been a while since we last actually progressed the story. We've basically just been setting up for the late game. So yeah, that's 1700 gold, very important. Lots of money right there. We got enough platinum that we can technically make do without, but it's gonna just make things a whole lot easier. You're gonna have to be kind of careful around here. Make sure I don't actually hit anything. So for those that came in somewhat recently, to quickly recap, I was afraid of that. This isn't the worst one though. To quickly recap a little bit on what happened story-wise, Marionette, a doll that has taken the place of Marianne, who was like the richest girl in town, or Marianne got a fig and she fed it to Marionette, after which her doll actually came to life. The doll got kidnapped because she was looking for friends. We're just gonna call her Marionette because we know what's up. And, well, she decided to go for a walk, you know, even though this place is kind of dangerous, apparently. And she encountered the tarantula. She just asks if he wants to be her friend. Well, I guess that might not be the smartest thing to ask to something like a tarantula. But hey, especially one looking like that. But we're just gonna go into the boss fight. May actually make sure everybody's at full health though. So I've got a few medicinal herbs left. The 10 HP probably won't do anything, but just to be on the safe end. Oh, here we go. So from this point on, I'm going to have Hero Agon Gasm. He's going to double up, increasing his defense. Oh, hold on. I need to... Tactics. You're going to focus on healing. Agon, double up, increases his attack, and he's going to go for Gale Force. That's going to get me super effective damage. That's fine, except for Venom Missile. That's not that... Okay, nobody got poisoned, so we're good. I need to get Gasm up to getting... Or first of all, get his attack up. Then get him to 100 tension and make sure it's super effective. And that should be able to one-shot the boss. We're literally going to try to one-shot this thing. I guess Sap will do. Ooh, that's a lot of damage though. Sap is a move that reduces the amount of defense that he has, and you know, a defense drop could be nice. Come on, get the 100. Doesn't get the 100, that's kind of bad. Because I now have two characters that are kind of low on health. A little lower than I would have liked them to be. Okay, this is fine. Gets the 100. Okay, we should be able to go for a kill next turn. It's already at a maximum. Defend. Claptrap. We're gonna go for Sap anyway. Venom Missile, that's fine. Attack on Hero. Okay. Let's go. Ooh, that's only 800 damage. That's not as much as I had expected. This thing's got just over 1,000 health, so it's still a good amount, but I had expected a little bit more. Also can't seem to be getting the defense drop on him. Okay, come on. We're literally like less than like 100 health damage away. One more should do it. Agon, Claptrap, defend, I guess. Tarantula was not being particularly nice today, but there we go. That was a rough fight. Unfortunately, didn't get the sub 5 on it. Barely missed that, but hey, we'll still take it. At least we can now continue. So yeah, the thieves find Marion pretty much stone cold, and well, then she suddenly stands up anyway. So they're gonna run off scared because they think they're a ghost, that she's a ghost or a monster or something. And well, that's where she realizes that nobody likes monsters, and she starts to understand how she's not Marion. She's still the doll that came to life. She tried to make friends for Marion's sake. Marion's ghost appears and tells her that she is still her one true friend, and that it's time for her to just take a nap. It's not her. She needs to move on. Not because she can't be a friend anymore, but because it's her time to go. So Marion's ghost now moves on into the next world, and with that her dying wish got fulfilled. Now we're just gonna try to get out of here because this is not a fun looking place. Let me first get rid of the poison status effect there. That should be it. We'll use the evacu-bell and we're out of here. This place ain't fun. Gonna make a quick stop in Zier to get some more evacu-bells because I have far too few right now. And then we can actually move on. I also should probably heal. Wait, I thought this place had evacu-bells. Whoops, I guess not. Is that Coffin Well then? I really thought that place had the evacu-bells. Guess it might be Coffin Well as well. Luckily we can instantly warp from town to town, so it doesn't take much time to check. Yeah, there we go. Okay, it was Coffin Well then. Got like 8 of them. That should get me through. So back to Bloomingdale we go. And first off, we're gonna stay at the inn. We're gonna need to heal up, make sure that we have enough health. Because we're about to go sailing, and that's the one area in the game where the encounters are actually completely random, rather than spawning somewhere on the world map. So we kind of do need to make sure we can tank a few hits there. Now, first off, we're gonna go to the mansion and visit Marion's grave one more time. As far as all the people in town know, Marion has gone on a journey. They don't actually know what happened. Wait, where's the... I was about to say, because I was trying to talk to the doll, and I thought I did. But yeah, as soon as we try to talk to the doll, we find our third fig. That's 3 down, 4 more to go. Marianne, before she left, she quote unquote left though, she told them that we can have the ship. So we're gonna get ourselves a ship. But before we do, there's one other chest in here that I want to get. Since the entire family is dead anyway, and you know, the only person in the family that had some form of authority was a doll, and she gave us permission. We're gonna get that 1500 gold there. It's a lot of money. We can make it. We can put it to good use. So, yeah, let's get ourselves a ship. And, well, we could actually now start hunting the figs, which is what we're supposed to be doing. There's one more on the land over here at the Gargoyle that we need to kill still. There's one in Gleba, one at Swinedemple's Academy, and one in Batsorek. Those are the last 4. We're not actually going to get any of those yet. Instead, we're going to go to all of the places where we do need to get one, set a war point, set basically every quest up so that we can just do the boss later on, and then we'll do all of the bosses back to back real quick. So we will be doing that, but not until we've actually set up every single quest, and we're basically ready for a quick boss rush. Gargoyle is already done, but the others we still do need to do. And our first stop is going to be the city of Gleba. But before we do, we're going to get ourselves docked on one of the nearby islands. Reason for that being, on that island is actually a tree which can give me an Yggdrasil leaf. That leaf is basically an item that can instantly revive somebody from death. It's really convenient in case I end up getting in trouble near the end. Also, these enemies are the reason why I healed up earlier. They can be a pain sometimes. Ooh, that's a big encounter. And we're not gonna get away first turn, so yay, they're all gonna actually attack. We gotta wait second turn still, though. These enemies are complete RNG, and there's absolutely nothing I can do to manipulate them. So we just have to pray that we don't get too many. So yeah, here we go. This is that one Yggdrasil leaf. We probably don't actually need to use it. We hopefully don't actually need to use it. But in case... Okay, I just didn't see the crab there in time. In case we really end up in a bad spot, we have them as a backup. So we're gonna enter the desert here. Also, I'm also starting to run low on holy water. Basically, I'm just starting to run low on everything. I might be able to buy a little bit more in Gleba. Not sure. I can check real quick. Item shop isn't too far into town. And otherwise, we can get more in... I should probably just go get it from Bloomingdale. Yeah, I'll do that once I've actually hit Batsurag. Is that smart? No, that's not. This is the smartest approach, I think. Because we have the money to get the remaining resources. one more of those. Get that magic water that we missed out on earlier. Let's get some holy waters. Okay, that should get us through a good chunk of the game at least. I still have a platinum ore to sell as well, and a decent amount of money, so money-wise we should be in a good position. Unfortunately, it parked the ship over there. I thought it would still be on the right. This is a bit of an unfortunate spot. Okay, didn't get any overworld encounters. That's pretty good, actually. And, well, our next stop is the city of Batsurag. Now, as we get into the nomad city of Batsurag, we're gonna go to the chief's hut.
And we have a $20 anonymous donation, and it says, Canada supports you and your efforts for this great cause. Thanks, Kinnan. Good job.
So we hit the Alugazar Plains, and it turns out that they've been in a bit of a trouble because some monster has been attacking town. As soon as we mention anything of the fruit, it turns out that, well, Saransa Sral, she starts acting a bit weird. Anyway, so he calls in his son, Batsorech, who is supposed to be able to take care of this beast. And he's going to get the job to hunt down the beast and take care of all of this. He's going to ask for some time to prepare. But before he gets a chance, one of the people of the village runs in and tells him that it's the beast is in town. Batsorech, cowering in fear, is not ready to take on the beast. Now, I will... No, you'll see in a little bit. You'll see in a little bit. There is something more to it than this. Saran Tsatsral, she decides, you know, if you guys can take care of the beast, we'll help you find those figs as best we can. Or the fruits. So some villagers block his path. He ends up walking towards me. Well, one quick stare in the eyes, and he runs off. So apparently we have a very intimidating look, which is kind of understandable because he can see that we are Celestrians. It's kind of, call it the animal sense of sorts. The chief telling us that he's very disappointed in his son with how cowardly he is. And the son actually saying that you're actually basically confirming that suspicion that he's he's a coward right now, and because of that, his father is going to send him off to hunt down the beast. He's going to force him to join the hunters in the north. So, yeah, we're gonna go after Batsorik. We're gonna see what happens. Basically, the chief tells us about how he's worried about how his son is that cowardly, and he's the one supposedly going to be leading the tribe real soon. So Rancesral offering up the idea that what if we help him kill the beast without him knowing, so that he defeats the beast, yet doesn't actually have to do anything dangerous or anything. Kind of to boost his confidence, I guess. And we agree, and in return, she'll help us look for the fruit. So it turns out that Batsorik, he doesn't want to start the hunt. At least not anytime soon. Now, there is a reason for this, which we'll find out real soon, but we'll get to that. He tells the other hunters that he refuses to hunt down the beast. He doesn't say why, and they just suspect that it's because of the lack of courage, but he just flat out tells them that he refuses. We're gonna go up to the other hut, and we're gonna talk to Batsorik. We tell him that we were sent to help, or to aid him in his quest. And he asks us whether we have the life, or we hold life dearly and whatnot. He's acting a little strange in this. We're gonna leave town, or leave the hunters part, and we're gonna cross the bridge to the north. This is the next part where we're gonna see something's up with this guy, because he just walks without any fear into quite a dangerous area, actually. And considering he was the little guy that supposedly was petrified and incredibly scared of monsters, like, it seems odd that he would go into such a dangerous area, really without any hesitation. So we're gonna chase after him. We walk out of the area just to reset the monsters, make sure there's not that many of them around. We're gonna see what Batsorik is up to. Whoop, let's not actually hit that thing. So as we do, we find this cave at the foot of Mount Ulbaran, or Ulbaroon, or whatever it's called. And as we walk in, we see him talk to the beast itself. Now, earlier he seemed like a really scared little guy, but it turns out he actually knows the beast. And he suspects Saransaral is actually the evil guy. Anubish basically confirms this, and he knows that something seems off with her and that she's deceiving the people of town. And he and Nubish have been working together in an attempt to stop her. As he walks off, we see a ghost appear. This is the ghost of the late wife of Bat Khan, Bayarma, and she used to be the wife of the chief in the village, and she tells us that there is a way that we can help him. If we can get some Badura grass, which supposedly grow in a deserted town of sorts, that might be able to help us actually show what Saransatsral really is. Now we're gonna come up on a really big thing money-wise. In a little bit, we're gonna get to the only place in the game that we can get mithril ore from. There can be anywhere between like 0 and 4, and they are the highest money-yielding item that we can realistically obtain. Thing is, if we get 4 of them, we'll basically be rich for the entire rest of the game, and it'll be very easy in terms of money management. If we get 0 or 1, we'll be in trouble for money management the rest of the game, so... Looks like we got 2, which isn't great, but we can make it work. I'll probably have to get some additional platinum ore later, though. But yeah, that is a really big potential run killer, actually. That little area right there, if that just has 0... that can just kill a run, potentially. That's how deadly it is. Because you kind of need that money, or you're going to be losing a lot of time trying to get it. So Bayarma, she's going to open up the way, or open up the gates of Gurzoon, and this is where supposedly the Badura grass can be found. We're gonna walk out real quick to reset the encounters one more time. Gonna use that holy water. 'Cause this is another one of those areas where the pathways are really small and we're definitely going to be needing it. Ooh, okay. Barely dodged that thing. That should have probably ended up hitting me, but I'm glad it didn't. We get this item over here, the Slime Crown. Again, mostly just for money management. It turns out that everybody in Gurzoon has passed away. We see the ghosts of the remaining villagers waiting to be saved. But at the bottom, we find the Badura grass. So let's go find Batsorek again and tell him what we found. Yeah, he's not all that far away. Just gonna go over to the huts again. And as we enter the hut, it turns out both him and Nubesh are over here. We give him the Badura grass and tell him that we spoke with the ghost of his mother. He finds it hard to believe that we did, but Nubish confirms that we are telling the truth. And he confirms that that grass will show the true identity of Saransatsral. So we're gonna give the grass to Batsorech, and with that we could now go into the boss fight, but we won't. We're just gonna leave him standing there waiting for me to arrive so he can throw it in Saransastral's face for like several days or something. Because instead we're gonna warp back to Batsorech and we're gonna make our way to Swine Temple's Academy. Because that's where we're going to be doing the next set of quests. And we're just going to leave this be for a little while. Now, out of precaution, I think I'm probably just going to get the platinum ore. Because I'm probably going to need it regardless. Did not get very lucky on the mithril. Oh, I was slightly too close there. Okay, I need to run away from these things. Mandrakes can do quite a bit of damage. Especially if he increases his attack greatly. That sucks. Okay, we'll go into town first, I guess. This is fine. It doesn't matter too much if a character dies. We have more than enough money. Like, compared to what the stuff that I need to buy costs, the amounts are very small. So these are the this is the Snowberian coast. And right at the center, the heart of the Snowberian area, is Swine Temple's Academy. It's like a major boarding school kind of thing, I guess. And, well, they had sent for a detective, and the headmaster, he suspects that we are this detective. It seems the school has been having some trouble with students going missing. And as a pristine school like Swine Temple's Academy, that's not a good thing, of course. So it's time for us to see if we can figure out what's actually going on. Because of that, luckily, Indy just got revived, so we won't have to worry about it anymore. Now we're just gonna go take a nap here. We don't really care for this mystery just yet. So I'm just gonna go down here and take a nap. Now, as we go towards our dorm, we see a couple of boys in our room discussing what's been going on with people going missing, and supposedly they've been saying that a ghost did it. So we're gonna come into our room, and well, they're gonna get out. So good for us. They're not gonna make that into any major problem or anything. We're gonna quickly take a nap because we might as well. And well, with that, school's gonna start. So everybody's off to class. So yeah, we see like 4 students running in, because clearly this entire massive academy they have like 4 students that actually work, I guess. It's a very good school, clearly. And well, these 3 guys, they're skipping class. So yeah, they've been talking about a supposed way to summon the ghost. They need to touch the statue's forehead at midnight and then say a specific line. Also, immediately after we've talked to them, class ended. So yeah, that was like, what was it, 30-second class or something? Great school. Great school. But yeah, that's it for here. We're gonna go over to Gleba. We're gonna find out how short on money we are. Probably pretty short, considering I only have 4K on me. So first off, I'm gonna sell off that slime crown. Unfortunately, we only got 2 mithril ore. Yeah, I'm gonna need to get more. I really do not have the money right now. I'm about 5,500 short. That's quite a lot. No, not Angel Falls. I need to. So we're gonna make another stop at Swine Temples. There is another spot where I can get a little bit more. Hopefully that will be enough. So let's see how many remaining pieces of platinum ore I can get. I basically need to get 4 if I want to have enough money, otherwise I'm going to have to sell other stuff. Oh, nice. Okay, we got very lucky here. We actually have enough pieces of platinum ore. There's like 6 over here. This place is a gold mine today. I'm gonna get all of these, because there is a lot. It's actually, no, 7 even. Wow, that is the highest amount I've ever seen there. Okay, that basically solves all of our money issues. I could have actually kept the slime crown in hindsight, but hey. I wasn't expecting there to be that much. That's pretty unheard of, honestly. Okay, so we're gonna buy some magic armor. This is where we're gonna get some massive equipment upgrades. Equip on him. On her. Magic mittens to 2 times for my last 2 characters. And a magical robe, I think. Yes, magical robe. So yeah, that settles the equipment issues we were having. Now we actually have some, you know, half-decent defense again. I mean, it's just armor, and it's just a start, but hey, gotta start somewhere. I also have pretty much, like 5k more than I'm supposed to have, because of how much platinum ore was over there. So I've got a lot of money to work with, which is actually nice, because that just means more healing items, more room for mistakes, and for if something goes wrong. It's easier to back stuff up right now. So we're gonna go upstairs and we're gonna talk to this guy. This is like the right-hand man of the Queen of Liba. It turns out the Queen, she's quite a selfish queen. She's made this entire bath just for her, and well, the city is running dry because, you know, this is at the center of the desert. But he's in a bit of a pickle because of something else, because the one of the maids actually lost his dryness. The lizard of the queen. Now remember how I said about, like, for those that were here at the time, about like 3 hours ago, how I would get in an extra or how I did the extra party trick already selected so that it would save me a menu? Yeah, this is where that would save me that menu. Because after hearing the loud noise from the clapping, we find his dryness. And then now we need to actually capture this guy. This can be kind of tricky sometimes, but that was pretty quick still. So we're gonna deliver his dryness, and with that, he keeps his promise, and we're gonna get into a bit of a conversation with the queen. Now, the queen, the selfish queen that she is, we're gonna ask her about the figs, because that's basically what we're still hunting down. Well, it turns out she does actually have a fig, so that could be nice. This could be a very quick quest this way. Except, instead, she's going to cut up the fig in slices and put it in her bath. This is that fig we were talking about. She's gonna put, somehow the lizard had taken the fig and, well, she's gonna slice it up. She's clearly a very nice little queen, right? Now, I kind of need that fig. That's going to be kind of a big deal here. Before we go there, though, I'm gonna grab the magic key real quick. I'm gonna talk to the man that's been fishing over here. He tells us that supposedly this pond over here, it actually leads to the bath of the queen, but nobody could survive a jump like that, so there's no point. And well, I mean, we've fallen off of a waterfall before, so you know we're gonna show him as the masters of plummeting, as he calls us. So, unfortunately for us, it's kind of too late, and the fig is into a million pieces. The Drac, however, he decides to eat a piece of the fig, and, well, we see its magic in action. He turns into the Grand Lazier. Quite a mean-looking, little dragon, I would say. And he takes the queen into that well, because somehow that fits. Oh, gotta watch out here. The little ghost of the king there, by the way, that's the queen's father, who passed away some time ago. The reason the queen is as mean as she is supposedly has everything to do with him, about how he was always busy with work, making sure that his kingdom had nothing left to be desired. He was a good king to his people, but he kind of neglected his daughter in the process. Hold on, am I doing this right? Okay, I'm gonna wait for this one to move. I don't fully trust that. I probably could have passed, but I wasn't sure. This one I definitely can't pass. Going to be getting the magic shield. I'm gonna equip that to Victoria. We're fully healed. So let's go. We're just gonna quickly finish up this quest. Now, it turns out that the Drac, he's actually in love with the queen. And his instincts supposedly told him that he would be able to grow big enough if he ate the fruit. which he did, but now he thinks he's immortal, which he clearly is not. But he doesn't believe that he's a lizard, he still thinks he's a human. And, well, because of that he decides to attack us. So we're gonna psych up, funeral force, and focus on healing, so this should be good. Nice block with the shield there. Great start. Okay, double up. It's a pretty big hit, but we should be good. Psych up, and then sap. Nice, we got super high tension. Now, since it is a dragon, I mean, we have Dragon Slash. I might as well start using that on Gasm. So we're gonna just Dragon Slash with everybody for this turn. Okay, Gasm didn't get intimidated there. If he had been intimidated, that would have been really bad, because that would have gotten his tension down to 0. He now has less than 30 health left. This might work kill him. Yeah, there we go. That's how close we got him to a kill there. So yeah, that's the Grand Lazier. Pretty easy boss, honestly. Now, the Drac, he kind of realized during the fight, humans don't breathe fire, do they? So he realized that he, in his dragon form, that he definitely wasn't a regular mortal. Miss Lai, who had lost the Drac to begin with and was being punished by the Queen, actually came down here to make sure she would be alright. The Drac here realizing that she's surrounded by kind souls and he doesn't need to protect her. She'll be fine on her own, and she'll be fine with the people that are around her. So, you know, he's going to, well, give up the fig, so to speak, and turn back into the little lizard that he was. And that's fig number 4. So the Queen, she's opened up the bathhouse to all the girls in town. Everybody can now make use of it, and she's gonna make some massive changes in town to make sure everybody becomes happy again. So even though she was the mean little queen, she's definitely learned her lesson. And with a fig at hand, that means we're almost going to be moving out, but there's one more item that I want to get. First of all, I'm actually going to get into this bathhouse, even though, you know, technically I really shouldn't be allowed in. There's an item that we want to get, which is, there we go. should be... It's kind of finicky to get sometimes. The dangerous bikini top. And with that, we're going to be moving out. She still has enough superior medicine, but I might want to fill that up. We're gonna quickly warp to Coffinwell, where we're gonna make a really quick stop, mostly to heal, but also to get a really important piece of armor. So let's get the heal here. Quickly go upstairs because earlier we picked up the magic key, so there's a few doors that have now that we can now actually unlock, and this is the first one. And that is going to get us a suit of spiked armor. And that now that we have that, we're gonna finally go to Zero Rocks and finish that quest that we set up like hours ago there. Because it's about time we started to get the fig that was over here. It's a pretty easy one to get. It's pretty... I mean, this boss is supposedly already doable even before we would have gone to the Tarantula. Before you go to Bloomingdale in general, so... We're gonna go into this house, which is the only house you can actually enter. And this is where it hits our characters. This town is completely identical to the village of Zier. And everything has been carved out, like, to the latest detail. We also noticed this little slime in here, who asked what we're doing around here. He tells of a monster that have been has been appearing lately. Nah, well, we don't mind a challenge, right? So this is the gargoyle. Let's see if we can handle this guy. Hang on. Psych up. This is, make sure Gale Force. So we're gonna get Gesm's tension up. Make sure he's ready to make quick work of this boss. Powerful yet risky stance. Here we go. Let's see if we can get a sap off. We can, so his defenses go down a little bit, making him even easier to kill. Gonna go for the 100 tension still though, see if I can get a second sap off. Oh, he gets his defenses back up to normal. That's still fine, because even on normal defense, we should be good. Don't get the 100 tension though, that's kind of unfortunate. Sap. There's the 100 tension. If we can get a sap off this turn, then we should be able to kill him on the next. Isn't affected. That's unfortunate. Let's see if we can deal the 1054 damage total required. Claptrap. Guess I'll try one more time for sap. I might as well. Ooh, that's pretty close. That's pretty close. He can't have much left at this point. Resistance to spells, that's fine. There we go. So that's Gargoyle. Unfortunately did not get the one-shot on him, but close enough. Just for comparison, by the way, this boss actually gives the same amount of experience as Metal Slimes, the regular Metal Slimes. So as we turn around, we see the ghost of an old man who walks down into the basement. Actually, turns out that this is Mason. He carved out this entire city by hand in an attempt to recreate his lost home of Zir, where he was hoping to get Petra, the maid, or the other, not the maid of the princess, but the other one, over here. But just as he finished his work, he passed away. His dying wish that something would protect the city. After which, a fig appeared. Garth Goyle got created to do just that. And you can pretty much fill in the rest there. So that leaves only two figs left to grab. We're gonna go over to Slurry Quay. Gonna get myself a couple fur hoods, which are actually surprisingly decent pieces of equipment for some reason. The agility ring, so we're gonna equip that. And we're gonna get the dragon scale on her, and I guess I can get the gold ring on him. Let's go over to Batsurag. That's where the next piece, or the next fig is going to be. So first and foremost, we're gonna take a nap. Gonna sleep at the inn here to make sure everybody's at full health. sure that I have enough superior medicine, because this is a fight where I might actually be needing them. Let's make sure that she's just fully stocked. And we get to see a bit of a scene where, well, the beast has been defeated by Batsorek, supposedly at least. But remember that Batsorek and the beast were actually, like, they knew each other. It seems like the beast is, he twitched a little bit, so Bat Khan asked him to deal the final blow. That's the time where they actually start attacking. Saransatsral. Bat Khan is like, have you completely lost your mind here? Like, what are you doing? But then it turns out that Saransatsral is not what she seems to be. He asks the soldiers to join him in combat. And he actually fights the thing, even though he's like this little kid with just a knife. I mean, he would have no chance against a beast like that, but even though he might not, we kind of do. So, let's go kill off this thing, shall we? Same story as before. This time I'm gonna have to go for a Frost Force. Now this guy, he can actually be a bit of a pain. So this is one of the bosses that could potentially cause some trouble. Hopefully that won't actually be the case. Focus on healing, add-on, psych up. Tension doesn't go to 100 yet, but that's okay. You start dealing some chip damage, nothing serious, but hey. Double up. That's fine, as long as he doesn't do that on Gasm. Still doesn't get the 100 tension, unfortunately. Okay. Let's start using Whipping Boy, shall we? Okay, I need to get the attack off next turn, and then we should be able to do this. Whipping Boy on Gasm. Okay, that hurts, but we're alive. Okay, there's the first 900 damage. Okay. That didn't actually hit Gasm, that's good. The others don't really matter. That one could be bad. Okay, Gasm still stands, so it's all good. I'm gonna lose out on a heal though. Okay, I need about like 500 or so damage still. It's kind of unfortunate that on both occasions Indy got knocked down, otherwise my tension would have been a lot higher. This might still not kill. Yeah, it's only 200. And the Frost Force wore off. That's getting a pretty unlucky fight. I get one more chance on this, so I need to kill him on the next hit. Because after the next Claptrap, I do not have any MP left. Okay, if I can get the egg on here. Nice. That's why we got that agility boost earlier, in case of a fight like this. That still wasn't enough to kill. I'm surprised. This thing can't have a lot of health left at this point. Durrani, that's an armamentalist. I might actually... His voice of experience could actually be helpful still. If that goes off before the attack, we'd be in good shape. Okay, we didn't get it off. Basically, voice of experience would mean that I get more experience from the fight. It's not that much, so it's not as if it matters all that much, but it would have been a nice bit of bonus experience. So we get the plus 30 on natural strength. So we defeat the beast, and well, that means we're gonna see its true form. It turns out this beautiful woman that basically got the entire tribe enthralled and whatnot is this little thing. That's his true form. Which was made pretty by the power of a fig. Now, Batsurich doesn't actually kill the creature, but instead lets them go off again together with Noobish. That way he'll never have to be alone again, and they will never have to bother anybody ever again. So, you know, the beast being very grateful to have his life be spared. And they're going to be running off, and well, Batsurich, having shown great courage, much more than Batkan himself, becomes the new leader of the tribe of Batsurech. Batkan giving over this power to Batsurich as the new chief of the city. Now we're gonna quickly go over to the weapon shop because we should be getting ourselves a new sword. Might as well while we're at it. First we're gonna sell up some platinum ore. That should give us all of the money we need. So with that, it's off to Swinedimple's Academy. And, well, let's just go in, shall we? Now, we need a whole bunch of money still, so, first and foremost, we're gonna get that. We're gonna sell that. Sell the spiked armor, and that basically gets us enough. Get 2 of these. That should do. So we're gonna go inside. So there's another chest that I need to grab real quick. Get the red tights. With that, it's oh, hold on. I need to actually rest real quick because it needs to be nighttime. We should be able to do that over here as well. So we're gonna go back into the school, and we're gonna see if we can get to that statue. As the legend goes, the ghost will appear if we touch the statue at midnight and then say a certain phrase or something. So we're gonna meet the guys up here. We're gonna see how much of that legend is true. So we touch the forehead, and well, he says the words, and he tells the ghost to show up, and then, well, just like that. Well, at first there doesn't seem to be anything, but just like that, the ghost does show up, and well, it's time he got his punishment, I suppose. So he jumps off the building, goes into this, well, you'll see, into one of the graves, actually. The graves of the founder of Swine Dimple's Academy. Kinnan. So I'm just gonna go through this dungeon real quick, and this is actually a pretty tight dungeon, so gonna have to focus a bit on the movement. Some pretty small hallways.
So, I would like to remind you that you are watching BSG, a marathon in support of the Dutch Cancer Society. We still have a couple of donation incentives open for the upcoming run in a couple of hours. We got the names for a couple of the Final Fantasy 9 characters, and currently we have, like, the dagger name is at Garnet for €5. And behind that is Wee! And we want Wee! So come on and donate to give us Wee.
So the tiki mask around here, they can get some annoying movement in, and that can just be a pain. But luckily we ran away. This way. Be very careful with those Reapers, because those things are quite deadly. Most of the enemies in this area aren't all that bad, but those are painful. This is what I mean. Like, this place is really tight. Okay, they don't seem to notice the party, so he instantly gets a run. That's really convenient there. That can end quite badly. Okay, now I need to wait for this Reaper to move out of my way. If he will. Game, please. I need to get to the staircase that's immediately behind him, but he doesn't seem to be moving, so hopefully he just won't do anything stupid. There is luckily just one, but that doesn't mean a thing. Okay, Zamel is still fine. That's not his instant death move. This guy does have an instant death move, which is really scary when he does it. We got away. He just didn't seem to want to move, so I guess that will work. It's really not ideal when you have to go for actually fighting those things. Let's make sure everybody is at least close to being fully healed. Durrani is still kind of low. So as we get here, turns out that the ghost has been teaching these 3 young children, you know, basically it's detention for them, if you will. We're not gonna obey, though. And he gets quite upset that we don't want to sit down. So he turns into Cernivus Swinetemple, the Dreadmaster. And, well, we're just gonna beat this guy. Crackle. This is where stuff can already turn ugly. We're still high enough in health, but we need to start watching ourselves right off the bat. This guy can do quite some pretty bad moves sometimes. But we'll see. Frost Force on Chasm. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna put him on focus on healing as well, I think. Power of Ice. Double up, and both of the other ones on focus on healing. Okay, there's the 100 tension. Looking good. Risky stance, attack up. Gonna have him use the superior herb, claptrap, voice of experience, and whipping boy, just to make sure that Gasm will be fine. So Voice of Experience basically means we're going to get a little bit more experience. Unfortunately, we only hit 1.1 times as much, so it's only 10% additional. Still, that's a little bit of extra experience we're at least going to be able to get. For what it's worth. Let's see how close I can get to a kill here. fact that Gasm just got his coup de grace is actually kind of convenient. Also, nice kill on Dorani there. That's what you get with 20 tension, I suppose. Again, the 1.1. This is kind of unfortunate. But his coup de grace giving him a massive tension boost. That's basically gonna guarantee a kill next turn. Claptrap. Nice, we even got the 100 tension. Yeah, this is easily a kill. There we go, that's the Dreadmaster, and that gets us the 7th Fig. Which means we're finally done collecting those things. The Headmaster, you know, realizing what he's done is gonna let the kids go. We get our last Fig, and seeing that there are still some really good students in the school, even though they were in here for detention or something, it's gonna allow him to move on to the next world. He regrets his actions, but he tells them, despite all that, though, they're all rough diamonds, and, you know, they can become good students if they would like to. And somehow that sets the students on the right path, I guess, and now they're going to be good students, and because of that, he's ready to move on. I don't know, he's a bit of a weird guy, I guess. Anyway, we got ourselves our 7th Fig, so it's time to move back to the observatory. So, as a reward for saving the day, this guy, he's going to give us our money. They did say that he would pay 2,000 gold if we would actually find the cause and find all of the missing students, and we have. He even gives us 3,000 gold as a reward, so... on top of that, he's instructed all of the weapon instructors to allow us, or basically we're gonna be able to get classes in this place for free. And casually, that's actually really cool. In that when you have reached the maximum of a class, like maximum skill points, 100 skill points, you can go over here and you can get certain quests, because of which you can get certain additional abilities. For example, for shield, even though shield isn't technically a weapon, so I guess it might not be the best example, but for example, as if you get the one for the shield, you can get an ability where if you have that in your inventory, you will always block critical hits as long as you have a shield equipped, which is actually really useful on some bosses that can deal a lot of criticals. So there is some pretty good stuff to it. Most of them are kind of useless, but there are a couple of good ones as well. Wrong one. So I'm gonna warp over to All Trades Abbey, Because now that we have collected all 7 of the figs, it's time for us to return to the observatory and deliver them.
We have a €10 donation from Njena Oronar. This is just to make sure Kinnan and J4 are doing their jobs, Kappa.
So we get on top of the on the Starflight Express, and well, it's time for us to move on onto the observatory. But as we go there, I mean, some stuff is about to happen, because not too long after, Aquila appears in front of us. Now, as Celestrians, there's this rule where you can never fight somebody that's superior to you. So your superiors, you're incapable of fighting those above you, so to speak. And considering Aquila is kind of like the guardian of the entire Protectorate, we are completely incapable of ever touching him. Thus, we are... And he asks us to hand over the figs so he can deliver them. So now that he has all 7 of the figs, and well, we hear a voice from outside the train. Aquila asks whether we intend to stop him, and then immediately goes on to attack him. Or to attack us. We're unable to act. This is kind of where the game tries to introduce you to the concept of when a Celestrian is superior to you, you can't actually do anything. And that will become important again later on. It won't actually matter for a good while, but eventually that's going to be important. And the game kind of introduces it in such a way. So he breaks open the side of the Starflight Express, and well, there is this giant dragon flying next to us. Wouldn't be a Dragon Quest game with at least a couple of dragons, right? So this is Lieutenant Hootingham Gore, the some lieutenant of some ancient empire we thought didn't even exist anymore, but they apparently still do. And well, they have a dragon, so that's good news, right? And well, just to make sure that he would get rid of us before he actually flies up to towards Upover, they're gonna attack the Starflight Express. In the attack, the thing kind of turns a little bit, and well, with Indy still being unconscious, in a second shock, they fall off. So yeah, that means we're gonna get a second fall from way up in the sky. And we end up in the village of Wormwood Creek. And at first nobody seems to be doing just about anything. They just seem to be leaving me there until this kid comes along and tells us that or tells them to get some help. But everybody seems really hesitant. Reason for that being, like, everybody here, or nobody here really takes kindly on strangers. And there is a whole story to that. We'll get into that in just a little bit. But this one kid, he's actually not from this town, so he doesn't have the same attitude towards people from outside of this of the town. Yeah, the mayor, Mayor Doffus, he comes walking in, and he's like, well, I mean, if he can stand again, then he's ready to leave town again. Even though we literally got out of bed like 5 minutes ago after falling from the sky. Then he tells us there's this meeting tonight that we need to attend to. So we're gonna rest up on the inn, and we're gonna attend that meeting. There's quite a lot of like little sequences that we need to go through here. Quite a few cutscenes revolving Wormwood Creek, which is kind of like the intermission of the game, so to speak. We've gotten all of the figs, we've done all of that, and we're getting close to the end game. But before we do, we're gonna get some weird little town and some backstory on some stuff here and there. So we're telling Mayor Doffus of the dragon that we had that attacked us and all that kind of stuff. They, of course, do not really seem to be believing us and rather expect us that we're working together with the dragon. Wallace, of course, come running in and saying, you know, why don't you just trust him? And everybody is like, because he's a foreigner. And they do not take kindly on foreigners for some reason. So we're gonna meet up with Wallace again in his secret hiding spot, which is a bit to the north of here. This is actually a trip we'll need to make several times. It's kind of an annoying trip, but what you gonna do? Get up these stairs over there. Barely gonna be able to make it past him. And into the hiding spot it is. So Wallace starts wondering what our plans are. I mean, considering the dragon attacked us and all that. And he tells us of the bow hole. A dungeon that supposedly has a sacred bow that can build a bridge that would cross between the town we're in and the town of Upover, where supposedly some mythical dragon is at. I thought we could warp from there. Oh, right. We also meet up with this ghost again. It's the third time. And this time she notices that we do actually seem to be seeing her. This is Serena. She used to live in Wormwood Creek many years ago. And supposedly she's lost something in Wormwood Creek, and she asks us if we can look for it. She tells us it's supposedly near the statue of the Guardian, of the Celestrian. So we're gonna look around that statue, and it's right here in the corner. It's completely in ruins. And compared to every other city we've been to, this is the first time that it's been completely neglected. And whatever there's supposed to be, we can't really seem to find it. Then Wallace comes walking towards us, and he suggests, what if the statue wasn't initially there? What if it got moved at some point? Because this is a bit of a weird corner to hide the statue. Whereas in every other city, it's basically like the centerpiece of town. So we figure he might actually have a good point. So let's go look elsewhere. So beneath this statue that tells of some legend as to why they would never trust anybody, we find a necklace, and that is the necklace that Serena was talking about. We're also gonna do a little bit more shopping. We're gonna get yet another sword upgrade. Get rid of the Valkyrie sword. Because there is a really good sword that we can actually just get here. Which is this one over here, Dragonbane. I mean, considering there was the dragon we just fought, it might not seem too far of a stretch that we're gonna actually get into a fight with a dragon at some point. So back to Serena and off to deliver her necklace. Now we'll very shortly get into why Serena actually is an important character, because this necklace actually is a very special necklace. It's a necklace that lights up when a Celestrian is nearby, and it's really one of those one-of-a-kind things that somehow ended up in such a weird spot. So we give her the necklace, and it starts to glow because, you know, a Celestrian is nearby. That's when she finally realizes that we are actually Celestrian. And thus, we're gonna get into the background story of, well, probably one of the main characters of the game, probably the most important character of the game that we haven't actually met. There was one reference earlier, I'll point that out shortly, but we get to see a bit of a flashback of when she was still alive, and she found a Celestrian in Wormwood Creek, took care of him, and, you know, slowly but steadily he got back on his feet. Corvus, the great Celestrian of Wormwood Creek. Now, not too long after, the Gittish Empire, they attacked Wormwood Creek looking for the Celestrian, because, you know, supposedly that's gonna be very powerful if you can get control of that. But in their attempt to take over the town, they figured, you know, if you want us to leave, there are other ways, and looking at the daughter, but Corvus, overhearing some of that, walks out and actually attacks the soldiers from the Gittish Empire. Unleashing quite a powerful attack on them. Basically scaring off the Gittish Empire, at least for now. But even though they fell back, they came back. And the necklace is a necklace that Corvus gave her that would light up when a Celestian is nearby. And as they did, they made each other a promise, or a wish, that the necklace would never not be lit up as long as she would wear it. So yeah, with a little bit of background there out of the way, we're gonna go towards the bow hole, which is the next dungeon we need to go to. Something I quickly want to mention, like there is actually a reference on one other place that we've passed so far in the game of Corvus, and that's right at the start of the game. In the observatory, there's actually this grave of a Celestian that's been missing for quite some time. The Celestian named Corvus. So, not only has he got all of that background, you know, the stories with Serena, the fact that apparently he somehow ended up in town, the Gittish Empire that attacked, but on top of all of that, somewhere down the line he went missing, and he has not been seen since. Let's try to not actually hit any of those. So we need Serena to open up the gate of the next dungeon of the bow hole so that we can actually enter. This is also the furthest dungeon to get to from, judging by its nearest town. It's quite a long walk. With this, we can actually enter the bow hole, which is where we're going to do the last grinding section of the game. And I'm going to be grinding a little bit more than I should probably need to, but this is a pretty quick place to get a lot of levels, and a little bit of extra levels does add some safety. So considering it's a marathon, we'll take a few additional fights. First and foremost, though, we need to make our way to pretty much the end of this dungeon, because we can't actually start grinding until we hit the last floor. Because from there I can do an RNG manipulation to get a guaranteed liquid metal slime encounter. And if I do it perfectly, I can even guarantee it to be preemptive. Basically giving me an almost guaranteed kill on liquid metal slimes, which is the second highest experience yielding encounter in the game. Okay, so here we go. Let's see if I can get it. This might take me a few tries to get. Okay, now that one needs to start moving. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, let's see if I got it. Nice, perfect. So with that, it's just a bunch of metal slashes on these things. I still have 2 of my characters I'll focus on healing. That could be a little bad. Okay, they're still gonna default to Metal Slash, perfect. Not going to get the kill though, surprisingly. He does do an attack, so we're still going to get it regardless. There we go. That's the first liquid metal slime. You can immediately see how much experience that gives. Like, we just jump 3 levels right off the bat. Or 2 levels, like, quite a lot. Okay, yeah, 2 levels up just immediately. Okay, so that's the first. Like this, we'll have to kill quite a few actually. These levels are mainly what's going to make this game doable, because you know, Dragon Quest, especially as a series, it's a very grindy series usually, and through manipulations like this, despite of the fact that you normally would spend hours and hours of grinding in a casual playthrough, we can skip most of that and get a half-decent level off of these encounters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's see if we got it, and we got it. Since they're all defaulting to Metal Slash, this is probably the fastest way to set it up. Getting the kill, perfect. That's level 22. Victoria even already being on level 23. Now 23, 24 would be the bare minimum that you could technically take in a run. But that's quite risky to take. I'm probably going to aim for about level 28 as my final level here. That's a pretty safe level to be at. At least that way I won't have to go for any weird, incredibly risky strats. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm counting the amount of times that the liquid metal slime moves. If I start moving towards the left, after he's made his movement 9 times, that's when I can guarantee a preemptive encounter. And that just basically gets me an entire round of attacks off before he even gets to do anything. It doesn't guarantee a kill, but it makes it a lot more likely to work out. So that's level 23 on Indy. Gonna up his strength by 10. Main reason I'm putting that into my warrior is just to get my my natural resilience up a bit. Okay, we've got Blind Man's Biff. That's a very powerful move. We'll be needing that coming up soon. That's a move we'll be using through several of the boss fights. Like Life Force and Blind Man's Biff, those are the 2 moves I need to have learned by the end of this grind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Still a preemptive. Unfortunately, there is another encounter in this right now. So hopefully we can still get the kill on the liquid metal slime. They just hit. Cool. Could have possibly gone for sap, but this'll do. Time to start putting into shield for him. Get that block chance up a little bit. Let's see. Let's get myself a superior medicine on Indy. Make sure that he's fully healed, or at least close to fully healed up. So we wait for the rock golem. He's gonna move again, move to the right. Luckily, the window on this is pretty lenient, so it's generally pretty easy to get this. Three, 4. I need a good hit here. Nice. 8 damage will do. See, I want at least that extra resilience on my warrior. That's just a huge amount, like 20 extra defense points that I get for free. As well as the natural max HP increase by 30. They might not seem much, but those extra bits of health and defense make these next few bosses significantly easier. That's off. I was not on the manipulation there. That should be good. What am I doing? Come on. Let's get into the menu. Walk up. I need for the rock one to pass again. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ooh, it's kind of unfortunate that there's 2 of those with them. Could have opted to flee that. Not sure if that would have been the right call though. Because I can take them, that's not a big deal. We'll go down, no problem. Get in.
Welcome to BSG, the marathon in support of the Dutch Cancer Society. The Dutch Cancer Society is a society that raises money for cancer research and cancer care, making sure that cancer patients get the best care they can get. Their motto is more cure and less cancer.
So we get the 20 additional resilience on Indy. That should make him a little harder to kill. One point away before we can get that on Victoria as well. Plus 2% block chance on the Rani. And there's 30 extra health for Gasm. So one more round of level ups should just about give me most of the additional advantages that I would like to get. So we're gonna wait on this one real quick. I might do like 1 or 2 more after this, depending on how my levels are looking. We're definitely getting there in terms of the level that it's safe to move. That might have been late. Okay, I was still in time then. That felt like I was gonna be late, but luckily I wasn't then. 2. 3. 6. Yeah, that's more than enough. I will say, I remember when I first actually found that this manipulation was a thing. Because when I first initially figured, hey, I'll do a speedrun of this, I actually didn't know this manipulation. I learned it somewhere in the middle of that run, just over the fact that it saves so much time and it's so much easier to actually get this encounter. And even as a casual player, this is a really useful manipulation to use, because it's pretty easy to do. You just open up the map there, walk up the stairs all the way to that corner, and then just wait for the correct encounter to spawn. And it saves... It just makes the grinding so much more bearable, because not only is it really quick to get the encounter you want, rather than having to search around every room for hours on end and maybe find a handful. By timing it correctly, you can actually also just get them to be preemptive, and like the window for that is really big as well. Like you've got nearly a second worth of window in order to get it to be preemptive. So even on that, it's pretty easy. And even then, it's just it just saves a lot of a major headache, basically. I will say, if I had actually known that this was a thing when I was first playing this as a kid, this would have been a lot easier, and it would have been quite a bit easier to just get through the game. So we get the 20 additional resilience here. gonna do, I think, one more. Just for good measure. And then we'll move on to the boss of this place. And this is basically the last grinding that we'll actually get to do in the game. Because this is the second highest experience yielding encounter in the game, and the highest in terms of just the regular game, until you've beaten the final boss. There is an area where you can find a better one, but you can't actually access that until post-game. So in that, this encounter is easily your best option. This is kind of unfortunate that there are these other armors with this thing, but as long as we get the kill on this, we'll be fine. Okay, I just need him to hit, basically. Okay, there's their defense dropped. From here they become pretty easy. Just egg on and attack. They can still hurt a little, but nothing too serious. No, on... Actually, he doesn't even need it anymore. I guess I could have put it in sword. That would still be kind of useful further down the line, but we'll do that when he levels up again. So yeah, let's heal up everybody real quick, and we'll actually start making our way towards the next boss. So this place is all about like the sacred bow that was supposedly hidden here that when used can create a bridge between Wormwood Creek and the neighboring city of Upover. There's a giant like mountain. It's not really mountains, but like the other way around. It's in the way. You'll see it in a little bit. And the only way to pass that is by using the by shooting the arrow. However, the only one that can actually get the bow is somebody that's proven his worth to Gudrongo. So, well, guess whom we're gonna be fighting. Now we actually do have some levels right now, so that makes it a little bit easier. Let's go double up. No, let's psych up first. Gale Force. And then Whipping Boy. Let's actually put somebody on focus on healing. Focus on healing. Egg on, double up. Sap. Might as well just start using sap on this one. Okay, that move can hurt a little, but that's okay. Okay, let's get him to 100 at least, so we can start dealing damage. This guy's got 2,000 health, so he might not actually go down very quickly. If we can't actually get the 100 tension, that isn't going to become any easier. Okay, we got a defense drop on him, that's good. There's the 100 tension. Time for Blind Man's Biff. We'll use sap one more time. I mean, that's only 45 damage. It's not going to do much, but the sap defense increases again. And that basically just one-shots him. Like I said, that thing has 2,000 health. We just did over 3,000 in one hit. That's how powerful this setup is. So yeah, with that, we're gonna get both the bow and the arrow. And well, now we can actually move towards Upover. Let's see, let's use the Evacuabel. We still have a few of those. And we're going to zoom over to Wormwood Creek. I am going to opt to quickly take the inn here just to heal up. Generally, this walk is not that dangerous, but if you hit an enemy, then it can be quite a problem. And I don't want characters dying along the way. So let's just take a quick nap here. I'm going to try to do this first part without actually needing to use any holy water, because it's really close by. And immediately I'm starting to regret that, but there's the staircase already. That's also why I wanted to try and avoid that, because as soon as we get in here, we're going to trigger a cutscene, so it would wear out again. Right here from this tablet, we're going to shoot the Wormlight Bow. Or that's going to create a pathway across. A bridge made of light. This is also where the people from Wormwood start coming towards us, because they just saw the fact that apparently we have managed to create the bridge, and that means that, you know, we were the chosen one and to get the pathway back, and there might be some merit to our story of that dragon that we fought. So he's finally going to cut us some slack, and he's going to apologize for being as mean to us as he was. So they're going to say their goodbyes, and we're going to make our way across the bridge. They've also mentioned something about the heroes of the heavens, and we'll get back on that in a little bit, but supposedly that's somebody who we're going to be finding in the next city. Before we get there, though, we're going to have to do the literal longest piece of overworld movement that we need to do throughout the entire run. Because going from Wormwood Creek all the way to Upover is quite a walk. Let's just try to not hit any of these enemies. There are most of these enemies aren't that big a problem, but there are a few that can cause some serious issues. Definitely do not want to be hitting any of those. Okay, that's the first area. All of these areas are named after like a part of the dragon. We're currently at the wing. We get to the tail. I'm going to do a short part of that though. Worm's Maw. This is probably like this is also the last part that we need to go through, because right at the center there is the volcano as well as the city of Upover. Now for those that Upover might seem a bit of a weird name for a city, but it actually they actually named it after Australia for being down under, and they then reversed it into Upover because creative town names clearly. Okay, that ogre is kind of in the way. Okay, let's get up here. We made it. Didn't actually get into a fight with any of the enemies. And thus we get into the city of Upover. One of the last cities we'll be visiting as well. There aren't really that many left. We're gonna go up here. We're gonna go into the house of the mayor. And we tell him of, or he tells us of the dragon Grey Crrool. And Barbaros, who was the black dragon that we fought. Now, Stella kind of wonders, this Grey Crrool guy, how the hell is he still alive, considering he's got to be at least 100 years old? Okay, so he's going to now allow us passage, and with that we're going to make our way through the Magmaroo. This is another pretty tough dungeon. There's quite a few enemies I really do not want to fight. That basically goes for any dungeon from this point on, where it's just stuff has gotten pretty difficult. So we want to avoid it as best we can. Okay, I need that one to move. Because I believe the safety shoes are down here and I need to quickly get that. Oh, that's the mini medal. Whoops. That's fine. Get past that guy real quick. Down here. Okay, little cloud, can you get it out of the way? Thank you. He's still up there, and I still end up hitting him. Whatever. This isn't the worst enemy to get, and it's preemptive too, so it's an easy run. Whoop. Watch out for the dragon. Okay, we're getting close to the summit. Which is where we'll meet the hero of the heavens, which, supposedly some guy that's over 100 years old. Grey Gnarl. Let's see what the guy is like. Okay, yeah, we're fully enough healed. So we should be good. So right here, we hear the words, "Who dares disturb me?" And, well, this is Grey Gnarl. Some dragon, apparently. Because, you know, dragons are cool, right? So yeah, the fact that he's a dragon would explain how he's over 100 years old. He suspects that we were sent by the House of Git, so we're gonna get into a bit of a fight with him. Frost Force. I used it on Indy. That's fine. I'll just use it on Gasm next turn. Oh, that hurt. That's a pretty painful move that he can do. It can go worse. He can also end up paralyzing people, which would make that really, really bad, but he didn't go that far this time, luckily. There's his lightning attack, just dealing a ton of damage. We get the 100 tension, though. Technically, I don't need 100 tension in order to beat this guy, but it does make things a little easier. Because there we go, we just one-shot him. Easy, boss. So yeah, the hero of the heavens. Supposedly some really strong enemy. But, yeah, with the right setup, he's not all that difficult. So this old lady, she comes walking up on the mountain as well, and she tells us that we're not actually the enemy, but we fought a black dragon. Turns out the mighty Barbaros is back. Let's see, we're gonna go back to Upover. Oh, right, this is a thing. We need to walk out first. Because now comes the hardest part of the game, actually keeping my head clear for, you know, the last 2 to 3 hours. Kind of trying to go to, well, not the place where I was already at. I need to go to Upover. There we go. It turns up Upover is, well, it's kind of under attack right now. The Gittish Empire is back, and they're attacking the city. We're gonna quickly just heal up, because even though, you know, some army is attacking the city, we might as well rest the rest of the night. Take a good night's sleep. Can't fight it, except we, you know, can't do a battle like this without a good night's rest, right? So we're gonna get into a really hard mini boss fight here. We're gonna egg him on, double up. Should have gone for life force there. Let's see, tactics, follow orders, Aegon, claptrap, life force. Okay, now I just kind of need to hope that life force actually goes off first. Or rather, not before he attacks. It does, so it's good. And the second one should be a one-shot. And it is. And from here on, the others are pretty easy. Surprised Victoria didn't go for the heal on Durrani, unless she doesn't have any... Doesn't she have any herbs left? Okay, so Victoria doesn't have any herbs left. Good to know. Of course they all focus on Durrani, but even then we get the kill this turn, so it's all good. So yeah, so far the really difficult mini-boss, because clearly that fight was hard. But Hootingham Gore was completely aware of their defeat, so, well, he's not really a kind lieutenant, that's for sure. So because of that, Hootingham Gore is actually the one to kill him. He recognizes us as the apprentice from Aquila. And then he goes off, but, well, we can only assume not for too long. Let's heal up real quick. Especially with Durrani being practically dead. Yeah, okay, so their inventory is practically empty. I need to fix that. I also should probably buy a few more superior medicine. Throw the last 5 in there for now. I guess I'll just throw the 2 in there and we'll get the remaining ones in a little bit. Because I need to buy more anyway. I don't have enough anymore. So now to talk to the lady over here who tells us of the drunken dragon. Some beverage we need to get for the dragon up on the mountain. Okay, let's get out of here. Now we're supposed to be zooming, let's see, Bloomingdale. We're supposed to be zooming to Stornway right now, but we're going to make a quick pit stop in Bloomingdale just to stock up on some items. Let's get a few spare superior herbs. Stormway. Equipment, unequip that. Z's magic armor. is we're gonna get to the crackpot and we're gonna do some alchemy. This time around though, we're just gonna try our luck. I'm gonna use the, let's see, magic armor. Enchanted stone. And then the ethereal stone, which I should also have one. There we go. Along with the enchanted armor. That will give us ethereal armor. Let's see. Let's equip our hero with the Dragon Bane as well as the ethereal armor, because he's going to be needing that. And we're gonna drop off all of our party members. We need to do this next segment with just one party member. We can only take our hero with us. So we're gonna drop off our 3 friends. With that out of the way, we're gonna go back to the summit of the Magmaru. We're gonna talk to our good friend, well, as far as you can call him, our good friend right now, Grey Gnarl. He's going to give us something that will become of great use to us: the Gittish seal. We also give him his drink. So yeah, there we go. We get the shield, and this is a really important item. And it's going to be really important in the next dungeon that we're going to go to. That dungeon would not be beatable without that item. You're supposed to get it. It's completely story related and all that, but still. We also get to meet with our good friend Barbaros again, who is now starting his attack on Upover. So Grey Gnarl, he's going to give us a set of armor, the dragon armor, and we're going to be fighting Barbaros. But Lieutenant Hootingham Gore had one little trick up his sleeve. Although I will say this thing is not at all strong. Like, it's supposedly but just a matter of attacking and, if needed, throw a heal towards hero. But he's already out of MP, so he really can't do all that much other than just physical hits. So yeah, that's it. That's all that fight is. So we're going to be getting our Dragon Warrior gear. Okay, we're gonna equip the helm, the armor, gloves, trousers, and boots. Oh, and unequip the sword for now. So now we're actually going to get like the one break that we're gonna get this run, and after about close to 8 hours, that's gonna be really nice to get. We're gonna get into a bit of a cutscene where I actually won't have to do anything. So yeah, time to put the controller down for a little bit and actually stretch up a bit, because after close to 8 hours, I can definitely use that. Just like 2.5 more to go though, so this is this cutscene right here, where you're gonna get the fight between Barbaros and Grey Gnarl, is like a godsend for any speedrunner of this game, because it's that one point in the run where you can just stretch up a bit. You guys still holding up? I'm surprised you have, honestly. But good for you. That's a compliment, by the way. It was meant as a compliment. I guess. Yeah, or not. I might not want to repeat that. Okay. Well, let's go for the final stretch, boys. And girl. So yeah, Barbaros with his final attack, attacking the city rather than Grey Gnarl himself, making it kind of an unfair fight, but Grey Gnarl is not going to let him destroy the entire city, so he's going to, well, throw off our hero. It's been short but sweet. And he's going to defend the town at the cost of his own life. Okay, let's get ready to start playing again. That was a nice little break. I honestly needed that. It's a long ride, that's for sure. But hey. Now, when we regain consciousness, because we were pretty much thrown off, we have ended up in the Gittingham prison. And well, that's definitely not good for us, because this place isn't fun. We meet Lieutenant Gorham Hogg, which is actually a boss we're going to be fighting 2 times. But we'll get more into those fights in just a little bit. This is kind of where we entered the last segment of the game. The prison and then the final couple of dungeons. There are still quite a few areas left and we're still far from done, but this is where You'll see once we actually get near the end why I'm calling it this, and why I'm saying that this is basically the final stretch. No, Kinnan. So we're just gonna interact with the door, and then the guy from the prison cell next to us, Sterling, he tells us to save up our energy because we're gonna be needing it. Sterling, by the way, being quite an important character as well, but we'll get to see a little bit more of him soon. So they're gonna take us out of this place, and well, first and foremost, we're gonna go up here and we're gonna meet up with Sterling. He's going to give us the quick tour of the place. Unfortunately, this prison, it's not really a fun place to be. Also, one thing I've always wondered, there's these spikes on the edges of the walls. For good reason, presumably. I mean, they want to keep people in here, and I get that. But the spikes are so far apart that I've always figured, what even is their purpose? Like, it seems like a low enough wall to just climb over, and the fact that the spikes are like half a meter apart at least, you probably won't get stuck on them. But hey. I guess minor little weird design thingies, especially for a prison like this. Yeah, there's a few places that we need to pass through to get these little cutscenes that show us what this prison is all about. Which is, I mean, we're gonna, but this barrier, that's probably the important one. This is the barrier that separates us from, like, the prison from the guardhouse. And he tells us that, you know, you shouldn't be touching it. Actually, you know what? How about experience is the best possible teacher. So we go up to the barrier and we can just walk through. Now, any other guy would get shocked right there, and it would be quite painful, but we can just pass through the barrier no problem. Reason being that we have the Gittish seal, the one we got from Greynall earlier. That's why I said that item is so important. It is what actually allows us to pass through the barriers, and, well, you might have a hunch as to what's coming up, because, I mean, if we can pass through these barriers, we're in a prison, and we do kind of still need to save the world. You guys do the math. We also get to see this graveyard. It's not a fun place. But then again, I guess they're never supposed to be fun places, right? So it turns out that the path blocking my way out of the prison is also one of those barriers. So, you know, we can't get through. It's that simple. Clearly we can't. So, you know, the first day we're gonna get off easy, but the second day it's gonna be even worse, supposedly. However, Sterling does start to tell us that he was starting to come up with a plan, well, kind of, to get out of this place. There wasn't anything really planned out yet because they were still stuck with the fact that somehow they need to get through those barriers, but you know, we might be able to turn those off for him. So that might give some options. He also tells us he doesn't know when the opportunity arises. It might be today, it might be tomorrow, or it might be tomorrow, it might be next week, but it could also be like a year from now. So we don't really know when we're going to be breaking out, but at least there's plans to break out. Now the day after, we know that one of these guys, he's going to be hanged. And, well, Sterling, he can't take it anymore, and, well, he, decides to start a prison riot, and puts people on, you know, it's time for us to escape. We can't get through the barrier, but actually we can now. So that's gonna be a thing, and we can actually make sure this will work. Now our plan, of course, is going to be very simple. We're just going to run out, because we're going to get some buddies first. You know, some assistance. That seems like a good plan. So let's get our three buddies back, starting with Gasm. He's all ready for action again. Durrani. And we've got Victoria. Let's see. Equip hero with basically a bunch of the Dragon Warrior gear that we had over. Let's see, she gets ethereal armor. Also, he's supposed to have the other boots, the Wellington boots. Wait, why? Okay, that's... yeah, no. We'll just do it like this. We're gonna go to Bloomingdale, because we still have a little bit of shopping to finish up before we're actually gonna move over to the prison again. They can wait just a little bit longer. Buying 4 of those. Let's see if I have everything here. Yep, okay, we have everything. So let's make sure I have some superior herbs on everybody. And we'll be good to go. Okay, he's got the Sage's elixir there. We're gonna replace that with a herb as well. Figured he still had, he still did. Quick little safety save. And with that, it's back to the prison. And time for the prison break. Now, the prison break will have two fights that we need to do. First one to get rid of the barriers, and then one with the actual boss of the thing. So first we're going to go up here. Because we need to turn off the barriers somehow. At least that way our buddies down there actually, well, first of all, have a chance to actually escape. Second of all, they can help us in combat and keeping some enemies away from us. Luckily, the actual thing I need to fight is just this thing. Gone. White man's biff. Gale force. Of course, he happened to summon us a cure slime. Get a little bit of tension on him at least. Okay, there we go. That's the lethal armor. Bit of a rough fight, but I guess we got him at least. So we're gonna stop the generator, and that's gonna turn off all of the barriers. So now that that's off, we can go down here and go for the big guy of this place. Sterling tells us there are still a few prisoners in the maximum security part of this prison, so we might still need to help those, and rightfully so, I guess. So we meet Lieutenant Gorham Hogg, which, he's a jerk sometimes. He notices that we have the Gittish seal, which definitely goes to show why we actually managed to get past the barrier. see if we can get this guy down. Psych up. Life force. Psych up. Let's see. I'll go for sap this turn still. Nice, got the block with the crit. It's like that's a really good block there. Nice, get the defense down. Tension not on 100, but double up. Whipping boy. That's what I need to do. This is what I meant when I said, you know, I need to keep my head in the game. It's becoming increasingly more difficult at this point. Okay, we get the 100 tension. We get the double up. Gonna probably go for another sap next turn. Gonna try for the one shot again. Ooh, Victoria barely surviving that. 8 health left. Let's hope we actually get the kill here. And we do 3,000 damage. That's well over 500 more than he has. So yeah, that's Gorham Hog. He really isn't that difficult a boss. It's just that he can troll a little. But we got away with it. So that's one of the major Gittish lieutenants down. Basically, for this next part of the game, what we need to do is we need to go through several of the... Or we're going to basically start fighting the Gittish Empire. Turned out that they are behind quite a bit of the trouble. And, well, let's see if we can actually stop them. Sterling is going to get his old whistle back. And that is actually a very important whistle, as you'll see in just a little bit. We are going to get the ultimate key, a key that can basically just about, basically open just about any door. So, turns out in the solitary confinement, we find all of the missing, or at least a couple of the missing Celestrians. Turns out the Gittish Empire had actually captured them. And, well, we're gonna break them out as well. This is just another piece of evidence that the Gittish Empire is what was behind the attack. And what caused all the grief to happen over at the observatory. So we're going to rescue all of the Celestrians, and then we're just going to get out of here. I do quickly need to use the heal pad over here. We go out. No, we need to talk to Sterling first. I needed to get that heal anyway. It's fine. So yeah, with some help of Sterling, we're gonna get all of them out of here. So up here, everybody has managed to break out of has managed to break out as well. But just after, you know, when everything seems in the clear, the dragon Barbaros, he reappears, and well, he starts attacking all of us. So that's bad news, of course, because we're not quite ready to take up a dragon right now. Although we kind of defeated Greynarl, but you know, he hadn't fought anything in 300 years. Sterling basically tells everybody, you know, run away. Just start running. Get yourselves as far from the Kiddish Empire as possible. And thus they do. He blows his whistle, and well, the whistle is for something very special. Specifically, the Starflight Express. The old guy that Stella was talking about that she'd been missing lately, that's Sterling, and we just found him. Barbaros is going to be flying off. We're going to get onto the Starflight Express, and well, it's time to go back to the observatory. So yeah, Stella being all worried about us, is gonna kind of more or less welcome us back, after which she sees Sterling walking in. So yeah, Sterling is actually the captain of the Starflight Express, and Stella is the I don't know what she does actually. Probably nothing, considering it's Stella. Regardless, we made our way back, and the Celestrians we saved thank us, of course, for our aid. There's still plenty more that are down there, but hey, at least we saved a few of the Celestrians at this point. So we're starting to make progress. Although, you know, this stuff with all the figs being stolen by Aquila is still kind of troublesome. We talk to Appa's mayor real quick. After, I need to make sure to get the two chests on the right here, the Goddess Ring and the Orichalcum. Now we tell of Aquila's betrayal, but Aquila apparently actually did deliver the figs right here in our name. He told Apis Mayor apparently that we met up in the Protectorate, and that's where we started collecting them together. So, well, I mean, at least he gave us some of the credit, I guess. But turns out he hadn't actually just given them over to Lieutenant Hoyticum Gore, but instead still delivered them here. Apis Mayor, he doesn't really know what to make of it. I mean, Aquila definitely isn't a traitor, that much has been proven, but we're also not one to known to lie, so there's gotta be something to it. Okay. Pull that out of the way. We need to get these two chests. Very important that I don't forget these, because I'm not actually going to get another chance to get these. Namely, that ring is going to be quite important. So we'll make our way to the top, and it's back into the Starflight Express, because we're not quite done just yet. So, our next destination, the Realm of the Almighty. Supposedly, like, according to the legend at least, the Starflight Express would be what carries the Celestrians up to the Realm of the Almighty. All things considered, that might be where we want to take a quick peek as to what's going on, you know? Also, there's some pretty decent chests there that I kind of want to get, so it's good stuff to watch out for.
I would like to remind you guys that coming up next we have Final Fantasy IX, and we have still some donation incentives for that. Currently, the first will be the name of Zidane, and we currently have Toju and Goats, and those are at really low amounts, so if you really want to snipe a certain name for Zidane, you can go ahead and do that.
So yeah, it's time to get up to the Realm of the Almighty. And let's see what's going on over there, because, I mean, with everything going on in the Protectorate, with the observatory basically having been destroyed, let's see how this is holding out. So the Realm of the Almighty really isn't all that special a place. It really is just like the castle of the Almighty himself. And, I mean, he doesn't need that much, which I'd imagine he wouldn't. But, let's see what it's going to be like. There's two items in particular that I want to grab. The White Knight's Shield and the Might Armlet. After which we're just going to finish up this area. It's a pretty short area, but we do need to make sure that I actually get everything. So this door can only be opened by those pure of heart, so, you know, we stand in front, and the door opens. It's not that one. There we go, that's the White Knight's shield. I just need to get the Might Armlet, which is on the next level. So we reach the castle of the Almighty. Again, the door will open, kind of a similar fashion. But the Almighty himself isn't here, and there's massive cracks in the floor. This definitely goes to show that something's up. Something's wrong. So Appa's May are again feeling sad that, you know, has the Almighty One again forsaken them, or what the hell is going on around here? We're gonna make ourselves to the top floor, and well, we were supposed to be offering up the figs over here, so let's just do that. So I guess it's about time we actually started to learn what the figs were even all about. Because all of this had a pretty neat goal. Something that we were supposed to achieve by getting the figs to bloom and all that. And, I mean, we've been working on this for about, like, 8 hours now? So I guess it's about time we started to learn the background of what's really going on. I guess that's classic Dragon Quest, where, you know, after 8 hours or something, you're actually going to learn what you're supposed to be doing. Yeah, any JRPG would fit that criterion. Anyway, the benevolence that we were gathering was not for the Almighty, but rather for the daughter of the Almighty, the goddess Celestria. After having offered up the figs, we get warped back to the top of the observatory, and it turns out that the Yggdrasil is not just any tree. It's the goddess Celestria herself. In the dream that we saw a couple of hours ago, a beam of light was about to wipe out all of mortal kind, but was stopped by Celestria, the daughter of the Almighty. And she said that she would protect the mortals even if it would cost her her own life. She turned herself into a tree only to be awakened had the purity of mortals been proven. Benevolence being the sign or being proof of this very of the kindness and truth in mortal kind. So we see how Zenus was about to destroy all of mortal kind. And Celestria stopped it. So yeah, she changed herself into the tree, and she created the observatory. And the Celestrians and observatory were created to serve her. For the only way for her to revive was for the innocence to be proven. And she all too well aware that if no such proof would exist, she would sleep forever. So yeah, that's what the Celestrians, their goal is. Find the proof of the innocence of mortal kind so that they can live on. And Celestria, being the goddess they actually serve, Appa's mayor, of course, being happy about that, what he has served. You know, truly a cause worthy. But she also tells us of the one person that has caused the rest of this. The one who revived the Gittish Empire from death and is now causing all the despair in the world. And she gives us the quest to deliver mortal kind from evil for once and for all. I think we need to go in here. So we'll make a quick stop at Old Trades Abbey, because we do still have a few things we need to do. Now that we have the ultimate key, we can actually open up a few chests and doors that can be quite useful. First up, we're going to go to the Magma Rose Summit and get ourselves a second Yggdrasil leaf. Basically just another instant revive item, just in case I need it. Next up, we'll move over to Bloomingdale. Because, well, we still have a ship, and there is a few items in that ship that we haven't actually been able to get yet. But now might be a good time, because now we do actually have the ultimate key. I need to go another floor down. Come on. Let's not start derping now, shall we? Yeah, we find the Falcon Blade and a Seed of Agility. And mainly that Falcon Blade is going to be very important. The Falcon Blade is not a very powerful sword, but it is a sword that can attack twice in a turn. So that alone is going to make it significantly more powerful than anything we've used so far. I'm also going to go to Doorbridge real quick, which might seem a little bit of a weird choice, but there's something in here in the poorest city in the entire game that we need to get. Okay, he gets the Falcon Blade. Mighty Armlet. She gets the Dragon Scale and the White Knight's Shield. Jasper, you're only now noticing the derpy face of my third character? I'm impressed that you hadn't noticed yet. So we're gonna sell a few items here. I need 22,400 gold. So that's a lot of money. Let's see, we can sell the Dragon's Bane. We don't need that anymore. That's a good amount right off the bat. Let's see, Blazer for 1,000. Well, Blazer plus the other things in here. Basically adding up to a decent chunk. The Orichalcum, which is 5,000. This is also why I had to get that Orichalcum just now, like it's just too much money. And the Goddess Ring last but not least, and that gets us enough to buy a really fantastic item. So you know how we've always been healing using herbs? Yeah, we're gonna get ourselves the Cherry on Bow, and the Cherry on Bow has a secondary effect that if used as an item in combat, it actually heals my party. It's incredibly expensive, but it's completely worth the money. We also are going to quickly give ourselves the angel bells that I bought earlier. Where do I have those? There we go. One on each character. Leaves we don't need just yet. Actually, I want as a leaf on Z.
We have a €1.28 donation from Xita. Let's fix the total once more. Crrool, you're a legend for doing the Dragon Quest IX. So the only incentive this money could go to is naming the Dark Souls character Crrool. And that brings us €8 away from €300. Come on, guys, we can get this.
Okay, so with all of that out of the way, we're gonna make to our next goal, which is actually right at the heart of the Gitish Empire, and one of the last dungeons in the game. There's still a lot we need to do, and we're still very far from the end, but in terms of actual dungeons, it's one of the last ones. So we get to the entrance of the Gittish Palace, and well, we can't exactly break through it, but Celestria, she's going to grant us safe passage through this. And next up, we'll have a semi-completely scripted fight against Hootigam Gore, the second of the lieutenants of the Gittish Empire. And this fight is kind of scripted, but he can confuse me, and that can make things a little problematic. I have those angel bells equipped just in case that ends up happening. So first of all, I'm going to put Victoria on focus on healing. Aegon Gasm, double up, and then life force. Okay, bounce is fine. We only do physical attacks anyway. Swoosh is also good. I'll take that. Because starting next turn, I can start using the bow. Aegon, Claptrap, that one. I'm going to use the items and then go for the Cherion's bow. And you'll start seeing why this bow is so incredibly useful. It's the most expensive piece of equipment we actually pick up, but it's greatly worthwhile. Also, can these things please not actually kill Indy? That'd be nice, thank you. Yeah, I do still need Indy for next run as well. But yeah, here you go. Like, it's just basically, it's just a heal all kind of spell. Okay, that's the first one down. Luckily, we still have some superior medicine. So next turn, we're just gonna start buffing up, because Hootigam Gore himself is actually a little bit more difficult. Psych up, the bow, and just keep focusing on healing. We don't really need 100 tension here, but we kind of want to reach 50 at the very least. Blind Man's Biff, and we're gonna go for Sap. The Sap is mostly in the hopes that I can get his defenses down just a little bit. It's probably not gonna work, especially since he just refreshed that mirror, but yeah, I figured he'd deflect it. That's okay. Here we go. Got the one shot. Let's go. That's Hootigam Gore. Pretty solid fight, honestly. 5-turn fight is about as it's pretty much exactly what you'd like to get in that fight. We're gonna get a plus 2% on block chance for Durrani, just to increase that a little bit. And we're gonna get another fail of Sage's Elixir. So on to, well, Gittingham Palace. And this is definitely not a fun place to be, as we'll see soon enough. Just gonna go in this door, even though I don't need to go there, mostly just to make sure that all of the encounters are gone again. Because there's really only one chest I need to get, and that's the dark shield over here. Let's see, equip Dark Shield on Z, Magic Shield on Hero. That's why I did that so close to the stairs. I should probably do this basically at the doorway. It's time to get those superior medicine back into my inventory. That was like the one thing I shouldn't have replaced, but hey. So yeah, the next boss can't confuse me at least, so we won't be needing the angel bells. That doesn't do anything. I need to put it on Victoria. It's just my mind drawing a blank every now and again, due to the fact that it's been a long haul, but we're getting there. So let's just keep up just a little bit longer. So up next is the third of the lieutenants that we're going to be fighting, Lieutenant Goresby Purvis. And this guy can be a bit of a pain. Not gonna lie, this guy can really be a bit of a pain. So we're gonna psych up, we're gonna use Funeral Force here. And I'm gonna start healing very soon. But this guy, he can easily do criticals and whatnot, and he can just do a lot of damage. Now I need Gasm to be on maximum tension with Funeral Force and double up, and then with Blind Lens Biff, hopefully we can get the one shot. Gonna use the Cherion's Bow from turn 2 onward. Also, he can knock somebody inactive, which is actually kind of annoying, because if that happens on Gasm, he'd lose all of his tension. Okay, it's not at 100, so it's a good thing that we get the psych up. Come on. Okay, there we go. 100 tension. Can we get the one shot on this thing, though? That's the big question. He's got 2,306 health, out of which we've dealt a fair bit. Gonna have her follow orders. Defend. Blind Man's Biff. Cherry on Bow. And Whipping Boy on Gasm. Okay, the crit missed it. Missed that. That was a crit. And we get the one shot. So that's Lieutenant Gorsby Purvis. It's another tough boss down, but we're starting to get there. See, this is why this setup works so nicely. You basically just, once you've set up, you can basically one-shot just about everything. Even bosses in the late game. And we're even going to try. I'm not going to say that we're going to succeed, because that's actually a harder one to get. But even you can even try that on the final boss, and it can work. And the very fact that the final boss is not impossible to be one-shot says enough, right? Okay. So first and foremost, I'm going to make sure everybody's healed up. It's important. We have enough herbs, so nothing to worry about. I'm gonna get my magic water, because I should still have some magic water around here somewhere. If I can actually find... There we go. Gonna make sure that's on full again. That's an important one to be on full. And we're gonna get a leaf on... on Durrani as well. And thus we get to the final boss of this dungeon, King Godwin himself, King Godwin of House Git. And Aquila, who was so kind to deliver the figs, is about to attack King Godwin himself. He betrayed everybody in the Gitish Empire, played the act of stealing the figs, all so that he could get an audience with King Godwin in the hopes that he could finally put an end to the Gitish Empire. That's why Aquila betrayed everybody, basically. Unfortunately, King Godwin is kind of powerful. Aquila is no match for him. Now, we're not gonna let some meek little king defeat our mentor, right? So first off, I'm gonna do something about my lineup. He's gonna go to the back row. Egg on and psych up. Hold on, I also should probably put Victoria back on focus on healing. I just realized she wasn't on there yet. Psych up. Life Force on Gasm. And Victoria on focus on healing. Now this boss... this part isn't all that bad. He's got 1970 health, so just under 2000, which is actually less than the previous few bosses had. So you'd think that'd be pretty doable, right? Of course, he's got some powerful stuff, and he can attack twice a turn, but hey. I guess so could Gorsby Purvis, and he wasn't a big deal either. Ooh, that's a pretty big hit right there. I need the tension to go up to 100 right now, because then I can claptrap and hopefully kill this guy. There we go, there's 100 tension. Claptrap, Cherion's bow, focus on healing. Kafrizz, that's gonna hurt a little, but we live. Okay, we're getting out of this first fight surprisingly well. Most of my characters at full health. We're gonna get Claptrap, and that will kill Gingodwin. But, no, not yet, not yet. Because that's not even his final form. You know, every JRPG ever, basically. But yeah, that's not even his... That's, so yeah, that's not his last form. He actually has a second form, which is significantly more powerful than the first one. That's also why we could just do Claptrap just now. This is the true form of King Godwin. And, yeah, that thing is quite a bit more powerful in a lot of ways. Luckily, we got out of the first fight well, and we have a lot of health to work with. That makes it a little easier, although it's no guarantee. So we're gonna psych up. Life Force again. That is a massive amount of damage right there. I hope Victoria actually goes for the herb here, because I do need a herb. Yes, okay, so we're gonna get the superior medicine. That's good to know. Cherion's bow. Still fine. The double up. I'm kind of hoping for another herb, but I do not think that's low enough for it to go for a herb. It does still go for a herb. Nice, that's good. That's actually really good. Psych up. Cherion's bow. I need the 100 tension right now. Okay, perfect. We are not done, even when we get 100 tension, because he can get rid of 100 tension even on the turn that I'm about to do my attack. So, by no means are we actually done. I'm going to use my Blind Man's Biff here. Use the bow. The extra Aegon was in case he decided to go before Indy as well, and would have removed the tension. In that case, I could have at least had 5 tension on him. Wouldn't have been much, but it would have been something. And that is King Godwin. For the record, that guy has 3,250 health. We just one-shot him. We did, I want to say approximately 3,700 damage if I saw correctly, but I may have seen that wrong. But yeah, that was King Godwin himself. Pretty tough boss, of course, but you know, it's far from done, of course. Aquila, explaining his actions, and his only regret is that he had to betray us. King Godwin, not giving in quite yet, tries to kill us. Aquila stepping on the way and sacrificing his own life to get rid of King Godwin once and for all. But we're gonna have to say goodbye to our mentor here, because Aquila is going to be moving on to the next world as well. He just got killed by King Godwin.
Go.
All right, we have an €8 donation by Hitboxmeister saying, "Good morning, BSG. Indy needs some Barts at the end of the morning, so I'm donating for that. Shout out to Crrool for showing us who's the true king of the graveyard shift. Also, €300 hype."
So now that we've killed King Godwin, that sealed door is going to open up, and that's going to allow us into an entirely new section of this dungeon. Because if you thought those 3 bosses we'd already fought in this dungeon, or technically 4th if you count both phases of King Godwin separately, yeah, you would be wrong. We're not even close to being done here. I'm going to go down here and heal up real quick. And, well, we're going to move on to the second half of this dungeon. That's also why I said, despite this being one of the last dungeons, we're not even close to being done. One little advantage, though, is there is a little save point here, so we can actually save. You know, if nothing else, there's the heal point in the back, and then there's this save point. Use some holy water here, because we're gonna need the holy water in order to get through this place. This place has got some pretty bad enemies. We can get past him. Okay, that's the first floor. This door for the second floor. There we go. So there are a few more Celestrians captured here. We're not gonna save them just yet. We don't really need to do that. We'll basically save them on the way out, so to speak. But we don't get to see that because cutscenes and the likes. Yeah, I figured I was gonna hit that. I didn't think I could get through that in time. Okay, we got a quick flee though, so didn't waste all that much time. Let's use another holy water. Another one trying to snipe me there. Got past that one though. Of course he got in the way. The enemies in this place aren't really that bad, considering we have a decent amount of defense and levels to work with at this point. The fact that we grinded this many liquid metal slimes just gave us a whole bunch of experience to work with. And since I grinded a few more than you would need at a bare minimum, it really isn't all that bad. Let's get I need to wait for him to move. I still can't pass him there. Can you move the other way? Thank you. That's too close. Further, please. Game. Okay. Just a little bit closer. Okay, whatever. That works. I can pass him there as well. That works too. Okay, now we're going to get a very long, very small hallway, and that means anywhere where enemies can spawn, it can be a problem, because they can be hard to avoid sometimes. Yeah, I don't have the room here. Okay, move. Move. All these little enemies right now. Crab, can you actually, like, move anywhere? Okay, it was still too close. Even though I did not actually touch the thing, it was still too close, because hitboxes. It's fine, we just need to get through this place. That's the main thing. But I'm gonna need to start saving up those holy waters. I've been using them fairly easily so far. But I need to save up at least a good few for the last dungeon. Yeah, he saw me. That's the downside of it. And there's 2 of them! Fun! Okay, instant run. Okay, got past him in time. Should be able to... yeah, got past him. Okay, we're not done yet. B6. This dungeon is quite long. That counts for pretty much every dungeon we have left. They're all long dungeons. And it's Dragon Quest, so when I'm saying long, you know that it's going to be bad. I don't think I can safely pass him right now. Okay, if that Drake moves... okay, he saw me. I mean, none of these things should realistically kill me. It's just try and avoid as many as possible, get as far as possible without any enemies, and hope to not lose too much time here. Luckily, most of this stuff appears alone, so it's not like they're going to get 5 or 6 attacks off every turn you fail to run. Oh wow, how did he see me? He was literally standing or looking the other way. I did not even know they could do that. Usually you have to be in their line of sight, like at least in some way or form, right? Otherwise you'd be hard to spot, I'd imagine. I guess they could hear you. I guess that's a thing. These guys have pretty big ears. Let's just go for it, because we're too close to the end, and I really don't want to take another fight. Okay, here we go. We made it. So right down here we meet well, a Celestrian, but also not. This guy tells us that, or first of all we release his change, and the guy we meet here. This is Corvus. He's been captured in these change for 300 years, and in that time, all the pureness in his heart has left him. That kind-hearted Celestrian that he once was is now a killer. And we've seen this rule before. As a Celestrian, I'm forbidden to do anything to a superior of mine, and Corvus is definitely still under that definition. So Corvus just kills me. Because right now we have no way of actually beating, or even acting against him. But after 300 years, he's finally free. And he's going over to the realm of the Almighty, where, well, bad stuff can happen, let's just say that much. Now we see Serena walk in again, and she was certain she had finally found him, but she was too late once more. And with that, it's time for a little bit more backstory on, you know, that relationship that Serena and Corvus had. Corvus being the Celestrian of Wormwood Krieg, and, well, after the attacks of the Gittish Empire, they figured they'd have to leave this place, because it's too dangerous. They're gonna come after Corvus. She gets the necklace, which will glimmer whenever a Celestrian is near, and he tells her that he hopes it'll glimmer always. But when the Empire attacks, she has to hide the necklace, which is why she hides it at the statue, at the foot of the statue, because otherwise it might give their location away. They figure, or the grandfather figures that it's too dangerous for Corvus to stay around here. He's still injured. There's no way he can fight this many, so he leaves. Her father also gives her a special medicine that supposedly would help him heal. So they leave for the little place where we found Wallace earlier, as well as Serena's ghost. Corvus tells her that he has to go back. I mean, he can't leave the village unattended, especially considering he is the Guardian. He gets that special potion, but it's a sleeping draught. And she gave it to him mostly because she just couldn't see him hurt more. The problem, however, being that her father betrayed her in that he gave the location away as to where Corvus was, with the promise that at least that way they wouldn't hurt the village or or his daughter. Corvus unable to wake up, and well, the Gittish, as the Gittish are, they really do not hold up to their promise. The guy tries to convince them that Serena did that on purpose, you know, to save the village, and in hopes that they will leave Serena alive. But just after they've captured the village guardian, they're going to be killing off, or he gives the command to kill off both the man and the daughter. Right then and there, Serena died. And Corvus, never knowing that, or always believing that Serena had tricked him into taking a sleeping draught so that he could get captured, so that her life would be spared. So for 300 years, Corvus got locked up, and for 300 years, Serena has been looking for him. That's basically the background as to who Corvus is, why he's as mad as he is, and at least in part as to why he hates mortals quite a lot. Now we're going to go up to the observatory one last time, because, well, we need some way of defeating Corvus. And the only way is to not be... like, Corvus at this point is so powerful that no Celestrian is below him. Or, sorry, no Celestrian is above him. Even Appas Mayor himself is not above him. As such, the only way to stop him is by not being a Celestrian. So we are going to turn ourselves from a Celestrian into a mortal. Well, it's kind of the suggestion from Celestria. As we walk away, we hear the voice of Celestria calling us to the tree. So she is going to give us one last fig, and we can use that to, or the fig being created from the gratitude of all those we've touched over our journey. The fig that's going to allow us to turn into mortal, so that we can actually fight Corvus. And so one last fig appears. And well, with that, it's I'm gonna go, like, I can just immediately go for the Realm of the Mighty right now. Instead, I'm going to go to the Protectorate one more time, and that's mostly so I can save. Even though money doesn't matter at all anymore, there is still the part that if I die, and I use an Yggdrasil leaf in between, that would mean I'd lose out on a leaf, and I really don't want to do that. We're going to be eating the fig, though, and thus turning mortal. We can still hear everybody and see everybody, though. Not all of the benefits of being a Celestrian have worn out immediately, which is a good thing, because we still need to get to the Realm of the Mighty. I'll go to Alterate Sabi for just a little bit. It's a quick spot to get back to as well. There's Bloomingdale. Bloomingdale is kind of a nice place to go to, just because of the fact that the inn is right at the start. The church isn't that far away. There's a shop nearby. I can get special like the special medicine if needed. It's just a really convenient place to go to. Also, I need to do a little bit of inventory management real quick. First of all, we're going to get the angel bells on everybody again. Because, well, we're going to have to do some refights soon. So, I might as well make sure I'm prepared. Okay, back to All Trades Abbey, and on to the final dungeon of... This is the actual final dungeon of the game, by the way. It's quite a long dungeon still, and we still need to do, like, 6 more boss fights, I think? So, we're not quite done yet, but this is the actual final dungeon of the game. Box, since I figure you might want to know in advance, time is at the end, because we use Japanese timing for this game. So that's easy to recognize. After the credits. We've still got 7 minutes of credits within the timing, even after we've beaten the final boss. So we've got plenty of time left. So as we get to the Realm of the Almighty, well, something is definitely up. Corvus, now having grown more powerful than the Almighty himself, takes over or travels to the Realm of the Almighty and changes it into his personal realm, the Realm of the Mighty. So, yeah, it's quite a dungeon, as you can see. It's gonna be a long one. Okay, let's make our way up. Now I'm gonna have to actually kind of have to focus on this dungeon. This is not the dungeon I'm most familiar with, just over the fact that I haven't gotten that many runs actually this far. So chances are I'll be making some mistakes here and there, but that's okay. We've got plenty of time. It's one lower. So, much like, you know, in many other RPGs, right at the end, we're going to be getting a bit of a boss rush. We're going to do refights with all of the 3 lieutenants that we fought earlier. That's what I meant with, you know, that's where the fact that you start fighting Lieutenant Gorham Hogg starts to kind of take note in that it does show you're quite far into the game. Just over the fact that that's the first of the fights that you will also be doing in the final dungeon. None of them are particularly difficult. They've all got a fairly low amount of health, and generally you can get them down in like 2 turns probably. So nothing to worry about really, but we do need to go through those fights again. And at the end we'll have a final boss, which actually consists out of 3 boss fights, each more difficult than the next, so to speak. It's 3 tough fights, but we can get through them. Okay, that's the first floor done. Okay, so we're gonna make a quick detour here. We're gonna go all the way to the right, and that's to get an Yggdrasil dew. Now, I've already mentioned I picked up Yggdrasil leaves earlier, which are basically items to heal up myself a little bit, to heal me from death. But you can also get Yggdrasil dew, which are basically the upgraded version of that. There's one over there. We can only get one over the course of the run. And as we have that, we're going to go into the first of the boss fights, which is the refight with Gorum Hog. As I said, they're pretty straightforward fights. So, yeah, while we do the first of the refights, you can do a quick donation if you want.
All right, we have a €13.13 donation by Indy saying, "Good morning, BSG. Question for Crrool. What does a dragon do in the morning? A quest. Kappa."
The bad puns are real, that's for sure. But hey, gotta love a bad pun in the morning, right? Okay, so this first turn is basically just setting up. We have the Yggdrasil leaf, so or the superior medicine, so we can heal up. We're gonna go for Blind Man's Biff. Heal using the bow. And let's go. Luckily he only raised his tension, so we won't actually take any damage this turn. And that's Gorum Hog. So going to use my remaining herbs to just make sure everybody's back up full, or at least close to it. I'm not going to worry about 3 HP, but we might want to make sure that we can actually survive the next few fights still. I'm going to transfer one into not the bag, into Victoria's inventory so that she has them again. Wait, does she have 2 leaves right now? No, she has the dew. Okay. Yeah, okay. I always get confused in this part and it doesn't help that I've been running for the past 9 hours, so we'll get there. We'll get there though. It's gonna be fine. It's not that many fights left. Okay, let's cross over here. I need him to move. Thank you. Yeah, he's gonna hit me. Fortunately, he saw me. I thought that one was the spell word circlet that I need to get. It's not terrible if I don't get it, but it's just beneficial. Just a bit of extra defense. That was a Seed of Therapusis. Okay, whatever. Then we'll not use that, I guess. Let's go for Gorham Hog. Or, is it... Hootingham Gore, I mean. Double up, and, Life Force, I think? Yes, Life Force. Gets the Frizz off, gets blocked by Victoria, real nice. And a swoosh. That's not that much damage though, that's pretty minor. Victoria wasting some NP on actually getting that spell word circlet up, even though this thing is gonna die next turn, but hey. Downs, that's good. And another Kafrizz. Okay, so I need to use a herb on Indy, but everybody else is fine. And because of the bow, almost everybody's going to be full health as well, so it's literally one herb that I need to use. That's Hootingham Gore. We have 4 boss fights to go, and then we're done. That's how close we're starting to get. Let's see. Let's use that. We're going to use a magic water. Also, I should mention, I'm surprised this is, aside from random encounters, still a deathless run. Like, we haven't actually died to any of the bosses so far, which is kind of surprising. Usually you die a few times the bosses here and there. Yeah, I may have jinxed it on that, on saying that. You might not be wrong, Vex. I mean, there are still bosses coming up that can very easily kill me, but up to this point they've been nice. They can still prove me wrong after, but hey. Okay, there we go. We got through that at least. There's the spell word circlet. Right. Gonna equip that on Durrani. So this is the center of the thing, and that's where the final battle is going to take place, but he's currently not there. Because first we need to get further in. Okay, 10th floor. Okay, dragon, thank you. 11th floor. This place is big, like I said. And with that, it's on to Lieutenant Goresby Purvis. Now, this fight is a little bit more difficult, so let's hope we can pull it off. First of all, I'm going to do something about my lineup. We're going to put Indy in the front row again. Aegon, double up. Life Force. Hold on. I am almost making a mistake. You need to not be on focus on healing anymore. Because he's going to go for Whipping Boy. The aim is to still make this a 3-turn fight, but let's see if Goresby Purvis is going to allow that. Blind Man's Biff. You are going to use the bow. Whipping Boy. Kind of sucks that the bow just got disabled. That's going to hurt me. 'Cause this probably won't kill. Yeah, that's not a kill. I need to survive through this next turn still, and that's going to be difficult. Let's see. I'm going to use a Whipping Boy again, but I'm going to do it on Indy because he's the lowest amount of health. Okay, not on the Rani. Crap. That kind of sucks. If we kill now, we'll still be fine, but it means I have to sack a leave. I think. Yeah, I think we have to sack a leave, which is not the worst thing in the world, but also really not what I'd like to do. Okay. So yeah, not ideal, but it'll work. That seems fine. Ooh, also soft wards. I need to get soft wards equipped. Transfer that over there. Why does he have a strong antidote? So I bought some soft wards earlier. Basically they prevent, or they cure paralysis as well as still healing me. That's gonna help me during the next fight. Well, we've made it to the top. And this is where we're going to meet Corvus again. Where's Kinnan? Can somebody get Kinnan for me? Keep X out in the front room. Double up, psych up, life force. I should probably have him on focus on healing. That thing is empty, I think. Yeah, that's why I'm saying it. That's why I got people to get you here, because that is not fine. Don't want this to turn off near just before the end of the run or something, you know? That'd be a bit of a shame. Just making sure that the 3DS actually has power for the last bit. Let's see, psych up. Cherry on the bow. See, Corvus can just decide to do absolutely nothing, or he can be a jerk. So far, it's still fine. That was supposed to be the bow. Okay, Okay, we'll survive this though. Let's see. Okay, we're almost through this one. Can sap. Blind Man's Biff. And Cherion's Bow. Okay, the defense down. That's actually good. That should kill him. That's Corvus 1 down. 2 fights to go. We still have 2 really tough bosses left, though. We're not done yet. So yeah, Corvus 1, in and of itself, not all that bad, but he can just be a jerk sometimes. Luckily, this time around, he didn't really decide to do anything too dumb. So after we actually managed to beat him, first of all, he realizes we were supposedly a Celestrian, and we actually managed to stood against him. And he realizes that we've actually become mortal in order to be able to beat him. But, you know, he hates mortals quite a bit, so that hatred just gets stronger now. And he grows into his next form. Another thing that happens is he didn't really go here alone. Well, first of all, he's gonna be quite evil, as you can see. It's Corvus is not quite the Celestrian he used to be. So we're gonna have to go back down. Can you use some magic water to make sure Gasm has enough MP? Can you heal everybody back to full? I have enough herbs, luckily, so we should be good. Wrong staircase. So this actually kind of helps us in that it brings us exactly where we need to be. So, good guy game, bringing us to, or not having us backtrack. Before we're gonna beat Corvus, though, we have a score to settle with Barbatos still, or Barbaros, not Barbatos. So let's start the Barbarous fight. Psych up. Life force. Focus on healing. So this guy is not that bad because it's a dragon, and we're generally well equipped for dragons. But it can still go sour. So let's see how the fight will turn out. Double up, Cherion's Bow. Yeah, this is always a move to be scared of, Kazam. That's a lot of damage. Okay, That gets me to the 50, 50 tension, though. Basically chip damage. What's his face is doing? Victoria? Dragon Slash, Cherion's Bow. Luckily, because we have Dragon Slash here, we can actually save up a little bit of MP, which is going to make it a little bit easier further down the line. 'Cause that means I have all of my MP to work with for the next boss. We get the 100 tension, which we don't technically even need. 50 is generally enough for me to start attacking. We get 100 tension, Dragon Slash, and we get the one-shot. That's barbarous. That was almost 1,000 damage more than he actually had in terms of health. So it was quite an overkill. Gonna get a few more level ups out of that. Does that do anything? No. So we get another Yggdrasil leaf, which is actually kind of nice in that the game gives us a spare Yggdrasil leaf here. Because, I mean, every boss drops an item in the game, but at this point, what would even be a useful item to still get? It's literally the fight just before the final boss. So, you know, getting an item that would revive somebody from death, that's like one of the few actually good things that you could still get. Okay. Where's my leaf? Because I should still have that then. Or did it go? Okay, it went into her inventory, so that's all good. Well, boys, let's go. Final boss of the game. It's time for Corvus. This guy has got 4,800 health, which is almost 2,000 more than the last boss. And, well, he's tough. He's real tough. He can cause a lot of status effects, and he can actually kill people as well. It can be really easy or it can be really hard, and we'll see. So let's start up with Psych up, get the Life Force up. Double up, Cherion's Bow. Ooh, that's a lot of damage. This is kind of where it becomes scary. The bow will help me manage health a little bit, but I really need those leaves, or the herbs right now from Victoria. Those are what need to keep me in the game. Doesn't get to one. Come on, get me to 100. Come on, 100 tension. Nice, 100 tension. That's not it, though. We're not yet done. This may kill, but it depends on how well Indy is going to do. Indy, this one's on you. If the sap hits and he doesn't do anything stupid, then we win. Because this is a boss that you can one-shot, but I need to have a sap off. We get the block, so he doesn't do any damage this turn. Here we go, come on. Can we get the sap? We do not get the sap. That's unfortunate. We do not get the sap, but we'll still do a lot of damage with this. Let's go. So yeah, that's still almost 4,000 damage. It's not enough for a kill, but we're getting pretty close. Blind Man's Biff. Yeah, let's Blind Man's Biff. Let's get his health down. That's all we can do. Burning Breath is bad, because that can paralyze. Ooh, 3 characters paralyzed as well. That is really not good. This is what I mean with this fight can turn really sour as well. If somebody would break out, that would be fantastic. I have a way of healing one person, so we're going to get Gasm out. 150 damage on not happy with that, but... Okay, I need to use a soft word on Indy. I need to keep my health kind of high. Oh boy, here comes a powerful move. That's gonna hurt. Physical, and that's Darani dead. That sucks. Because that means a healer down. Okay, still hurts, but we're still alive. I have Victoria back, and that's a good sign, because she has leaves. Superior medicine, superior medicine. Wow. He is going ham right now. Okay, I need to get her off of focus on healing. This is where we're going to use the Yggdrasil do. Tactics. Follow orders. Double up. This is why we have it. I need her to survive, though. Okay, she lives. This is not done yet. Because I do not really like having to use this, but we need her back. Blind Man's Biff. The Leaf on Darani. It's a painful Kafriz, and I don't think this will do enough. We're like 400 or so damage away from killing him, by the way. That's how close we currently are. Yggdrasil leave there. I kind of don't want to use that, because if Gasm dies, I need that leave. Nah, I'm going to use the bow instead. I need Gasm alive. He's too important. Okay, Gasm is alive. That's a good thing. Okay, I think we're one hit away. Not enough MP. Crap. No, we have Claptrap. Feel free to go for it.
We have a €20.20 donation from Psychic. Let's ramp this counter up. Congrats to BSG and Crrool for getting this run done without breaking down. Keep this up, guys. You're doing amazing runs for a proper cause. Greetings and see you soon. And I would just like to remind everyone that there are still some bid wars up for the next run for character names. So get those donations in, because those are going to close very, very soon.
Victoria dead. I need Gasm to wake up right about now. Gasm has decided to take a nap at like the worst possible moment. That's not gonna wake him up, is it? Oh boy. We might die here. I'm gonna take a risk. I'm gonna use my leaf. just to get an extra character with actual herbs. He woke up, nice, that's good. I'm gonna have to psych up, I need tension. Magic burst though. Yeah, this is done. He's gonna kill me here. There's nothing I can do. Nah, this is a death. Which really sucks because now I'm out of leaves. Yeah, once he gets to the magic burst, it's done. That really sucks though. That's painful. It's not done yet. We can definitely still go for it. I need to restock up on some heal items. I don't have leaves, but even without leaves, this is possible. Done this fight without before. Let's first get a soft war. No, let's first get the superior medicine going again. So I need 2. It's just really unfortunate, but hey. We just got an unlucky fight. If the sap... We got so close as well. If the sap had hit, we would have beaten him. So next up, we'll have some soft warts, because I definitely need some of those still. Because now that we don't have any leaves, it's gonna be quite a bit more difficult. Okay. Off to Trade Zabi. He just needs to not kill anybody and we'll be fine. You know, that's just it. As long as he doesn't kill anybody, we can still get him. Last bosses are supposed to be hard, right? Okay, here we go. Second try. We still need to redo a part of the dungeon. You can set it up in such a way that you can get back there quite quickly, but it takes quite a bit of time to set that up. So I never actually did. So we're just gonna have to do this manually. Nice! Nice, Sanguini. Just fluffing around. Okay, well, they're out. Okay, so we'll just have to take the manual route back. Unfortunately, there's not much we can do about that. Luckily, you know, all of the bosses we fought in between we don't need to do, and that still cuts out quite a bit of time. Just a Cure Slime. The Cure Slimes are kind of nice in that they're very small, and they don't have that big a hitbox either, so they're kind of easy to avoid. so this room, for example, we can just just walk straight through it. Don't need to care. This one, however, is still kind of a long one. Ooh, I almost hit that dragon. If you can move, please. Would kindly appreciate that. Okay, now move back. Perfect. He's actually cooperative for once. Hello, D-pad? What's it doing right now? This is... okay, that's weird. Because it's just working normally there. Okay, just gonna try this. That's really weird. Not sure if that'll do anything, but it's worth a shot. Yeah, that was crazy lag right there. Yeah, okay, so that did the trick. No clue why that worked, but hey. If you first thing you try, right? Turning it off and on again, see if it works. Okay, Cyclops, please move. Thank you. Okay, I'm again not going to set the warp point back because, I mean, we've already died once. If we die again, then so be it. We'll just have to do it again. Doesn't matter. We'll just assume to not need it and just actually win this time. We're almost there anyway. That's too close. If I go out of my menu now, I'll get into a battle, and I don't... Can you move a little bit further than, like, one step? Can you, like, seriously? Can you move? What? Game, please. I don't want to... Okay, we'll take the fight, because he is never going to move, is he? Okay, at least we ran instantly. But that does lose me a holy water. Which means if we die, let's assume we won't, but if I die, then I'll need to buy more. Okay, you, move. See, that one can move. At least that one could. Otherwise, there wouldn't really be much point in using these holy waters, would there? Not really sure why that first one couldn't, then. Because it seems quite easy. Okay, other way, please. Oh boy, 2 more enemies. I can get a little bit closer. Okay, We got through the room. Don't ask me how. Okay, that's it. Here we go, boys. Attempt number 2 at probably one of the worst bosses in this game. But hey, we're gonna just try, and we're gonna make it work somehow. This time it's just straight on to Corvus. We don't need to do those other fights beforehand. Okay, Agon, Psych Up. Actually, tactics, focus on healing. Life Force. Okay, there we go, that's 5. Nice block on the second one from Victoria. Okay, nicely spread out damage. Come on, let's get the sap. The defense increased, nice. If we get max tension, then we're in a good spot, and it might be possible. Come on, maxed out tension? Does not get maxed out tension, that's unfortunate. Agon, Psych Up. And the bow. What? Okay. That was a big hit. We can't revive Durrani. We need to get the kill here, basically. There's nothing I can do. Superior medicine. Okay, sap. Blind man's biff. Here we go. Come on. Come on. He's still down on 1 level. That's it. Nice. That was, by the way, only about 30 damage over. That was a very close kill. But yeah, that's that might actually be a PB, by the way. Very marginally, but that might actually be a PB. My PB is at 10:15, and we do still have all of the credits to go, and we still have a few more minutes, but I think I might PB by like 3 minutes or something. It's pretty funny. That's good. I'll take that. So yeah, Corvus, he is going all Super Saiyan mode, basically, after we've actually defeated him, and it's gonna get even worse. But just before he gets to unleash his even bigger power, Serena shows up again. Having finally found Corvus and appearing in front of him. And through the necklace, she tells him, or she shows him the entire story. She shows him everything that she went through and everything that she had seen from her perspective. And that is the first time that he finally learns that Serena had never betrayed him, had never given him away, but instead had been looking for him for many years. And thus, just before Corvus goes all Super Saiyan, Serena saves him at last. He thanks Serena for never giving in, even after 300 years of looking. She still kept on searching. And with that, it's finally time for them two to move on. And thus the realm of the mighty will be returned back to its former state as the realm of the Almighty. Celestria finally returns to her former state as the goddess, rather than Yggdrasil the tree. Her mission is finally complete. And well, it's time that everything returns to its former state. The Celestrians can finally move on to the next world. Their mission has been completed, and thus they can enjoy eternal happiness and all that. Even the observatory itself is disappearing. But for us, it's not quite done yet, because our journey is technically not over. Even though we too were a Celestrian, our duty is among the mortals, as the guardian of the world. Eventually, we'll stop seeing all of this. We'll stop seeing Celestrians and dead people and stuff like that. And that perception will be lost, but deep in our hearts, we'll still be the protectors of the world. And we'll still have our mission. And so, as every Celestrian moves on to eternal happiness, Indy returns to the Protectorate as protector of the world. So yeah, there's still a little bit of tack smashing left, so we're not completely done, but that was Dragon Quest IX. Timer is going to run until we actually see the end appear, because like I said, this game actually uses Japanese timing. Hello? Is anybody there? If you're there, say something. Show yourself. Thus do the voices of the mortals plead, ever hopeful of proof of our existence. And for the very few people that have stuck around since the start, that is the very first and very last cutscene in the game. Pretty much. That's the cutscene the game starts on. We get to see it one more time, but this time we're going to return to the world. So yeah, Dragon Quest IX, everybody. There is still some text near the very end, just before the end appears, so I do need to keep an eye on that I do actually mash through that. Time is, at some point the end is gonna, or Finn is gonna appear. Time is as soon as the feather disappears from the word. That's about as specific as I can get. I don't know if this will PB or miss it by a hair. It's gonna be close. Quite long. I wouldn't know the exact amount of time of it. Yeah, 10, 15, 19, that's the time to beat, so to speak. So we get to see a bit of cutscenes of, you know, every place that we visited. Stornway, where we met Princess Simona and the White Knight. Coffinwell, where the mayor visits the grave of their late daughter, who passed away during the curse. Xerox, a city carved out of stone. All to impress this lady over here. And, well, she sure is impressed, at least we can say that much. Marionette lying next to the grave of Marianne. Her one true friend, and somehow that doll always ends up at the grave, even though nobody seems to be putting her there. The city of Gleba, where the queen now reigns with a kind heart, rather than basically making the people suffer so she can enjoy a life of luxury. Swinedimple's Academy, where the headmaster well, finally has its rest, and the students that he gave detention are actually doing really well. They've all turned grade A students. Wormwood Creek, where finally, after many years, the statue is gonna get its proper glory back. The statue of the Guardian. The summit of Mount Magmaru, where Greynarl will never be seen again. Or will he? Okay, final cutscene. I think this isn't gonna PB. I think this is more than 50 seconds. Because it's time for goodbyes. It's not much longer that we can actually see them. Now I should say, for those that are interested in playing this casually, there is one more fig that you can use in order to become a Celestrium once again, after which you can actually see them again. But I'll leave that for you guys at home to figure out. The final fig. Okay, get ready. Time. Missed PB, but by less than a minute, so I'll be proud of that. So yeah, that was rough, but thank you all for sticking around for Dragon Quest IX. Next up, we'll be doing some more RPGs with Final Fantasy IX. A Disc 1 race between Dexterra and Indy. I would have loved to watch that, but I'm really going to need to get some sleep right about now. So yeah, thank you everybody for sticking around. A special shout out to Dutch and Amos, who actually managed to sit out the entire run, and I think Midnight as well. I mean, the three guys that have actually managed to stick around the entire night shift. It's impressive, I will say that much. And yeah,